Good afternoon. The time now is 4:23 on September 11, 2024. I would like to start a closed session. The meeting called to order, so please take roll.
Thank you. Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West? Councilmember Monzo?
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen? Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
All right. This is the fourth time for that regular closed session that they are missing, the both council members missing. I wonder if the staff done everything to coordinate with them before the meeting, or do they know the meeting that we have the closed session meeting before the open session meeting?
Yes.
And do you have any message from them that they are why they are not attending the meeting?
No, Councilmember Fan West, after the posting of the agenda, indicated that she was not available, that she would not be available to attend today.
Well, last time I remember at the end of the meeting when we put the item on the agenda, and she wants to have this item in a closed session, and I asked, can you attend the meeting? And the answer was yes. And why is it now no?
I do recall that at the last meeting. Unfortunately, no reason was provided.
So, Mr. Attorney.
She just requested to pull the item.
Well, my question for you from a legal standpoint, they kept on missing, this is the fifth one, or the fourth or the fifth one, for the standard council meetings, closed session meeting, and they wasn't attending the meeting. Is there anything from the council standpoint that we need to make them realize that they have to be responsible to attend the meeting? Because I think this is a very important meeting for us to discuss the matters that in a closed session.
Legally, I mean, basically you're doing it right now, and I think you could raise the issue again during the open session to point out the importance of the closed sessions and the need to have attendance in order to get the city's business done. That would be the appropriate thing to do.
Alrighty. All right. Thank you very much. Let's move on. We don't have time to waste. So oral communication for closed session. Do we have anyone sign up for today?
We have no members of the public present.
All right. So would you please go over the closed session item that we are going to recess for?
Thank you. The City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purpose: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, number of cases 1. And for the record, there was an amended agenda, which was to pull item 2 from the closed session, so the City Council will only be going into the closed session for item 1.
Okay. At this time, the City Council will recess for closed session. Good evening. The time now is 6:07 on Wednesday, September 11, 2024. At this time, I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. Next is salute to the flag, Vice Mayor Ho, and invocation by Mayor Nguyen. Please stand.
Please stand. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Bow your head for the invocation. But before I have the invocation, ladies and gentlemen, September 11 is a significant date for many of us, as it marks the 23rd anniversary of the tragic events this year since 2001. For many, it's a day of remembrance, reflection, and prayer for unity, healing, and strength for the nation. It is a time to honor those who lost their lives and to support each other in the ongoing journey of resiliency and hope. Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance and direction as matters of importance are discussed this evening. May the decisions made here be to the benefit of all the citizens of the City of Westminster. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Next, well, I want to thank Vice Mayor Ho for a salute to the flag. And next is the City Attorney closed session report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We had two items on the closed session. Item number 2 was pulled at the request of the requesting Councilwoman Fan West. So there was no discussion on that item. Concerning the first item, the anticipated litigation, there was a discussion and direction given by Council. Nothing further to report.
Thank you very much. I just want to mention that this is the fourth time that the two council members were not attending the closed session meeting continuously. So I'm concerned about that because there are important issues that need to be discussed during the closed session. And if we don't have these council, although we have the quorum, but let's say that if we have missing one, then we are not going to have enough quorum to discuss the matter of the city business. And I believe that last time, I understand Councilmember West pulled the item. I would like to know when she pulled the item and how are you scheduled to for the closed session? Because if I know that if there is only one item to be agendized for this meeting, I don't have, or nobody have to show up at 4 o'clock. But this is a waste of time and a waste of our time. So I'd like to know when did Councilmember West inform you that she wanted to pull the item, and why did you still want to schedule at 4 o'clock? City Manager, would you please?
So your question is, when did the councilwoman requested to withdraw the item?
Yes.
On Friday after the posting of the agenda, which is why you received an amended agenda.
Did you say after posting the agenda?
So the agenda was posted like around 5:20-ish on Friday, and then we received a a request from Councilwoman Fan West that she would like to withdraw the item.
So if she were to pull the item before you put out the agenda, then do we have to meet at 4 o'clock?
But so we schedule closed session according to how much time we think we're going to need for an item. But since the agenda was already posted at that time, we weren't going to change the time because it was already noticed for a 4 p.m. Closed session time.
So if you were to know that this is going to be one item, then you are not going to schedule at 4 o'clock?
Probably not, because you had one item.
Well, I just want to make sure that if this is going to happen again, I would like to have the council members inform the city managers or the staff before then, so we don't have to rush our time, rush here, and then wasting our time and wasting the city attorney and all staff time. So I would like for you, for council members to consider about it. And at the same time, I don't know that if there's anything that we can do legally in terms of having council attend the meeting, because they have missed 4 or 5 continuous meetings. And at the same time, there is another item which is about what is it? What is it? The item about the what? There was an item that 7 times the 2 council are not the e-bike items. E-bike item that we have 7 times that these 2 council were not attending. And I am concerned. I'm concerned in terms of getting the business done. So I'd like to ask City Council, I'd like to ask the City Attorney, is there anything that we can do in order to have the council attend the meeting?
Well, it sounds like it's being communicated, so everyone's aware of what time they're starting. In terms of doing what you're doing, which is to point it out at the beginning of the meeting, that would be the thing first of all to do, because we're talking about elected officials. So we've talked about penalizing, that you're kind of limited in what you can do to these resolutions of censure and removal from committees, that sort of thing that you've already done. So pointing it out publicly would be the appropriate thing. It kind of informs the voters and gives them the ability to make decisions about who they're going to vote for in the future and that sort of thing. As far as legally, not attending any portion of the meeting, whether it's this portion or the closed session portion, it's all one meeting. If someone was completely missing a meeting, then that could be considered abandonment of the office, but that would have to be, someone's completely abandoned the office. So just missing the closed session portion would not meet that standard.
All right, thank you
Exactly.
for your explanation there. And I just want to make sure that, city closed session is a very important meeting, because those items we need to discuss before we can discuss openly at the public meeting. And when we don't have enough council, or we don't have all the councils, it seemed to, lack of quorum, or we don't discuss that, among ourselves as council members. And we might miss that, and the message might be conveyed differently, and it might be a misunderstanding from the council standpoint. So I want to make sure that you understand that this is very important. It's important for you to attend the council meeting from the beginning, especially for the closed session. Like I said, I'm concerned that that you both miss a lot of closed session already. So I just encourage you to consider about it and then attend the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
At the last meeting, when you agendize, when you asked to agendize the item, I did ask the question. I said that if we were to agendize this item for the next meeting, are you going to be there? The answer was yes. And this is what happened. And I don't know, that's from my standpoint. I don't know if any other have any question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, do you mind wanting
ahead.
to know why I didn't attend?
Yes.
So I guess I will say it again in the record. I did state it last time. The reason why the potential litigation that was in this meeting was leaked by no other than Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho, and it's from her attorney sending to the city lawsuit, suing the city and suing me, her attorney, want to get some money before she leaves, okay? So with that litigation, potential litigation, it's basically stated in there that Mr. Tung from the GoFundMe, Mr. Tung is an attorney. Number one, let me state it again, he is not a licensed attorney. He does not have an ID number in the California Bar Association. That's number one. The attorney she used also said that Amy Fan West, Councilwoman Amy
item
Fan
is-
West, may I
Yes, yes.
finish?
This item is not on the agenda.
This-
It's,
That is the litigation, potential
no.
litigation
Actually-
that Mr. Mayor was talking about the seven. I'm answering your seven time that you asked us for closed session, and I'm answering that first. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So may I
You did it
answer you
right.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, so two, that her attorney stated that I defamate her and I need to stop. In that litigation, potential litigation, number one, it does not quote the date, time, and what did I say that defame her. I'm not an attorney, okay? Looking at that, anyone can see that this is not a valid litigation. Mr. Mayor, remember you're
We
the
do need
mayor
to-
running the city.
since it's
So
not a-
that is not
we
the
need
potential
to
litigation
listen.
that
You
I'm
know what?
attending.
Because
We need to
the-
And I will
listen to-
not attend
because
because
Charlie
it's a fake.
accused us
Would you
about
please- would you
skipping
please-
the
please,
meeting.
Litigation.
Okay, so that's
Please.
your answer.
At this time.
She's answering
I'd like-
your question.
But at this time, the city attorney wants to have a few words to this.
I just want to caution us that this is not an agendized item. So, I understand, there was a comment made and there was a response to it. It should be a very brief response.
Okay.
That is all that's allowed. And we can't have a multiple party conversation about something that's not on the agenda.
So, yes, I fully understand what you're trying to say, so thank you for mentioning it. But today, the items on the agenda, nothing to do with what we just said about, nothing to do with the item that you just said about. And that's why I want to mention about it. Anyway, we have no time to waste on this. I just want to ask if we...
Mayor?
Yes.
If you said that it did not have anything to do with what she just mentioned, then could I ask the city attorney that we should be allowed, you should be allowed to mention what it was, the potential litigation, what it was that we were talking about, right? In closed session, just the subject matter, because the council had already agreed that it's okay to reveal,
Well,
because there's nothing.
It's listed on the agenda that there was and it was struck off as in the amended agenda. So it was identified as an anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, request at the last council meeting to investigate potential targeting of Councilwoman Amy Fan West. That's the subject of the one that was struck, taken off of the agenda.
No, I'm talking about the one that was left today that we did have the conversation about in closed session.
Right, I think the mayor had indicated he was going to deal with that later in terms of pulling.
All right.
Is
All right.
that,
Miss,
think we were gonna-
Miss Vice Mayor is trying to say, is that the potential litigation that we've been dealing with?
No, it is not,
Okay, then,
because you were not there. You assumed
The
that it was.
potential
but it
How
was
do you
not.
know? How do you know
yeah,
that?
how did you know? Did
Because
you-
I was in the closed
Because
session.
someone leaked the information out to you or what?
I was in the closed session.
Which is,
How can you in a closed section?
I just want to mention
How come I
that-
was not? Because I'm a council member. You're a council member too.
because
You
this
should have been
item
there.
is about you suing the city.
It is not.
Yeah, it is.
right,
Mayor,
You gonna,
You are suing
Mayor,
the city
can
for the
you,
money.
since you said
Shut
they
up,
weren't
shame.
here, can you tell them?
let me clarify.
Please,
Let me clarify.
yes.
The item on the agenda is not about the item concerning that you're referring to, the one involving Councilwoman Ho's attorney
You see that?
sending a letter. Yeah.
You were not there, and you should have been there.
All right.
That's the point.
But do you guys have
I
a quorum?
like-
Why were you guys
I'd
complaining?
like to move on.
You didn't do your job.
So did you guys
With the meeting.
finish voting on it?
So
the
next is
closed session?
export communications. This is including SB 1439, report when required. Is it 1439? It was 1234, right? But, okay, 1439, report when required. So is there any export communication? Seeing none, hearing none, so move on. Next, I would like to ask for a city clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report tonight.
All right, thank you. Next is city manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and everyone watching. I'll try to keep it brief. The countdown to this year's Fall Festival is on. Get your discounted ride tickets on the city's website. Purchase them now and save up to 20% off. Our festival dates and times are available online. You can always call our Community Services Department as well for more information. But we will be having a cultural night celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month and $2 rides on preview night. That's Thursday, September 26th from 5 to 9. From 5 to 11, we'll be open Friday, September 27th, again, 5 to 11 on Friday. Saturday, it's a full day, 12 at noon to 11 p.m. That's the weekend. We'll have a weekend welcome at 12 p.m. on stage. That's our official opening program. And we will also have a Embracing Aging Senior Expo from 1 to 5 p.m. And on Sunday, September 29th, which is the last day of the festival, we'll be open from noon to 9 p.m., in which we are our Creative Babe Market, which is small businesses and vendors. They'll be hosting a marketplace area from 12 to 4 p.m. that day. Of course, admission and parking is free, and the full entertainment lineup is available on the website, so be sure to check us out on social media for the latest news. Okay. This weekend is the final weekend of the splash pad. Sigler Park splash pad will be having its last splash of the summer this weekend on Saturday and Sunday, the 14th and the 15th. Be open to the public from 12 to 5 p.m. Over at the Senior Center, they'll be hosting a fall harvest dance on Friday, October 11th from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. So bring your dancing shoes and celebrate the season with us. Enjoy an afternoon full of refreshments, music, and fun. Tickets are on sale for $5, but prices will go up to $7 on the day of the event. Live entertainment will be provided by DJ Professor D. So sign up at the Senior Center front desk today. We have a couple of new staff members that we'd like to welcome. So please join us in welcoming Simi Soto to the Community Services and Recreation team. She's over there. She is our new Community Services and Recreation Coordinator. She brings experience in special events, facilities, and recreation programming, so we're really excited to have her on board. And then in Public Works, our engineering division, we're excited to welcome Lisa Avitia, who's our new administrative assistant. She came from the city clerk's office in Buena Park. We're excited to welcome her here. Unfortunately, she's not here at the meeting tonight. And last but not least, we're really proud to announce that the city has been awarded a Safe Streets and Roads for All grant from the Federal Department of Transportation in the amount of $1.2 million to develop the city's comprehensive safety action plan. This award will be used to evaluate the installation of bike and pedestrian facilities and roadway safety enhancements throughout the city. This action plan is a prerequisite to qualify for future grant funding for the implementation of needed citywide infrastructure improvements. We just want to thank the efforts of our traffic engineering division with assistance from our consultants at Townsend Public Affairs for applying and successfully acquiring this grant. So thank you very much. That completes my report.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Next is presentation, special presentation. I have two presentations today, and let me read the two presentations, and I will invite the council members to join me at the podium to present it to the awardees. Presentation of proclamation for Hunger Action Month. The month of September has been designated as Hunger Action Month in order to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities and to enlist the public in the movement to help end hunger by taking actions, including volunteering, donating, and advocating to ensure every community and everyone in it has the food they need to thrive. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Chi Charling-Win, on behalf of Vice Mayor Ho and council members Fan West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim September 2024 as Hunger Action Month in the city of Westminster and urge to bring attention to food insecurities in our communities and raise awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. The next one is presentation proclamation for World Alzheimer Awareness Month. Alzheimer disease is a progressive brain disorder, tragically robbing individuals of their moments and leads to progressive mental and physical impairments. More than 164,000 residents in Orange County currently live with Alzheimer. The 2024 campaign theme is Time to Act on Dementia, Time to Act on Alzheimer. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Chi Charling-Win, on behalf of Vice Mayor Ho and council members Fan West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim September 2024 as World Alzheimer Awareness Month in the city of Westminster and encourage all members of the community to learn and participate in activities to raise awareness and knowledge about the Alzheimer's disease and take better care of ourselves and our loved ones. At this time, I would like to invite all the council members, please exit the dais for the photos and presentation of the certificates. Testing. First one is Proclamation Hunger Action Month for September 2024, as already read. So at this time, on behalf of the City Council and City staff, I would like to present this proclamation to you, representative for Hunger Action.
Thank you.
Yep, you want to have a few words? Let me hold that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Mark Lowry, representing the Orange County Food Bank and the Hunger Action Coalition. Maybe no surprise that hunger in a community like this does not exist because there's an absence of food. We have plenty of food in Orange County. But in a community like ours, hunger is a symptom of poverty. And we have 2 food banks in Orange County, 400 emergency feeding organizations that provide food to over 400,000 people each month that struggle to meet their most basic needs. A few are homeless, a larger number are unemployed, a larger number yet are persons with a disability. But the 2 largest populations of people who receive food from the food banks and food pantries are seniors on fixed incomes and people working in full-time jobs but simply can't earn enough to meet their basic needs. So thank you for drawing attention to important issues like hunger and food insecurity affecting people that are residents of your city. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Mark, for all you do. It's so important in our community to have people like you to help get the food where it's needed most. And thank you, and please keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Next. Well, thank you very much. On behalf of the city council and city staff, I would like to present this one, a proclamation for World Alzheimer's Awareness Month. And this is September 2024. Congratulations. Thank you. You want to have a few words?
I just wanted to say, my name is Samantha Munger. I'm an intern with Alzheimer's Orange County, and I just wanted to say thank you to the city, the community, and the county for all of your support for us being able to help you as well as you helping us.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. We are done for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for all you do again, because, you know, with our community, since we have a lot of elderly in our community, and thank you for helping them, because all of us have elderly parents and grandparents, and some of them go into that, you know, scenario, and you're there to provide safety, comfort, as well as home for them. So thank you for all you do.
Anyone else? No. All right. Okay.
We all know somebody with Alzheimer, and at this moment, I just like to thank you, your organization, for helping the community and bring the awareness to everybody in the community. And I do hope that we find a cure for Alzheimer very soon. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. So let us continue with our meeting, and yes. Oh. At this time, we are going to have the oral communication. Before I ask City Clerk to read the instruction into the record, I would like to mention it to every one of us that there is a city policy that we have the resolution number 4963, and that resolution is the resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster establishing rules of decorum and civility at the city council meeting. So I would like to ask you to follow that, and if you don't have a copy of that, I believe that it's posted at the door or the outside. But in order for me to, I'm not going over every details, but I will mention a few points. There are three sections in this resolution. Section number 1 is civility policy. And that for civility policy, we asked everyone treat everyone courteously and be open-minded and consider all viewpoints. Plus, allow all members of public to speak without intimidation and interruption. The next one is section number 2, rules of decorum. And this rule of decorum, we want to make sure that all persons attending the city council meetings shall obey and any lawful order of the mayor, presiding officers to enforce the rule of decorum. All persons attending the city council meeting shall listen courteously and attentively to all public discussions at the meeting and avoid interrupting members of the public addressing the city council or city officials. Members of public shall address the city council regarding items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction and shall refrain from personal attacks any individual council members if the comments are not within the subject matter. The next one is the section 3. If all fails, then enforcement of rules of decorum and severity policy. First, I will be giving you official warning, and after the official warning, you may be removed from the council chambers if the disruption continue. Last but not least, I would like to ask all council members, all public comments, please refrain from using any profanity language, as we have kids or students are watching the city council for extra credit. And I guess that with this resolution in place, I think it's applied both for publics and also for mayors and city council here to do the same. So that's, I would like for you to comply to that before we ask for the first speaker. But right now, can you go ahead and read the instruction into the record?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Nguyen Hung.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This slide? All right, that's better. Thank you. I'd like to speak on 5.3, the Supreme Court decision, the Grants Pass case, which deals with being able to clear out homeless encampments. And while we all know that the Supreme Court decision allowed the city of Grants Pass to go ahead and do this, this obviously isn't the end of it. And we all know that sooner or later, once cities start clearing encampments out, that there's going to wind up being lawsuits in some fashion. And you're going to have the activists supporting the homeless people that are going to step up to the plate because they're being paid to represent these people to sue the cities, figuring that the cities have the money and it may be an ability to get money from the cities. So before we start doing this, let's make sure we have a good plan in action. We have a good police department here because these guys are going to be in the middle of it. Part of the problem is so many of these people have drug and alcohol addictions. They also have psychosis from being on the streets for so long. This isn't anything new. I retired from law enforcement in 2010 and going back into the early 2000s and into the 90s. That was the biggest part of the problem, was the drug and alcohol problems. We just didn't have the big encampments like they do now. So let's let our police department come up with a plan. How are we going to clear these out? Where's all this stuff going to go? Where are the people going to go? Another part of the problem is California has made it easy for homeless to show up in this state because the laws are not strict enough. They don't bother them as much as other states do. So here again, we have to worry about the state laws, and people wind up coming back, even the state coming back on the cities. So let's just kind of keep an eye on that. Also, 5.2 and even 5.3, let's not talk these things to death, folks. Okay, get your information out. If you have questions, please ask your questions, but don't hog up all the time that all the rest of the council members are going to need discussing this. Get your points out there and let others have a say-so, and maybe we can get through this agenda in a reasonable amount of time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nguyen Hung, followed by Roger Mindrum.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good evening. Anyway, today night 11, so we feel sorry for any victim 23 years ago. Today I have nothing to say except for support the police item 3.2. I think bad guy have too many excellent machine gun or semi-automatic rifle. So we need to support, to protect our police by give them change military equipment and robot searching and also armor vehicle. That's what I suggest on item 3.2. Actually, I have an item to want to say today, but I forget. So actually, I have one item is wrong. So I need to send email all of you tomorrow. The item I want to say, number 1A, the 3 requests council to submit any topic is non-reasonable because they already have a 3 agree to submit. So you need to discuss what do you need. They always have a 3 vote, so I don't think you need it. Okay. The last item is I want to talk to the Mayor Chi Nguyen abused his position to control and corrupt Westminster City. I have on evidence, so I send all of you tomorrow. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Roger Mindrum, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Good evening, Roger Mindrum, resident of Westminster. What I have to say is covers everything on the agenda, really. The primary purpose of the First Amendment was to ensure that citizens have the right to address their government and criticize it without fear of reprisal by guaranteeing freedoms like freedom of speech, press, assembly, and the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. It was designed to allow citizens to express their opinions, including criticism of the government, without fear of legal repercussions. And the ability to criticize the government is considered essential for a healthy democracy, as it allows for public accountability and the ability to influence policy. At the last meeting, at about 1:59 a.m., a lot of people are concerned about the safety of certain council members, and just thought, I'd like to give her an opportunity to elaborate, to tell us that she's okay after her attack.
And tonight I got attacked by one of your activists, buddy, and stalking me in the car. That's what you advocate. You allow them to do that. You're a supporter, Carlos. So that's why they're doing it. And it's unacceptable. And tonight I got attacked by one of your activists, buddy, and stalking me in the car.
She was attacked last week and nobody asked her about it. Elaborate for us, please.
Our final speaker, Terry Raines.
A lighter agenda on this somber 23rd anniversary of 9/11 is proper after we endured Amy and Namquan's abhorrent behavior till 5:20 a.m. at the last meeting, even with the new speaking limits and decorum order in place. Amy, why did you pull item 2 on the closed session agenda? Item 3.5, thank you, Christine, for quickly finding an interim community development director. I'm sure Adolfo's relieved. Assuming council approval, welcome Director Vander Dussen to Westminster. We hope you can get the planning and building on track soon, as well as code enforcement. Item 5.1, we need a Bwell update now since the county just announced plans to pull funding later this month after an audit found systemic failures, not hiring qualified contractors, trading staff inadequately, not answering crisis calls, and shady billing practices. This on the heels of county lawyers filing a lawsuit against another nonprofit alleging they embezzled $10 million meant to feed seniors but used the money to buy homes instead. Last year, Bwell was forced to shut down its drug treatment program at the Orange campus because the contractor was not properly overseeing the program. Bwell's new leadership has a lot to explain. The county is removing Bwell from the Orange Orange campus, but is still working with them on the new Irvine campus. Newport Beach canceled their Bwell contract last week. Anaheim is considering their options. Irvine plans to establish their own mental health crisis program to replace Bwell. That leaves Garden Grove, Huntington Beach, Laguna Beach, and Westminster. The contract was meant to greatly help our police department and those in crisis. Initially, it looked promising, but how about now? We put almost $2 million of federal ARPA funds into this contract. Are we getting our full bang for our buck? Let's not be Andrew Doe contracting with nonprofits who fail to produce or won't abide by the rules and laws tied to federal funding and nonprofit status. Item 5.2, on Sunday, I emailed staff asking why the April 2024 strategic plan workshop metrics were not on the strategic plan page of the city's website. Staff needs to keep the strategic plan in the forefront of all city business and this council. Please approve the resolution to direct staff to implement the recommendations from the feasibility study. Question, does the general plan have to be amended to accomplish this, or just the zoning code? Item 5.3, the Supreme Court overturned the grants pass ruling, but why does the staff report imply possible future concerns with enforcement of our anti-camping ordinances? What concerns? Item 7.1, finally, the city needs a formal notification system that residents can sign up for to receive email alerts about all board meetings and agendas, including this Oversight Committee, to foster transparency and public participation. Item 10, Amy's AB 123 reports her excitedly telling us how mosquitoes have sex and that she attended a mandatory sex training class. She must be removed from all boards for cause. Show OCM VCD and the former AG, now presidential candidate, our council meeting videos, and they will surely agree. This council, as the appointing authority, must remove her regardless of the 2011 AG opinion. Go big and go home, Amy. District 1, recall Amy Fan West. Recall Amy Fan West. Recall Amy Fan West. Recall Amy Fan West. Recall Amy Fan West.
Mayor, we have no further speakers. Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. All right. This is for agendized item only. Yeah.
Are you looking to speak for items on the agenda?
That's what I want to say. Okay, no, I don't want to interrupt. Is it, if you want to speak on an item on the agenda right now, and then later in the meeting for items not on the agenda?
If you speak on the agendized item, then we can take it now. Or if not, then you have to wait until the end. When non-agenda item, then you can.
I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I think
right, thank
he
you.
said why she's speaking recall. That's not part of the agenda item. So he wants to say something too.
All right, next is.
Mayor, I'm sorry. While we were in the discussion, I did receive another speaker card for this oral communications period. I have Min Vu.
I just want to
Go
mention
kang translator
I just
out.
want to mention again that this is what agendized item only. Okay, so if you are talking anything else without the mentioning the agendized item, then please wait until the end.
Hello, tôi là Minh Vũ, tôi là cư dân Westminster.
I'm Min Vu, I'm the resident of Westminster City.
Tôi lúc nào cũng là muốn tất cả 5 nghị viên, 5 người ở đây á, là do chúng tôi bầu. Thì tôi luôn luôn là mong tất cả 5 người đoàn kết ngồi xuống với nhau.
Thưa quý chị, là cái này chỉ là cái item trong agenda item mà thôi. Nếu mà ngoài cái agenda item thì nếu mà chị không nói cái gì nó liên quan tới cái agenda đó, chị chờ cho tới cái phần mà non agenda item, phần cuối.
Tại cô.
Dạ, cảm ơn. Dạ, cảm ơn.
Ok, không sao. Thị trưởng cứ tôi nói không đúng thì thôi. Tôi muốn nói sơ nhưng mà thôi để lát.
Dạ vâng, để lúc sau đi nhé. Dạ, cảm ơn.
So she will wait for her turn
He
at
just
the
wants to
non-agenda
have
items.
Not talk.
With that, Mayor, we don't have any more speakers for agenda items.
All right.
I still can sign up to speak, right?
If you'd like to speak on agenda items, Kai, you could just go ahead. You don't need the card. It's okay.
At this time,
We've lost a
Mayor.
quorum.
Oh,
I'm sorry, but we lost the quorum at this time. So
6:57.
supposedly that when they leave the dais, they should look at the, but we lost the quorum right now, so we can't continue with the meeting. We have to wait until we have the quorum again.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, we're on break right now because there is no quorum, so the meeting is on a temporary break. So,
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So I still can.
no, please wait.
Done?
Please wait.
Okay. Okay.
Mayor, you want to take maybe a 5-minute break?
Okay,
Oh, we
we
have a quorum now.
Do I have? Go ahead and roll call again, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For roll call after the break was Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
My apology for not being able to control which council is leaving the dais.
Oh, that's
and
all
so
right.
that's
I can wait.
no. At this time here, we started the council meeting, so you go ahead and continue with your public comment. Mr. Kaidao, you can go ahead.
Yes, sorry about that. I heard someone was addressing the agenda. I listened to him and I want to follow up with what he has to say. But for right now, I don't know what's going on. I could not locate the issue that he was speaking about. So if you don't mind, there is. So I heard the person before me speaking about the right to speak and then the having to do with oral communication, something like that. Is that on the agenda?
No,
something
that's not
I
on
can
the
speak
agenda.
about? Because if it's not agendized, but I'm sure he spoke about it, I want to follow up with what he has to say regarding, what we has been chaotic and so I can't locate it right now.
If I may, that subject matter is on the agenda because we have an oral communications both at the beginning and at the end.
Right.
And also the issue of how council members add items to the agenda, that's also on the agenda at every meeting.
Yes, sir. That's what I
All
want
right,
to
okay.
address.
If that's the case, why don't you
So-
reset the 3 minutes for him?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So yeah, I hope that, if you guys, just like the lady said, can sit down and work together, united or not, agree with one another or not, but hopefully with the guidance of the city attorney, can come up with some kind of policy and hopefully a way so that, you guys can conduct the city's business more proficiently, more efficiently, and more professionally. And with all the rule that someone, I think, raised their objection regarding having to have 3 council members agree in order, support it in order to, agendize it, to put it on the, to put the item on the agenda for the next meeting. I think that's uncalled for. I'm sorry, Mr. Councilmember Manzo. I understand your argument. You said because you only support it because of the current situation, because of some council members abusing their power and bring up items that it's not worthy of the council to discuss according to you or according to the three of you. But I don't think that's how we should resolve the problem. You know, in a democratic society, it's, you know, in an all-American city, there's a way to deal with that. You know, I'm in no position to teach you guys how to do your job, but I'm sure in other cities, you know, even if they have some rogue council members, they try to, you know, create a scene in the council. But if you know how to preside, how to conduct, how to manage the meeting, you still would be able to move on. And if you treat, you know, if you stick to the rule, respect the law, and being non-partisan, non-biased, if you have respect, you would have the approval, the guidance of the city attorney to ask whoever is creating a scene to stop. And I'm sure at the third request, you would be able to ask the officers here to escort whoever is disrupting the meeting to leave the council chamber. And that's the way that you should do it, not coming up with rules and law to shut the opposition. Thank you very much.
Before City Clerk call the next speaker, I would like to ask the city attorney, can you justify what the speaker just was speaking about is the agenda item? Because I want to learn so that I can do it right. I know that you said that this is on the agenda, and I don't know whether it's on the agenda or not. To me, right now, I consider that that was not on the agenda.
You want me to respond to the comment?
Yes.
Yes, and it is on the agenda, so that was an appropriate thing.
I just want to know how you come up.
I'll give a brief response. I think what the public needs to understand is that there's two rules that apply, one to the public, because this is what's called in the First Amendment a limited public forum. It's not a public, general or a traditional public forum like a park where nobody can, you can say whatever you want. You can't, we can't restrict that. This is a limited public forum, meaning you have a right to come in here and speak, but it's limited to reasonable rules that the council can adopt. And so in this case, the council has 3 minutes that you can come up here and speak, exercise your First Amendment right, and then you sit down, and you shouldn't be disrupting. Let the other people go forward and exercise their speech. The council is a little bit different because they're elected officials. So they have the right of the public to go, and in fact, sometimes when they have a conflict, a council member will declare the conflict and say, you know, but I want to go down. That's right next door to my house, and I'm going to exercise my 3 minutes and express their concern about whatever the issue is. So they still have that same right of a citizen. But the right that a council member has is one of having been elected to represent a particular area of the city, a district, or at the mayor at large. And that is an election by the people to speak on behalf of the people of that particular area, the district. And so the right to remain within a council meeting, which is the designated forum within which they're elected to speak, is a much higher right. You can't just treat them the same as you would the public. And what the state law is very clear on is it says that when the member of the public is disrupting the meeting, it has to be an actual disruption, and they have to be warned. And then if they continue to disrupt the meeting, then the mayor can remove you. That same rule does not as easily apply to a council member. And believe me, I've looked into this issue. And multiple attorneys, very experienced attorneys, have all said this is not something that should be approached very lightly. So I think what we've been seeking to do is establish a very clear record Because if actual disruption of the meeting is occurring and it's continuing to occur and it's continuing to occur, you want to establish an extremely strong record before you would ever, that there is an actual disruption by a council member before you would ever take that step, would be what, that has been the advice given thus far. We don't easily remove a council member from a meeting. The better approach is to try and do some of the things that have been done in order to focus the discussion, and hopefully everybody will be able to work together and not, not personal attacks on each other. We should have a responsible meeting where we respect one another's right to speak, even if we disagree.
All right, thank you for clarification, but I'd like to follow up. I think there's a misunderstanding there too. I'd like to know, based on what he's talking about, and you said that he can address us because what he's addressing is an agendized item. I don't think it's an agenda item. I think it's not an agenda item, but you said what he said is, he said the right to say, because basically you said it is an agendized item. How?
Well, do you want to respond to that?
It's just, did I say decipher for the city attorney? Yeah. So he's asking, because you indicated that he had the right to talk about oral communications, you had indicated that oral communications is an item that is agendized on the agenda. It is item number 2 of the agenda. So it is related to oral communications, item number 2.
Item number 2?
Oral communications is listed as item number 2 on the agenda.
Yeah, I think when he was speaking, he was asking about whether or not his comments were about being able to speak and council members being able to put items on the agenda. And then I answered your question that you were asking. So I have a question, City Attorney. So earlier, the lady and Ron wanted to come and speak because the item number 2, which is oral communication, and they're just trying to talk about the item. And then I guess Mr. Mayor say, oh, if it's not related to the agenda item, which is the 5 point something or whatever that they're thinking of, then they can't speak now. But they just want to speak on oral communication. And they should have the right, instead of Mr. Mayor coming in and stopping them, because they're my supporter. Let me just say that this whole issue of the general rule is that you're allowed to speak on items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. That's within the Brown Act, and that is what you seek to abide by. The problem here is that it's very easy for someone to stand up here and start talking and tie it to any agenda item, what they're saying. So we don't want to be in the business of parsing every little thing that people say. If something is very clearly not related to something on the agenda, then we just let them know, and we ask them to come back and talk during the non-agenda portion. If, as happened with many of the speakers here, they're talking about different agenda items and then they happen to throw something in at the end, we just don't want to be parsing everything that somebody says. We've got to just let people speak as a general rule, is what I would say. Unless what they're doing is obviously nothing to do with the agenda, then we just respectfully ask them to please speak during the non-agenda portion.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I have a...
Yes, please.
Yeah, City Attorney, I understood the mayor's question, but what you were explaining for like 5 minutes, I don't think you were answering his question. His question was that the topic that the speaker, how does that qualify as the subject of oral communication? And he went on to speak about item agenda placement. That's not oral communication. He was asking, how does that qualify?
You're correct. That particular
how does he qualify? How does that subject qualify?
You don't have the 5 minutes. Okay.
5 minutes?
You don't have the 5 minutes. Okay, let's start the clock.
If you want to
speak,
I asked the mayor for permission to speak.
No. We are equally.
Councilman, let him finish.
No. If you want to talk for 5 minutes.
You are recognized at this time.
Let
I will go to you, but let's
It's like you are prosecute the guy.
I'm not prosecuting, I'm asking the
Come on.
clarification. I don't know you were...
No. You guys are prosecuting him.
Councilmember Nguyen, I ask you nicely, let him finish and I will turn to you. Would you please? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just asking for a clarification because he was trying to ask, and I wanted to know as well, how does that subject matter, what he was speaking about, qualify as oral communication subject, not, you know, are you getting where I'm going with this question?
Yes, and that particular issue is not on the agenda.
That's what we're talking about.
He started on one thing, and then he switched to another. It wasn't for me to interrupt that because the mayor was running the meeting, and then he asked me a question about it.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, I would like to close the oral communication for agenda items only. And based on the discussion of the co-session, I would like to pull item 5.3. Out of the agenda item today, so there's no discussion on that. So I will make a motion for that.
Second.
So the motion is to completely remove it from the agenda, is that
That's
correct? Okay.
Why? I mean, can we discuss it?
Okay, you can go ahead and
I mean, there's a
Talk about
purpose why, you know, we need to know the legal law of how we, this council and this city can apply the legal law so that way we don't get in trouble or overstep when it comes to homelessness. And it's also important for the council to know and also for our law enforcement. So I think it's very important for the public to know what our legal rights as well that they can hold us accountable to. So, Mr. Mayor, I think it's crucial for us to know.
Yeah, what is the reason for you to pull it?
I will answer it. If you were to attend the closed session, then you understand why that we have to pull this item. But we can't disclose what we discuss in the closed session. At this time, I will refer it to city attorney to answer these questions.
Are we able to talk about this, item 5.3?
Yes, let me just briefly.
Just the legal aspect of it.
The city council met in closed session to discuss this subject. It is disclosable because the council on a majority vote agreed to disclose just what the subject matter was, which was to discuss this issue of the city's response in light of the Grants Pass case. And so there was a discussion, and that's the only issue that was disclosable.
Yeah, I have a question for the city attorney. So as far as I know, in the closed session, this item is not agendized for you to talk about it, and then you three talk about it and make decision, right?
No.
You guys violated the Brown Act.
Hold on. I'm not going to answer it.
Wow.
Let the city attorney answer it. Was it agendized to talk in the school session? I'm not going to answer that. Let the city manager and also the city attorney to answer that question, please.
There was a closed session item to discuss this issue related to its legal impacts upon the city. So that was a closed session discussion that was authorized.
So that's the answer.
So
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor and City Attorney. So when we, I guess the requirement last council meeting is to have 3 to put on the agenda. So what we did is me and Nam Quang put the grant pass to ask you guys for discussion, and you guys vote no on it, right? And then why would you guys go closed session? 3 of you guys talk about it, which you guys know what. That's Brown Act violation there.
We didn't an answer for that. What's going on here?
What are you guys, please explain.
There's obviously a motive behind this.
City, I didn't put it, I didn't agendize this item, and I don't believe that the other two. So, city attorney and city manager, go ahead and answer that question, please.
I think I don't want to go into too much detail on this because of, I mean, the reason it was on closed session was for a very specific reason. So what I would say is that I raised the issue that this is something we should be discussed in closed session, and that's why it was added, and I spoke to the city manager about it as something needed to be added.
All right, thank you very much. So at this time here.
Can I have a question with the city manager or city clerk? So when I read the closed session agenda, right, I don't see this on the agenda for closed session. So it's not disclosed to the public properly.
So, no. So when it's listed as anticipated litigation, it's not disclosed what the item is about. But as Christian had stated earlier in his comments, that the council majority did vote in closed session tonight to disclose what the topic was about, which is why it's being disclosed.
This is totally wrong. This is totally wrong.
You know, this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the closed session August 28th at 4 p.m. It says right here in your agenda item, conference with legal counsel pursuant of Government Code Section 54956.9, potential litigation number case number 1, evaluation of the letter from Vice Mayor Ho, attorneys received on August 14, 2024. So that's potential litigation on the 28th. But then in this agenda for tonight, September 11th, it says conference and legal counsel anticipate litigation pursuant code 54956.9. Number of case 1, but it didn't list what it did in this one. So no one knows. The public didn't know what you guys are discussing about closed session versus last council meeting is evaluating the letter from Vice Mayor Ho, attorneys received on August 14, 2024. This has nothing. No one knows what you guys are talking about. I thought you guys supposed to disclose it on here.
Yeah.
Why are you guys double
Absolutely.
standard right here?
Absolutely.
I can answer that. if
Okay,
I
go
could.
ahead.
Yeah. So under the Brown Act, there's very limited reasons that you can meet in closed session. They're very specific subjects. Litigation is one of those. Under the litigation exception, there are different ways to list it depending on the situation. So if you have active litigation that's already been filed and all the parties know what case is being, it's in court, it's a public knowledge. You have to list what the case is. So we'll list it, Westminster versus whoever it is on the agenda with the case number. In this particular case, under section D2, when the parties or the people at issue who could potentially create a litigation problem for the city are aware of the issue, then we have a duty to disclose that on the agenda. So in the case of Councilwoman Ho, she had publicly said that she had a letter. She had provided the letter. She was aware that the council was going to meet, so we had to list that. So the public knows, okay, they're meeting about the letter that she publicly talked about. And the same thing was true with the county termination letter. That was also listed on there. But many other times when the parties at issue are not aware of the issue, then we don't list it because the public shouldn't know, because we wouldn't want to disclose to the people who potentially might sue the city that we're talking about something in order to avoid or minimize litigation.
City Attorney, I agree with you because you say the Government Code Section 54956.9D2, under the section of Vice Mayor Ho, attorney received a potential litigation right there. Under this one, September 11th, it says the same thing, City Attorney. I agree with you. To the Government Code Section 54956.9D2, you're supposed to release that information. You did not. Both are D2, City Attorney. And you just stated that if it's under D2, you should show that evidence.
No. Sometimes, in most cases, we don't. It's only in situations where that applies and it's known. So
And
in
you
this
did
case,
say that potential litigation, who's suing us for Grant Pass. And plus, Grant Pass has a lawsuit number, if you guys are going to talk about Grant Pass. So you can't deny that, City Attorney.
I don't think we should go any further into the discussion on this.
All right.
We could agendize
But
that.
you know what, the problem I'm concerning is why we as a council members didn't get any message or any alert that these gang of threes are making decisions behind our back.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
Please, please.
I thought
sir.
code of conduct, no shut up or
Yeah.
anything like that, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
So, or yelling, they're yelling.
Please. That's why I stopped, okay?
Yeah.
Please.
Do your
let me
job.
handle the meeting, please. So, I guess that we have gone through enough, and also the city attorney answered the questions that you guys are concerned about, to the point that he said that he doesn't feel comfortable to continue with this item. So at this time here, I would like to ask to move forward. We have the motion on the floor.
You know what, just for the record, I just want to say that these three council members, Chi Chaling Nguyen, Carlos Manzo, and Kimberly Ho, has violated the Brown Act.
Yeah, that's all right. You can say whatever you want to say, but if you were at the closed session, then you should understand why we are doing what we're doing right now. So at this time here,
And plus, there's no transparency, Mr. Mayor. It's under D2.
If you were at the meeting, then you
there's
should
no
know about it.
transparency. Because last time you listed that, and you list the other one as well.
I didn't list anything. I didn't
The
list
city
anything.
attorney did. I'm not
Okay,
talking
all right.
about you.
You didn't
I'm talking
follow
about the city attorney.
protocol.
So at this time here, I'd like to call for questions. Is there a second to call for questions on this item? Not to discuss about this item.
Well,
What
the
are we-
things that
Yeah, if we-
I
You have
asked
a, you have
the
a motion
attorney.
and a second.
We have a motion and a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a
Let's
second,
vote.
then
Let's just
we
vote.
don't need to call for a question, right? Okay.
No, you can
So-
just take the vote.
Okay, we can go ahead and call for the vote.
You want to?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor
Substitute
There's a
Nguyen.
substitute motion.
Okay, all right, okay. what
So
is
substitute motion, like I mentioned earlier, it is important for the public to hear
Right.
what the grant pass legally law for the council as well to protect us on here, and what our law enforcement, what legally that they should continue to do. Since the Supreme Court, I think it's important for us as a council here, the law enforcement and the public to know what is the legal way that we can do regarding dealing with homelessness. We don't want to break any law. We don't want to have any lawsuit to the city. So please, I think it's important for the public and for the council and law enforcement to know. And so my motion, substitute motion, is for us to discuss on that.
Yeah, you know what?
What?
Clearly,
Is there a
clearly-
second to that?
Yeah, I am going to second her. I
Okay.
second her. Okay,
So we have a
can I
substitute
speak?
motion. Go ahead.
Clearly that this is the very important issue for us to openly discuss because it's very important to this going to be involved into the homelessness issue also. So we should have, discussed about it. There's nothing to hide.
Yeah, transparency.
There's
Transparency.
nothing to hide. As a
Why
city
didn't you-
attorney already said, it
Ah.
may involve with the lawsuit and legal issues. That's the reason why we have make decision as we not to discuss about it.
What
But if you
talking
were
about?
both in the meeting, you can voice your opinion at that time. Why didn't you attend the
That's
meeting?
your Brown
Okay.
Act.
We
Can you
have,
keep order,
we have-
please?
We have the substitute motion on the floor, and go ahead and call for
No,
the vote, please.
we are still.
Go ahead and call for the vote.
Mr. Mayor?
Can we
you,
still
Mayor.
have 5
Yeah,
minutes
the
to talk
thing is
about
that
it?
we're
Call for the
talking
vote.
about this,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
If you want,
That's
if you
the rule.
request,
And the
request
thing
it,
is that on this
Can she
agenda,
has 5 minutes to talk about
on
it?
this agenda, Mr. Mayor, it seems like things aren't lining up.
Set the clock.
The closed session last council under section 54956.9
Can you pause on
allowed
that?
to list it.
Can you pause on that,
The
please?
same thing for
Councilmember
under
West.
me recalling
Per
the
Councilmember
case
Nguyen.
of
Councilmember
litigation.
West, would you please let me finish?
I thought I
Per
had my 5
Councilmember
minutes to
Nguyen,
speak.
I will allow to have another 5 minutes, although we have the substitute motion and original motion on the floor. But let's finish with the 5 minutes, and we are no longer discuss about this item. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just feel like what has been, if we look back, I have proof, I've been screenshotting everything. The last closed agenda item, you listed of the potential litigation under section D2. This too, for this closed session tonight, under D2 for both, which is a D2 and D3 for the other one, you list what it is about. And I think some of the comment from the public before, I think Roger wanted us to have transparency in this area to list what we're going to be discussed about in closed session, but doesn't have to discuss or write in detail. Just list it. That's all what we are talking about. And that's what you guys been doing, city attorney and city manager. You guys been doing that. But then with this, you guys don't list it under D2. It's just, I'm confused. I just feel like there's something not lining up. You guys are not consistent in transparency under D2. So I'm just asking, that we have time to make sure we list that because the public have asked for that transparency aspect.
I believe the
And I think
city
it's
attorney
important.
already answered that question, so I don't know that you have any other questions.
I'm not asking a question.
Okay.
I'm still having my
Okay,
turn. Thank you.
It's
So
not your turn. It's a 5 minutes discussion. So
I
for the
know
whole
you're
council.
taking my time,
her
Mr.
time.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Thank
not her
you.
time.
That's her time.
It's not,
Yeah, you're
it's
taking
not
my
5 minutes
time.
of
I'm
her
still
time.
talking. It's 3 minutes.
She has,
Let me tell you.
she has 5 minutes.
Hold on. This is not, I said that 5 minutes that the whole council discussing about this. We are not applying the other rules, because if we applying the other rules, we apply it from the beginning already. So at this time here, with this 5 minutes here, we all discussed about it, and we will end. It's right there. Okay. Anybody else?
I'll just have a quick comment.
Mr. Mayor, I still have my time. May I
It's not
redeem my
your
time?
time that I per se, that I said it already.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, I have
That's outrageous.
3:23. May I redeem my time?
No. This is the
I still
time
have
for the
3
whole council.
You
Don't you understand what
already
I'm trying to
passed
say?
a rule that allow
You just
council
say we
member
have
have
5
5 minutes talking.
Okay.
You
At
just
this
tell
time
us we
here-
have 5 minutes. I'm
All right.
still have
And then
3
you
minutes.
break the rule again.
Go ahead and
Right?
finish the
You
5
can
minutes.
talk.
Mr.
have the right
Mayor,
to
may I
talk.
redeem my time?
No.
May I
it
finish
is-
my time? I
it is
still
the
have 3
5 minutes
minutes.
for the whole council. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish this for 5 minutes, and then we will vote on it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so on June 2024, the U.S. Supreme Court issued an opinion in the case of City Grant Pass, Oregon versus Johnson, case number 23-175. That's what you guys should put on, to be honest with you, in transparency for closed session, so we know, and the public know. For this decision, the City Council asked staff to provide a brief presentation on the court ruling. That's all we're asking, is that there's a presentation presented to the public, for the council here, and for the police department. The City Attorney Office is prepared to make a presentation to provide an overview of the decision. The City Attorney Office is prepared to provide that. That's all we're asking to discuss today. It will also include a decision about potential future concerns with the enforcement and anti-camping ordinance. What's wrong with that? I think the public deserve to know, the council deserve to know, the law enforcement deserve to know. I think that's reasonable. I'm not asking anything more than that. And also, the City Attorney's Office already prepared to present tonight. Give a presentation, I think it's 5 minutes. So, Mr. Mayor, if you let the city attorney present 5 minutes from his office, I think that's all we're asking, and I think the public deserve to know that. May the attorney's office present that, city?
Do we have
I think this.
Okay, I believe that we have a council in Jones Mayor, represent right here. So we should allow him to talk.
Yeah, he said he already have
If
the
you don't have
presentation.
anything behind to hide, okay? Why don't you let the guy talk and present? Okay, unless you have something to hide.
Then why we have the motion? At this time, I would like to ask the city attorney. We have the substitute motion on the floor, and we have the original motion. Is that okay for us to go ahead and proceed with the roll call vote?
Well,
We have spent enough time to talk on this. If we can't, then we can move on with the call for questions. Which one do you prefer?
City Attorney, do you
Attorney.
have the presentation that you can present 5 minutes for us to know, since it's on the agenda item? Do you have that?
This is in the council's discretion whether or not they want a presentation or not. But we would be prepared if they wanted us to.
Okay, so council, I'm asking the council mayor again. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Ho, and Mr. Carlos, can we have the 5-minute presentation for the public to know,
I just
for
don't
us to know?
understand.
Okay, so you asked that
Yeah,
with
may
the
we?
substitute motion already. So let's vote on that substitute motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'm asking the question.
That's what
May
you're
we?
asking for, and it is in the motion. So why don't we go through
Can
the
my
motion?
time stop running,
No.
Ashton?
Go ahead,
I
go
still
ahead and
have
call for
time.
motion, please.
I
Well,
have
the
a
thing is that
substitute
I still have
motion
my time.
made
I have
by Councilwoman.
50
I do have the
seconds.
time.
No, I told
May
you
I
the clock
finish?
is
Still ticking.
That's okay.
No, at
Right
least
now, I
on,
told you already. That's 5
No,
minutes
no, no,
for the
no.
whole council.
You didn't order
I
what
asked
you
you,
just said.
I asked you, we have the motion on the floor. Let's call for
No,
the vote.
let her finish her talking and then.
Mr. Mayor, I have 48
Yeah.
seconds. May I
No.
finish? Mr. Mayor, may I finish at 48 seconds?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So city attorney already said that he has a presentation, 5 minutes, to present to the public on the Supreme Court ruling on the homelessness. So we as council can be diligent in doing our job, knowing what is the law, and then also law enforcement. I think that is a reasonable request. So I'm asking the mayor and vice mayor and Monzo, Mr. Monzo, please let the public know what the law is so we can know and be equipped for the city. We want to save the city money, so please. I don't think there's anything you guys need to hide, so let the public know.
I think there's a lot of things that need to hide. They are hiding.
I don't
That's
think
why.
there should be anything,
Okay.
so.
All right, your 5 minutes is up.
So
This
let's
one?
ask the public, do you guys want to hear the presentation, 5
No,
minutes?
the public cannot decide for the city council.
You know, we're
Well,
just
the public
asking.
has a
Yeah, we're
voice.
just asking.
So please, one, say yes if you want to hear it, yes.
Yeah, if you want to hear it, say yes. Yeah.
loud, so we can hear it. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, 5
Please.
minutes, yes.
Please,
City attorney,
please
please.
maintain order, please.
Please,
we said,
at
you
this
could-
time here, we are conducting the meeting, and we don't want anything from, even the council asked that question, the council shouldn't be asking that question. I am running the meeting, not the council. Please, obey to the rule.
Mr.
of
Mayor,
decorum, so
May I
ma'am,
substitute
at
my
this
motion,
time here,
edit my substitute motion?
I thought that you already substitute motion. Don't you understand? You are the one who asked for the
If
substitute.
you
I
want
know,
to
but I want to
modify that,
revise
okay.
it, modify
If you
it. May I
modify, go ahead and
modify
amend
it?
it.
Yes.
Go ahead and amend
Okay,
it.
so my modified motion is, since the council majority here does not want us to hear it, I modify it, so in that way you can send that clip, at least to the council and department head, so we can know.
No. You know what?
Presentation.
Let me ask if let me propose this. We are going to allow the council here talk about it. You
The
want to make that
council?
motion? Yeah, the council.
The council, the public?
Yeah.
Well, of course, the public they just say yes, but the majority on the council here do not want
No, you
the
make that
attorney.
motion.
But I substitute motion because I want to respect the mayor. I want to respect the public. At least we get that information from the attorney's office because that's what he's paid to do, to protect us. And if the majority of the council do not want to hear that legal presentation, then we have no other way. I feel like we have to ask for that slideshow, that presentation sent to the council and department head so we can listen in our own time and present it on press conference or something.
Mayor,
So if is that
we have a
reasonable?
motion right now, and the sole issue is addressing whether or not the motion or the substitute motion should be approved. So that's what's being discussed right now. We've already had quite a bit of discussion on it. I would simply ask if Councilmember Nguyen had anything to add, and
Yes.
and then after that, take your vote unless some other council member has a comment.
Do you agree to modify your motion to add Gary, the attorney, to Gary, can you stand up, please?
Who's Gary?
Gary.
Oh, you're the attorney to
Yes.
present.
Gary.
Yes. So
okay.
our attorney is right here in his office. He's ready to present. Yes, I want
Right.
him to present to
The
us.
city is paying for him
Yes,
to be
paying
here.
for him.
Okay, so let him
Guys,
speak.
It's on the
Let's-
agenda. We're paying for him
Okay,
to
so
represent.
what are you afraid of? The three of you. What are you afraid of? Be transparency.
Yeah.
Let me
Okay,
ask.
so if you make
let
that
me ask-
motion,
Yes,
make that motion.
I make the motion to have Gary, who we pay with the city's money, the public, the people's tax dollars. We already pay him to be here.
Right.
So please.
Let me remind the two
Have him
councils,
present it.
Councilmember Nguyen
Let
and
her- let her-
hold on.
let her talk.
Let me remind you, Councilman Nguyen and Councilmember West, we already have the motion on the floor, and you want to make a substitute motion.
That's my
and now you
substitute.
want to amend the substitute
Right,
motion.
yes.
You are
Yeah.
not going to make a substitute. You are not going to make a motion. Motion already on the floor.
I already
So if you want
made
to
a,
just
amend-
I
amend her
amend, I
motion.
did.
Go
I
ahead.
just amend.
Mayor, I think you
I
can
just
take the
amend,
motion at this
Mr. Mayor.
point. We've had discussion, if that's what your question was.
Go ahead and amend
Take
your
your
motion.
Okay, so my amend motion is to have Gary, who we pay the taxpayers' money, he's here to present the 5-minute presentation legally regarding the grant pass for us to know as a council, also department head and law enforcement and the public to know. So I think that's my substitute motion.
And is there a second to that?
Mr. Nguyen?
Is there a
I
to
second
that?
it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion, substitute motion amended, and the second on the floor. We can go ahead and vote on that.
Thank you, Mayor. I have
a
an-
quick question.
Hold on.
I have a quick question as far as procedure. The question is whether we discuss or not discuss. What's the reason for a substitute? It's the original question is to
No.
discuss or not discuss 5.3. Is that not correct? So why do we need a substitute motion to do the same thing?
Who are you asking?
The city attorney.
All right, say it.
It's their motion. They're
No, I'm asking-
entitled to make a motion.
No, I know, I'm asking you, isn't that the same thing, where the original motion, to discuss or not discuss?
They're
No,
entitled to
but
make a
there's-
motion. There's a motion on the table.
That's not
That
the
is
question.
a
Okay, let's-
motion on the table.
I understand that's the motion on the
So
table. The
if you
question-
want to change,
He's
Mr.
answered
Monzo, you
your
want to
question
change your
already.
decision?
Right.
I think the public would love to know.
All right, just
Would you want to know about
just
the homeless
answer
legal law
why
for
you
us?
guys, doesn't want Gary, the attorney, talk about it. Just
Yeah,
5
we're paying
minutes.
him. Carlos,
we
you want
already
to
paid
save
him.
money?
Can you guys,
Mr.
it's
Monzo.
very difficult to
So do you have
keep
anything
track
to
of who's
hide?
talking, and you're only one person at a
Have anything
time.
to
I
hide?
believe that we are ready to proceed with.
Mr. Monzo, you want to change your vote?
Just
Since
look at
Mr.
you.
Gary's here.
Let's go ahead and do
There's
that,
a whole lot
please.
of
Okay,
things
I have a
behind it.
substitute motion which was amended by Councilman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to move forward with agenda item 5.3 to hear the staff presentation
With Gary
with Gary Krinker.
presenting it. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll call roll for the substitute motion. Councilman Fan West.
Before you do that, add in there like
Come
what
on,
my
just vote.
motion is.
Come on, vote for
I
it.
don't think you finished my motion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
do it
it's not
correctly, please,
entirely
City Clerk.
correct. Yeah,
My
that's part of
substitute
it.
motion was to have Gary, that's paid by the taxpayers' money today, to do the 5-minute presentation. That is the correct substitute motion. Please, do it add it correctly. Thank you.
And may I remind you that the presentation going to be sent to the whole
Yeah,
council?
to send to the whole council and department head. That is my substitute motion. Please. Thank you, Ashton.
Okay, so I have an amended substitute motion made by Councilwoman Van West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen, to have Gary Krinker, being paid by taxpayer money, to provide the 5-minute presentation, and for the city attorney's office to send the presentation to the entire city council and department heads.
Yes, thank you, Ashton.
Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to say something because it seems like I keep getting cut off. That is the original item, is to have Gary do the presentation. He was going to do it from the get-go. So why are we making substitute motions on something that was already going to happen?
No, Mr. Mayor wants to remove it. He didn't want to talk about it. I think you forgot. You didn't listen. Mr. Monzo, you didn't listen to his motion. Mr. Mayor,
Obviously,
you
you guys
forgot what
don't
Mr. Mayor just motioned?
My motion is, my vote is yes.
No, don't.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor motioned to not talk about this. Monzo, listen, please.
I already voted.
Listen, please.
I already voted.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Next one.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Okay, go ahead, cast your vote. No.
Yes.
Okay, you know what? If you don't mind, I would like to speak without any interruption. If you don't mind, you know what? I think there's just total lack of decorum. And this is like an absolute circus, and I have to bear this. And please, if you guys are listening, if you guys are watching at home, I am so sorry. But let me just say this.
Mr. Mayor,
May I speak without interruption?
Turn on the clock.
I don't mind. I'm going to take less than 5 minutes.
All right, you have 5 minutes, like everybody else. Turn it on.
I'm going to
Right
just
now,
have...
Mr. Mayor. Hold on,
Why
please.
is, Mr. Mayor, it's your meeting.
Come on, please, okay? Please, be
First
quiet,
of all-
let her finish.
First of all, I'd like to say that when you come on the council, as new as you are, you need to learn, because what the city attorney is telling you, he is not lying. It's just part of the process. It is part of the process. He is not lying. So, if you don't learn it and you're just twisting his words and you're trying to, just because things you don't understand, you say that people lie. That is wrong. And number two is that you should have been at the closed session every time, including today. And
You guys should close that
may
in the
I
closed session
speak?
meeting.
May I speak?
You guys are hiding something.
You know what? You were, as part of your responsibility, you should have been there every time. And so today, you assume that this is a session that's going to talk about some other matters.
If we are there, we're going
Today,
to witness that you guys colluded together, the three of you.
Yeah, you guys just
colluded together.
Please.
Every single time.
Please, this lack of decorum is really embarrassing. File
Unless you turn on the clock,
FPPC.
then she
They have
only got
violated the
9
Brown
minutes.
I'd
Act.
like to ask,
Yes,
I'd like to ask
keep order, please.
you, I need
keep
you
order?
to be in order first.
the Brown
Okay,
Act.
as a council, you have to be an example for it.
keep order,
Please,
please.
you are not recognized at this time. Councilmember West, you are not recognized at this time. Let's continue with Councilmember Ho.
Can you turn on the clock?
Please. No, at this time, we are not going to turn on the clock anymore. We are having,
so after
we are
you talk,
already
I'm going to
proceed,
talk.
we are proceed with the votes already. So
We
there is
spent,
no.
thank you,
There's no time.
Thank you. We spent over an hour to speak on this item in closed session. Unfortunately, you chose not to come. This is the reason why you are so confused. And then you come out here, you waste everybody's time. And then you accuse people of hiding, you accuse of this and that. That's childish game. And so this is the reason why we urge you to please come and attend. That's your responsibility as a council member. And now, the reason why we cannot come out here and speak on the subject is because in closed session, we already voted, and if I may just say that we will not have it disclosed out here. And that is because we want to protect our city. And that is the reason. It is not because we want to hide from you. Why would we hide from you? You were invited to the closed session meeting, that was your prerogative. I'm not here to judge you, but I'm telling you, it is your prerogative to come or not to come. It is your constituents who have to look at you and judge you. So I just want to tell you that this is the whole reason why it is such a circus. So please come next time. I beg you. You owe it to your constituents to attend. Please. So
Number one, Mr. Mayor,
Charlie,
no
can I
rebuttal because she's...
No, you allow her to
Yeah,
talk.
you allow her to
Charlie,
talk.
you allow her to talk. Hold on. Yes.
May I allow my turn to vote,
You
I
allow her to
believe?
talk. I demand my right to talk.
Councilmember Nguyen, let me.
You should allow him to talk.
Hold on.
You allow Manzo to talk. You allow Kimberly to talk.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
I'm sorry,
demand my
that I
right to
believe
talk.
that
No.
I spoke when I was
Hold on.
asked to vote.
Let me finish.
Mayor, I was asked to vote.
You guys are not transparent at all.
Let me go ahead and
You
finish.
guys have something to hide.
At this time
Is that
here, I would
what
like
you-
to ask all council members
Why you try to silence me?
to stay. No, I'm not. I'm trying to answer you right now. I am trying to answer you.
Okay, say it. Say it out loud.
Before we take the vote, we have a chance to discuss about it. And when it comes to their turn to vote, they can have a brief comment, just like you. Okay, so when it comes to Councilmember Manzo, he have the right to talk about it before he casts for his vote. Same thing for Vice Mayor Ho. He can do the same. Why didn't you take the chance to do it at the time that you vote? I wouldn't stop you. Okay, at this time here, I am not silencing you. I am following the rules that we have to conduct the meeting. This is Robert's rules.
I'm waiting for my
at
5
this time
minutes.
here, what is your vote if you want to vote?
Okay,
for that?
City Clerk, what am I voting on? Could you repeat?
The substitute motion.
Please go ahead and repeat.
So it is the substitute motion to allow Gary Krinker, being paid by taxpayer money, to provide the presentation, and for the city attorney's office to send the presentation to the entire city council and department heads.
Okay, I believe that what we said in closed session to protect our city should not be repeated out here, but making use of our city attorney, not city attorney, but Mr. Gary.
Please, sit down. Sit
If
down.
Mr. Gary could, okay.
I'd like to call for 5 minutes recess. Please, at this time, I would like to call for 5 minutes recess. All council members are going inside. We're passing the 5 minutes recess. I'd like to restart the meeting. I would like to restart the meeting, please. If media, would you please, I restart the meeting. So if you want to continue to talk, can you discuss it outside of the council chamber, please? Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Bonzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
We are in the middle of the voting process, so we'll go ahead and continue your vote, Vice Mayor Ho. This is for substitute motion.
No.
Mayor Nguyen,
No.
Okay.
Mayor, I need to reconsider my vote. My vote is based on our legal counsel, based on our legal counsel to keep our city safe from litigation. I reconsider my vote is no. We had extensive, detailed reporting from both our city attorneys during closed session. So that's why.
All right, thank you.
with the change in vote, it is substitute motion failed 2-3.
No.
Okay, now we are going to vote on the original motion.
The original motion on the floor was made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo to remove agenda item 5.3 from the agenda. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Okay, before I vote, I want to let you guys know the closed session that they discussed, which is a violation of Brown Act, and they disclose it by they did not disclose the title, what they're talking about. That is wrong in and of itself, okay? There's going to be a lot of attorney lawsuit on how they craft things. They're hiding something. And number two, the attorney that we pay, he's not going to go in detail what you guys talk about that you violate the Brown Act.
Wow.
So the thing is that they're going to talk about just general presentation to the public. That's his job. So Mr. Monzo, don't accuse that the city attorney does not know how to present to protect us, okay? He's not going to expose all the detail, okay? He's going to present enough for us to protect ourselves.
Next time, show up.
So Mr. Monzo, that is your violation of Brown Act. That will be reported for FPPC.
All right.
And so the thing is that, FPPC will be filed.
Yeah.
Okay,
You guys filed this closed session, and it's not correct, okay? And you guys are hiding it when you find the section D2. So it's very important that you guys remember to be transparent and consistent, okay, to the public, because they deserve it. And number two, when the council here, majority, decided not to allow the attorney to do a presentation, a basic presentation on the grant pass lawsuit, the Supreme Court, that in and of itself shows us that there's something you guys are hiding, and you guys have the majority of power, and you guys do not care what's best of interest. And plus, we pay in the million to our attorney every year. You know that, and that's public record. I can show you guys the proof, okay? So we pay him in the million of the people's tax dollars. So the people deserve to know, just to protect ourselves, so the council can know how to protect ourselves, and the law enforcement know how to protect themselves from lawsuit, from homelessness, okay? So
what's your vote?
Why are you guys not letting? So number one, I see that the power, okay, you guys have the power, you guys are abusing it. Number two, there's something you guys are hiding. And the reason
I think
is
you are repeating it. So would you please cast your vote?
Yes, I'm going to cast my vote, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So my vote is no, because I want transparency.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Bonzo.
All right,
Yes.
next.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm going to speak before I cast my vote.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to respond to Kimberly Hall about accusing us of twisting words. Okay? Twisting words.
Yes, you did say that.
Twisting
You want me to
words.
replay it?
Please.
Mr. Mayor, this is your meeting. She says, shut your mouth.
Come on, please.
The public says,
Because of
shut your
you.
mouth. No,
Listen,
Mr. Mayor, it's your
listen.
meeting.
At this point here,
Don't point
none of
finger
you
at
guys-
us. It's your meeting. You
because
say
they are your
everything from
people,
your head.
and then you are
Why
council
are you
member
running
West
your
like that?
meeting?
You are not recognized at this time. The person who recognized to speak right now is Councilmember Nguyen. Go ahead.
But you have to keep order when I say
Yes.
talking.
I will.
Mr. Mayor.
Can you issue an order?
If she is not talking, then there is not the responding. So let's go ahead, and you are recognized to speak right now. So please,
All right.
everyone else.
Okay, about twisting words, you three are the worst of twisting words. Okay, just for now, I'm telling you this. Manzo, he just twisting his word by, reversing his vote. Man, what a shame. You do this all the time, okay? So people see that. All right. So you guys are very often, threaten to fire city attorney.
Yeah.
And I know that there want to be a day that you guys going to, meeting in the room in the back and then, fire him, right? So just wait and see, okay? Just wait and see what the gang of three going to do with city attorney. Okay, you are saying about protecting the city. Okay, by suing the city right now, right, Ms. Ho? You are suing the city. You are threatening to sue the city. So that's what you are talking about, protecting the city. What a shame. What a shame. I'm voting no.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
My vote is yes, but I want to let you know that the reason I wrote yes is because we have discussed this in the closed session, and I want to make sure that we don't expose ourselves to any legal litigations, and that's the reason why my vote is yes, not to continue with this. Okay? Go ahead.
Motion carried 3-2.
All right, thank you very much. The item 5.3 is going to pull out of the agenda today. We are not going to discuss about it. Next is consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion.
Okay.
So at this time, I would like to entertain if there is any motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve the consent calendar. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Councilwoman West.
Clerk, can you please repeat that? Thank
I have
you.
a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen to approve the consent calendar.
You know what?
This is a consent calendar, and whether you have any item pulled before, if not, then right now it's already moved to vote on it, so you either vote yes or no.
Mr. Mayor, I understand that, but I'm taking my time to decide. That's my right
Okay, fine,
for the
fine,
people
fine,
of
fine,
District
fine.
1.
I'm just reminding you. I'm just reminding you.
May I think? Thank you. You know what, I just want to ask Chief of Police, do you guys, everything we discussed last time on the agenda item for the police item of interest regarding getting more, weapon utilities that needed? You guys, do you guys need us to talk
that
more
we
on that?
already
It's good.
passed that already. at
Mr.
this
Mayor,
time
I'm
here.
asking
If
the
you have the item
city, the
pulled,
chief
you
of
should
police.
pull it before it, and if it's something is not in
Charlie,
the...
she
Wait,
just asked him a
hold
question.
on. I am...
This is why the city council meeting is in chaos. Because of you.
I am following the... Councilmember Nguyen. We are...
Let her talk.
No.
We're going to get over with.
Can't be, because we already gone through that.
She's asking a
If
question.
she is pulling the item, then we can have that item pull and talk about it.
That's
did
why
not
I'm
pull.
asking,
So if you
yeah,
want
so I
to
can
ask,
pull it.
let's pull the
Yeah,
item.
so if I'm
It's
going
not-
to ask to
we
see if I need to
already-
pull
Let's
it.
pull the item.
We
and ask.
already
Miss-
proceed.
Mr. Mayor, I'm asking to see if I can pull it. The chief, do you already discuss everything? Everything's done? There's no other extra information you need us to know, right? At this moment?
That's correct. City Attorney.
Okay, thank
Is
you,
it the
Chief.
item
So,
on the-
no, we
on the
will
agenda
not
or
pull it because everything, there's no extra. Mr. Nam Quang?
Yeah, I think
Nam
it's
Quang?
we have an item about military equipment on the item, on the agenda, and she totally have the right to talk about it.
Okay, so it sounds like you're asking for permission to pull 3.2, even though we already have a motion right now. So Mayor, that's what's being requested. Are you willing to
So
let?
are you pulling item 3.2?
Mr. Mayor, I'm asking to see 3.2 if I need to pull it, and I just was verified by the chief that he said there's no extra information, so I'm not pulling it.
Okay.
That's all I need
All
to
right.
verify. Just give me
So-
1 minute, that's it.
So move-
That's all I'm asking.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Call
Mr.
for-
Mayor.
Go ahead.
So
call for-
Councilwoman Fan West, can I get your vote on the consent calendar?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Okay, I'm going to speak just for 1 minute. You see that? Okay, if you want to run the meeting, correctly, just let us talk, just for 1 minute, and then we don't have the chaos here. Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Learn the policy, you pull the item and then you talk when it's your turn.
You don't need,
Thank you.
you don't need to teach
I
me.
approve. I think I do.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay, next item is next item is public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you please read the instruction into the record, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone wishing to speak on an open public hearing may speak in person. Speakers during public hearing comments will each have 3 minutes to speak on each public hearing item. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record.
This is item 4.1, public hearing and fiscal year 2023-2024 consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. May I ask for a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Michael Sun. I'm the housing specialist. Tonight's public hearing is in relation to fiscal year 2023-2024 consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, also known as a CAPER. This report will highlight the city's progress over the past year in supporting housing and community development efforts. The purpose of the CAPER is to meet the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, reporting requirements. Specifically, it assesses the city's CDBG and home-funded programs, shows how the city is revitalizing neighborhoods, and measures the city's performance against the goals in the 5-year consolidated plan that was adopted by City Council in May of 2020 and approved by HUD. For this current reporting period, which covers July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, the City Council allocated $2.4 million in CDBG funds and $2.5 million in home investment partnership funds to support a range of activities, which include public service programs, code enforcement, street improvements, park improvements, and fair housing. As a reminder, in the fiscal year 2020-2024 consolidated plan, there are 5 key priority areas that guide the city's efforts over the 5-year period. These areas focus on addressing the city's housing, community services, infrastructure, parks, and community development needs. The city made significant progress in various community services and infrastructure projects. In partnership with Fair Housing Foundation, fair housing services were provided to 115 residents. Public service programs, including the Westminster Family Resource Center, Summer Youth Program, and Project SHOE, supported 319 low and moderate income individuals. Additionally, 410 elderly residents were assisted through the Senior Center Outreach and Meals on Wheels program. Additionally, housing issues were addressed by identifying substandard conditions in 48 housing units through the Neighborhood Pride Code Enforcement program. Finally, the city's Public Works Department reconstructed 10 residential streets and completed park improvement projects at both Sigler Park and Liberty Park, all in low and moderate income neighborhoods. I want to extend a huge thank you to the city's department, community services, public works, code enforcement, and to our nonprofit partners for providing these services. And with that, the recommended action is for the mayor and city council to approve the fiscal year 2023-2024 consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, also known as the CAPER, and authorize the city manager to transmit the CAPER to HUD by September 27th, 2024, and authorize staff to adjust the CAPER based on information that may be requested by HUD and resubmit as necessary. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move on to the comments from the presentation oral presentation from applicant and appellant are the same, right? We don't have the...
Mr. Mayor, I have some question like he was saying.
Wait. No.
Sunny?
It's not that yet. It will come to that. If you look at the agendas, the item, go ahead and follow the items.
But
right now, we have comments and presentation from the applicant and comments from the appellant. I want to know, are those two also you, right? Okay.
So, Mr. Attorney,
hold on.
I have a legal question.
So now we come to mayor and city council question for staff. This is the time. I recognize you.
That's what I'm asking, Mr. Mayor.
No, you are asking when we are not there yet.
Well, you just basically...
We have to follow.
He said that we can talk, so may I just ask him the question? So that's why I asked city attorney, when can I ask for the question?
When I ask him, clarify with him, the applicant and the appellant are the same. That's when I go past the item, the third item. So now we come to the fourth item.
What is the third item?
Look at the
what is the third item? Please tell me.
Comments from the appellant. Do you know that?
Comment from the
appellant. Oh, you don't know.
Comment from the what? Comment from what?
Follow the agenda.
I am following. We know we don't have that, Mr. Mayor.
Now, this is the time for the mayor and city council question to the staff, and I recognize you at this time.
That's why I asked him. You're just making everything so long and lengthy. I asked him because he said he's available. Sunny is available to talk. So, okay, thank you. Sunny. So may I ask, I know that we have the funding in the $2 million to 2.4 million from the CDBG, and then also the homes, 2.5 million, and that facilitate all of this needs regarding housing needs, priority community services, infrastructure improvement, parks and recreation, housing, community development needs, right? So basically a total of 4.9 million for those area. Now, when I look at your accomplishment, and it says provide service of 115 resident in partnership with Fair Housing Foundation. What does that entail? What do you provide?
So Fair Housing Foundation is a nonprofit agency that provides education on fair housing rights and laws. They also provide rental housing counseling to tenants and landlords about fair housing rights.
Okay, so this year, you guys are able to partner with Fair Housing, which is a nonprofit organization, and you guys pay them what amount?
So all the funding that was the 2.5 million in CDBG funds, or 2.4 million, that was approved by this city council back in April of 2023. So for Fair Housing Foundation, council approved an allocation of, sorry, give me a minute to look at the exact amount, $20,000.
$20,000 for the year. Okay, so they will be helping with advice, like legal advice, basically.
Not legal advice, just education.
Education.
Yeah, on fair housing rights.
Okay. And do you have kind of like, do they send you anything of what advice they give, like without names, what they've done? Do you
Yes,
guys have that
there's
record?
quarterly reports that they're required to submit to city as part of our agreement with the nonprofit organization.
Okay, is it possible that I have that record, that you can send it to me? Is it possible?
We can work on getting that to you, yeah.
Okay, that'd be great. I would really appreciate that. And then also the other one, assists 319 low-income, moderate home income individual through Westminster Family Resources Center, summer youth program, and projects through. So with the Family Resource Center, what do you guys provide there for them?
Vanessa can better answer that.
Okay,
It's coming out of her shop.
So the Family Resource Center is a division of Community Services Department. So that's one of the services we offer. It is a county grant that's funded through FACT and is supported by additional CDBG funds that we receive directly from the city.
Well, what do you service there? Yeah, like the Family Resource Center.
So they provide counseling, domestic violence, education, emergency assistance, rental assistance, a long list of services.
Okay. And how much do you guys pay the Family Resource Center through that fund? The total, I guess, 4.9.
I believe it's
million.
about, from the CDBG funds, it's about $48,000.
So the exact amount was $49,343.
Okay. And then for the summer youth program, what does that entail? Like, what do you guys do for the
That's a
youth?
summer recreation program here in the Civic Center for our low-income families and students. And so they have recreation programming here from 10 to 4 for 8 weeks.
Okay.
For free.
And what does that program include? Can you list a couple?
Sure. They do educational-based activities, arts and crafts, sports, games, field trips, a number of recreational-based programs.
Okay, so just sport here at this location?
Yeah, this
Okay.
house here in the Civic Center.
Okay. Do you guys have, I know it says youth, summer youth program. I mentioned that last time of youth mentorship. If you guys can add that into it, have you guys looked into adding a youth mentorship to that summer program?
So these are usually young students, and the staff does mentor them, and we bring in additional speakers that do some mentorship stuff throughout the summer, and we do those things also with our youth committee.
Okay, so mentorship, I see that you say you bring speakers. Do you bring speaker on motivational speaker or time management or any other skills that they can learn? That's mentorship.
We don't do that in the summer youth program.
Okay.
Again, these are mostly second and third graders and out of school time. We try to keep it very recreational based, but we do offer those services to our older group, which is not funded through CDBG, the youth committee.
Okay, so that is during the whole school year, right? You
Yeah,
have
during
that?
during their term that they're appointed to, so September through June.
Okay, so the 13 youth member that we
Correct.
appointed, okay, you're referring to them.
Correct.
And they get that mentorship like career path to motivational
Yes.
speaking to organize discipline or managing time, whatever, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Shoot, is that another after-school program for education?
Yes, Project Shoe, again, is our, it's actually a award-winning program. It's after school. They're appointed, or they are referred by their teachers. They're all low-income students in a couple of specific schools that are not at grade level. So they come here to the Civic Center, and they are paired up with a senior volunteer who does homework and helps them get to grade level benchmarks with them.
Okay, like free tutoring with senior
Yes,
citizen
it's
volunteer.
free, and it's funded through CDBG.
Okay. How much money, CBG, go into that? Shoot.
It's 14,235.
35, okay. Now, since it's funded by senior citizen who volunteer, that 14,000, who is it paying to?
The Project Shoe coordinator, we have one staff member that oversees the program, both the curriculum for the students and the volunteers.
So isn't that coordinator paid by the general fund, what you guys wanted us to approve last time?
No, this position is funded through CDBG.
Okay, so it's not overlapping.
There may be some general fund support, but that amount that comes from CDBG helps support that part-time position.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I appreciate that, Vanessa. No problem.
All right, thank you very much. Next, if Vice Mayor, you have anything to?
I was just getting over the fact that when you're on a council, you're a council member and you don't know what Project Shoe is. They invite us to their graduation and whatnot, and Christmas, and so Project Shoe is one that that's really important to help our kids after school. So for this particular hearing, and wanted to ask, I don't know who to ask, maybe you would be, Michael? You would be the one to ask this question. It's $5 million, almost $5 million. What I would like, as I was reading through this, it's just a lot of amazing, it's great help for the needy and families. I just would like to see, I just want to make sure that these programs are accessible to those who are not non-English speaking. And so do we have anything, like I know other cities such as Irvine, they have like the limited English proficiency people or language assistant to provide the people with the language or the translation or whatnot, to let them know about the programs. Because of course, $5 million and all the wonderful things that we provide the people with, we'd like everybody to know about it. So do you do anything, how do you reach out to the non-English proficient people?
So there are opportunities to, upon request, if a non-English speaking resident or person wishes to request services through the city, we'll connect them with either a staff person or a translator that can help with accessing those services. And oftentimes, a lot of our nonprofit service providers will have staff on hand to assist with any translation services.
Yeah, I understand, but what is amazing is the language proficiency, or they call it an LE program, where they actually assist the people to access the activities or the programs, the city programs, for those who are limited in the English language. So if you could look into that, that would be great help to, include those who are the minority who are not English proficient. Look into that, because I looked into it. I think there's some amazing cities that you could look into, and you don't have to reinvent. Just see how they set it up, and what sort of things that you could do to help. I really didn't get into the details of how they do it, but that would be great to allow everybody to access that. I'm not talking about the money, but what's more important are the programs. And of course, the programs come from the CDBG as well as home money. Thank you. And that's all.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if this is a Michael's son question or a Vanessa question. It's that do we keep track of a record data of the meals, who receives meals, to make sure it's just, you don't have to tell me, I just want to make sure everything is inputted and kept track of.
Yes, they are tracked daily on who receives meals.
So we have physical people, physical addresses and all that.
Yes, and Meals on Wheels says the same, so we collaborate with those. Those are for the ones in our senior center.
Yeah, just if ever in the future was ever an audit or something, we know that
yes,
we did
can
provide
absolutely
these
pull
reels.
reports.
All right, thank you. And then the other one is just a request on the, a request for the community, what is it called? Community Pride Home, the inspection, code enforcement inspection. For staff, if we can have a record in the near future of what, reports, data of what's any properties they've inspected, violations, corrections, whatever that, detailed report of what's been done lately.
We'll provide that update.
All right, thank you. That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank
Mr.
you very
Mayor?
much. It's not my turn.
I want to rebut what Kimberly was saying. Okay, you go first. I go, okay, back. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't have, my question has already been asked, so this time I don't have to repeat that question again. So yes, I can recognize you now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when Kimberly stated that I don't know that's not the fact that I don't know. I ask every year when Sunny's on here for the purpose of the public so they can know what service we provide. Of course, I go to the event at the senior center. Vanessa know every event I go to, but I barely see Kimberly Ho because she's not there. Okay, so you can see pictures, okay? There's evidence of senior center. I'm there all the time visiting them. Okay, so the thing is that my reason for asking is for the public to know and for us. And Mr. Kimberly,
They're not at the senior center.
May I finish?
They're not at the senior center, so you're wrong.
Please, can I stop you here, both of you?
May I finish?
No, hold on.
She interrupted me.
Well, you interrupt me all the time.
I did not.
But I just want to say
Please,
that
can I
Project
ask
Shoe
both
is
of
not
you
at the
if-
senior center, so it's very evident.
Can I ask both of you to stop for a minute, please? Let me remind you, this is a public hearing, and we follow the order. And this order right now, Mayor and City Council question for staff. not to fight with each other, please.
No, I'm not. I'm
if
just
you have-
addressing,
if
that
you-
is my right,
I give
Mr.
you
Mayor.
plenty of time. At this time
City
here,
Attorney,
and
I
you-
want to ask for my right. Was it okay for me to rebuttal and write down my notes for my turn? Is that correct?
The mayor has indicated, these are questions for staff at this point, and then.
I know. I'm going to
public
ask
comment.
staff after
Yes,
I
go
address
ahead.
this.
I think you have enough.
You don't tell me if I have enough or not to talk. You have 5 minutes.
Right now, no.
That was your rule last time, didn't you, Mr. Mayor?
At this time here, the mayor
are you
and city
contradicting
council
yourself?
question for staff.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Please do it, okay? Go
Yes,
ahead.
that's what I'm going to do. Let me finish.
Please do it, yes.
So, Kimberly, I bet you didn't know that they pay $14,000 in the 200 for that coordinator. You didn't know that, right? Now we got to know. Thank you, Vanessa, for letting us know, and Sunny letting us know how much money is going to each coordinator. I appreciate that. So the thing is that I'm not here to put anyone down, but I noticed Ms. Kimberly Ho keep putting me down, and I'm just asking so the public can know. So that's my job, okay? And if you think your job is different, then that's fine.
Again,
you know?
please, to address the question to
So my
the
question is,
staff,
Sunny,
please.
okay, may I, you keep interrupting me. May I finish?
Yes, because I have
5
to
minutes.
let you know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so the supporting 410 elderly individual at the Outreach and Meal for Will program. I know you have that program, and it's amazing. So this year, you guys outreach 410. Are those senior citizens from the city of Westminster or outside as well that comes here? Okay.
So those ones for CDBG funding, those that are counted for that program are resident, and they
Okay.
fill out forms,
That's
each
perfect.
individual.
Okay, that's perfect. And then housing assisting 48 housing unit by identified substance condition. I think that's for Sunday, right? Okay, multiple family, single family homes through the neighborhood. Pride Code Enforcement Program. Okay, so assisting 48 housing unit in the city of Westminster this year. What did you guys do exactly to assist those units?
So that's a code enforcement function. So it's notice of violations, addressing substandard conditions within rental housing units.
So how do you identify those violations in those units?
Well,
Do they
that could
call
either
you?
call in, or
Okay.
residents can call in for a complaint through code enforcement, and that initiates the process of issuing a notice of violation. And also code enforcement are
What
one
do you guys
city.
do after you notice the violation? Do you notify the owner to fix it?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right. So those out there, this is a service we have. If you guys renting, low income, and you know your units, the landlord's not helping or fixing, this is something you can call our city. If you're in our city or other cities, they have this services to provide to help you. Because sometimes I feel there's two ends, right? The landlord and the renter. They have issues, but this is to help the renter. If you're renting, this is a service that can help you. Sunny, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, at
It's
this
Michael's
time here,
son. It's not Sunny.
if there's no
Poor
more question from for staff,
Michael's
I'd
son,
like
can I
to
call
move.
Sunny? Thank you.
I'd like to
love
move to
your
public
buns
comment.
as well.
I'd like to open public comment, please. Is there anyone sign up for this?
Yes, Mayor, we have two speakers. First is Michael Varengia, followed by Terry Rains.
Thank you. I'm not going to waste the 3 minutes, waste these people's time, because these two people sitting up here have wasted enough time in this meeting.
Can you
Go
address?
ahead and call
Can you
your
address
vote.
it?
I'm done.
You have, that's not agenda item.
That's why I start. Okay, I start to stop him. Okay, so it's
Thank
my
you,
job
Mr.
to
Mayor.
do it. So you
I
don't have to do
appreciate
it.
that.
My glasses got broken during this meeting, so excuse me. I want to remind all of you, this is a formal public hearing. You're to talk about the item on the agenda, which is the annual report that has to be submitted in, I don't know what it is, a couple of weeks. You need to stay on topic with that. All of the information that I heard Councilwoman West ask is in the staff report, and/or she's been on the council for a year and a half. So talk about wasting our time. Most of the residents have a better clue of what is in the staff reports than the council member, but this is a public hearing. My input on this is CDBG and home funds. Councilwoman West, her first vote was to deny for the city to get the funding, because she said, oh, there's strings attached, and she was putting all these conspiracy theories out there. This is money that every city strives to get, to utilize in the ways that are mandated by the restrictions that go with that money. Money is never free. There's always restrictions. The amount of services versus the amount of capital, it's all itemized out. So again, our staffs, they are professionals at this. They do it every year. They know exactly what those programs are. And it's so embarrassing that this is a public hearing. And yes, I am speaking on the item because I want more truly affordable public or housing as part of this funding in the home funds. I mean, truly affordable, extremely low income. So I hope this is already done. This report, these activities are done. You're just reporting to the authorities how you spent the money to prove, like Carlos was asking about, make sure we have the audit ready in case, what meals did you provide, et cetera, et cetera. Our city staff does a fantastic job of promoting every single program to the community. I help them do that as well. People are informed. Please, when we're having a public hearing, let's keep it on topic. This is just a report that's reporting what's already happened. You're not going to change it. It's just going up to wherever it goes, Sacramento. So anyway, please, let's stick to what we're supposed to on the agenda. Let's keep it on topic. And please, for the life of God, these two.
Mr. Mayor?
Before you call.
May I have a quick statement?
No, it's my turn. I'm talking. Okay, so you wait until I finish.
Not a problem. I just asked,
Okay.
may I speak? That's all.
That's the reason why that we have the agendized item. If you have agenda, that's why I have to go through each and every step. Last time I remember that I skipped the portion that's comments from presentation of applicant and comment from appellant. I think that you were the one who reminded me to go back. So that's what I learned. Therefore, this time I go item by item or line by line, just to make sure. So I just want to remind you, if you don't know, if you don't have the agenda in your hand, first of all, we have to open for staff report. Secondly, comments or presentation from the applicant. And in this case here today, it's not the applicant, it's also the city. Comments from appellant. If applicable, so it is also the city. And then I go for mayor and city council question for staff. This is the question for staff, not to fight with each other. And then the public comments. After the public comments, then we still have the chance for mayor and council members to discuss about the item before we take the action. I just want to let you know that every public items, we have to go by that order. So please help me to get the job done according to the outline that we already have on the agenda. So next, can you call for the next public comment, please?
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Mr. Mayor, may I answer the public comment quick, brief?
Okay, at this time here,
City Attorney.
because we don't have any, okay. At this time, I close.
I'm asking City Attorney if I can briefly
No,
speak.
not yet. Let me close.
On the comment.
No, let me close the public comment, then you can talk about
I'm
it.
just asking Attorney, I'm not asking you. City Attorney, do I have a right to briefly speak on that?
That's a different, that's when there's public comment at the beginning of the meeting. Right now, there's a public hearing. You list from the public, we close that, and then it comes back to council deliberation.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. let me close the public comment. Now, the next step is mayor and council member discussion. Now I can recognize you for that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is I just want to make a brief statement. I know that, one of the activists keep asking, saying we're not talking on point. We are talking on points regarding all the HUDs and the funding and the program for the youth. I don't know what she's talking about that's not on point. That's number one. Number two, I know your reason why you bring this to demean me, but is that your purpose? It's not my job as a councilwoman is to ask on this, and that's the right time to ask. So I think maybe she should need to keep her comment to herself, her opinion to herself. But anyways, what I'm doing, my job is to make sure is there's transparency, and that's why, we have staff here and for the council to ask all the question, and rightly so, we should do that, and the public, our voters, should expect nothing less from us to doing our job. Thank you.
All right. Is there any other discussion from the council members?
Just a quick comment, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
You recognize.
Yes, I don't want to keep beating this dead horse, but we have a responsibility when we get our agendas to read it and go through page by page and as much as possible. And on this Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, the CAPER, there's actually 45 pages with extreme details inside of it for us as council members to, our job is as an oversight, semi-oversight, the body of the people, to read it and read it line by line for us to write down questions. But all that information is in here. So we don't want to expend all this time and the people's time, or city attorney's time, the council's time to keep asking information that's clearly right in front of us. So at this time, please, I'm not trying to pick a fight, but I just want to, for future efficiency, just keep on task, do our jobs, and move our city forward in an efficient manner. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a brief statement on that?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the thing is that our job, of course, there's stuff on here, and sometimes stuff that staff doesn't have in detail, like what I asked tonight regarding those things. So the thing is that my job, like I mentioned again, the public's not going to read this whole stack, right? That's why I briefly touch on different things so the public can know what this is all about. That's my job. And that's my responsibility, and that's my duty to the people that elected me, and I will continue to do that for my district. So, Mr. Monzo, if you don't want to tell your district what this is all about, then you don't have to speak it. But my district, they deserve that truth.
I guess that's
so
good
that's
enough.
why I'm doing what I do.
I guess that's good enough. So right now, I want to go back, mayor and council member discussion. That means discussion on this topic here, not anything else. Is there anything else that we need to discuss about this one?
Motion to approve, Mayor.
No, yes, okay. Right now, we come to council action. So your action is motion to approve. Is there a second to that?
I second it.
Okay. We have motion on the floor.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to approve the fiscal year 2023-2024 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, CAPR, and authorize the city manager to transmit the CAPR to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, by September 27th, 2024, and authorize staff to adjust the CAPR based on information that may be requested by HUD and resubmit as necessary. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Thank you. Next is regular business. 5.1, update from Bwell, Orange County. So I would like to ask for the staff report, if there's any.
Well, so I'd actually like to introduce, we have several guests from Bwell who will be providing a presentation. Our police chief is, I believe, on his way to introduce them, but
Thank you for taking the
just a
time to be
second.
here. All right, so,
We have a PowerPoint presentation that they're going to be presenting, and Deputy Chief Weber.
Yeah, this is going to be Philip Franks from Bwell, who's going to give you guys the presentation on their first year summary.
all right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us. I just want to give you an update on some of the data that we've had for the past year. Since July of last year to July of this year, we've done 5,788 total services.
Sorry, hold on. The presentation's not up yet. Did you need?
I'm sorry?
The presentation's not up yet.
He's coming.
We've already introduced them. We're just waiting on the presentation.
I'd like to introduce Bwell.
Okay, great. I think we're up now. So,
You've done it without me, right?
yes. So again, I want to reiterate, we've in the past year, we've done 5,788 total services. Of those, 4,557 have been through proactive rounding throughout the city, and also 989 of those have been dispatched through our partners in the police department. We have a wonderful relationship with the police department, and we're embedded with them in the building inside the police department to be an integral part of their team. I also want to highlight that 221 total transports have been made from the city of Westminster to other services outside of the city, and you can see those highlighted here. Many of those went to the Bwell campus, the crisis stabilization units, the sobering center, and the college crisis stabilization unit as well. So many of those folks are being transported outside the city to receive appropriate services on a voluntary basis outside of Westminster. I also want to highlight on the next page, please. The primary source of clients that we see are homeless. 1,009 of those clients were homeless. 538 of them for welfare checks, 409 of them for mental health, and 134 of those for substance use. Next slide, please. Unhoused clients, 879 of those clients that we've encountered were unhoused. I'm sorry, these are unique clients, first-time unique clients. 879 unique clients were unhoused. 238 were housed, and 11 of those declined to state whether they were housed or unhoused. The number of times a unique client has been contacted, of the total services we provided, 810 of those for the very first contact. 2 to 5 contacts were 270, and it dissipates from there. Next slide, please. So that's it. Any questions?
That was it?
I have a question.
Vice Mayor.
I have a question. So thank you, first and foremost, Bwell, for being here and doing the job for our city alongside the law enforcement. I appreciate your effort in helping us. I met, your team, and I saw the van, what services you guys provide. Now, when I'm looking at this, I noticed that you guys housed 238 this year. Is that correct?
Housed?
It says you house them, the homelessness, right? And then unhoused is 879. That they're not willing to.
No, these are clients we see that are housed or unhoused. First time we've encountered them. Of the first time of a client we've encountered the very first time, 879 of those were unhoused. We don't do the housing, if that's what you're asking. We don't provide housing.
I know that you provide treatment. You take them to different center, right?
Correct.
And sometimes that center house them for a day for treatment or whatever. That's what I mean.
Correct.
So when I see this housing situation, I'm thinking that you guys bring them to that treatment, for example, sober center, right?
Right.
The sober center is outside of our city.
It is.
And when you bring them there, they would stay there for a couple days, sometimes just a day or so to get clean, whatever they need, right?
Correct.
Now, you said you take about, okay, so you housed, so with the house and unhoused, I mean people you encounter that are homeless or those who have a shelter, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, so the homeless, that is shelter and non-shelter, that you meet this year was a total of 1,128, right?
The primary reason for client contacts, if you can see on the second slide, the The primary reason for the client contact was homelessness, 1,009 of them. That was the primary reason for the contact.
Right. Now, the decline to state, what does that mean, the 11 of them?
That means they could not tell us if they were housed or unhoused.
Okay. And so, but you do provide for them as well, the service that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Agnostic of their housing situation.
Gotcha. That's good. Okay. Now, follow up on the first slide, the blue one, type of services you guys complete.
Yes.
Outreach, flag down, 4,557. I just got this in our folder just at the meeting. So we're looking at it together without any information before.
Well, okay, can you
Okay, so
stop?
may I ask?
May I stop for a minute? At this time here, we have the 5 minutes discussion, so go ahead and start the 5 minutes. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayor. Okay, so dispatch, so those who call in for service, for help,
Yes.
with Bwell is 989 this year.
Yes.
And follow-up, you follow up with 242 that's willing for help, is that correct?
Yeah, so a follow-up would be a known client that we know needs follow-up care through case management. So we would go seek them out again to give them additional care as needed.
Okay, so this is second round, basically,
Essentially.
is 242.
That's right.
Now, I guess I don't know the normal number of how many people are supposed to call in for help, for Bwell, because this is our first year. I don't know what other city calls are like for you guys. Maybe you can tell us briefly, so we can have apples
I would say they're
to compare.
proportionate. It's proportionate to other cities and cities' populations.
Okay.
It's within the norm.
Okay. Now, the things that what I know is that dispatch in our city, we get over, chief, how many dispatch we get a year again?
Our dispatch center receives about a little over 125,000 calls a year for service.
For service. And how many do you service?
Probably just under 90,000.
90,000. Okay. And, okay, so my question is, I want to make sure the number's correct. How much are we paying you guys right now for the service?
It's roughly $1 million a year.
$1 million, okay. $1 million. And how much are we paying you guys for those services, if you don't mind? For the 90,000?
Our total fiscal budget for the police department is about $44 million a year.
44 million. But that's for the whole, not for dispatch only, right? What's
Correct. That's
dispatch?
for everything associated with the police department.
Okay, well, that's higher and everything. That's not a accurate number. Are there a way that you can give us, the council, more of an accurate number for services only? Not other stuff, just for services only. I just want to compare.
We would have to look at every individual call and how long an officer or professional staff member was on it. I don't know how to supply that, or maybe you mean something else?
Well, what I'm saying, because I'm trying to compare to see, what we can do to assess, if they're doing a great job, then we need to keep them, right? 1 million if there are services where they're reaching, you're reaching how many people again?
5,788
Okay,
last year.
what?
5,788.
88 people a year versus you guys are reaching 90,000. So I just want to know, you know what I mean? So if there's a way you can narrow down for the council, because what I'm thinking, my thought only, because we love what you guys are doing, but as you know, the condition in our city, we're not doing well financially. So I know we have a fund for you guys for the year, but the next year we have to reconsider, right? Or look into it, what we can do. So I just want to be frugal. I want to be reasonable. I want to be a win-win situation for you guys, Bwell, and the city. So are there a way that we can maybe, Mr. Mayor, are there a way that maybe we can have this meeting closed session regarding this or something to discuss or talk? Or city manager? Where's city attorney?
For that one, you can agendize the item at the time.
City manager, is it possible for us to talk more in detail? I know today's to file only, but I just want to know.
Yeah, legal opinion-wise, I'd rather defer to the city attorney if we're able to discuss it in closed session. Do you want to ask the question again?
Okay, City
Sorry.
Attorney, my question is, I was wondering if there's a way, if it's possible, for us to have closed session on this, Bwell, just to see, to assess the number and whatnot from what we
Not really,
Okay,
because there's, as I said before, there's limited reasons,
okay.
and there'd have to be like a litigation concern related to that, so discussion of numbers would not be.
Okay, so this is filing today, I understand that, of your report, but in the future, because we know that you're coming up for, either continue hire by City of Westminster or, whatnot, right? So for us to be reasonable, City Attorney, I guess when is the time that we can meet to talk as a council body?
Okay.
Yeah,
All
a
right.
study session would be the
Okay,
right.
perfect, can we do that? Study session? That's what I meant. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Next, Vice Mayor Ho.
Okay. I don't have a question at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions. As far as your operations, do you guys patrol, or is it just answer calls?
That's a good question. No, actually, patrolling is what the very first data point really shows, is that's us actively patrolling without having to be called. As we learn more about the hotspots in the city and things like that, we can actively patrol those all day long to really not be reactionary, but be proactive in the community.
Yeah, the reason I ask, because I was really excited when we got this program, I don't know how long, a year ago, maybe? And I know some of the staff, they've heard me, and I don't know if they're frustrated with me, but I rarely, if any time, see the blue van anywhere. And I see a lot of homeless individuals either blocking their public right-of-way, congregating in large numbers, and I just don't see the blue van. So that's why I'm asking these of you. And I see here, but this is patrol, but if they're there for an extended period of time, I'm assuming that at some point or another, if you're patrolling, that you would see them as well.
Well, I can't speak for what you see, but I think the numbers will show that that is active patrolling. They are rarely, if ever, static. The only time they would be static is when they're actively engaged with a client out in the field.
Okay. I just don't see you guys. So
There's only one van, so it's covering a lot of territory.
The other question that I had, well, actually is a concern. Maybe you can answer this. I read on how recently the county terminated your contract, and you were going to have some layoffs, from what I understand from reading a report on the newspaper.
Yeah, so
Is there going to be any
terminated was our contract to be the contract monitor for those providing services at the Orange campus.
Okay.
That's it. It does not affect mobile or our Irvine project at all.
So there'd be no negative impacts
There's
to our
absolutely
service?
no negative impacts. The two service providers at the campus, Exodus, who does our crisis services, and HealthRight 360, who does the substance use services, will still be in place doing the exact same services they've always done.
Okay.
It just changes the contract monitoring relationship for those services, and that's it.
All right. That's all I got for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you. You know what? Myself and Councilwoman from West, we often have meeting with our PD and Bwell as well, and all the numbers that we got pointing out that you guys doing a very good job, and I praise for what you guys doing, and I'm going to continue to support the Bwell program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, for me, I appreciate that you coming out, and also appreciate the chief to give us an update. This is very informative for not only for this the council, but also for the residents to know what you're doing for the city of Westminster under the contract that we have with you. So I appreciate that, and I have a question for the chief. How often are we going to have this update at the city council?
We receive a monthly update from Bwell, and they also update the ad hoc committee on homelessness quarterly, as Council Member Nguyen had mentioned. So an update to council can be whenever you want it.
Is it quarterly updated? Is it possible?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time here, if we don't have any other comments, then I will move to receive and file this item.
Second. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have motion on the floor.
Yeah, we needed to vote.
Yeah, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to receive and file the report. I'll go to call roll. Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
5.2, mixed-use analysis related to the following strategic plan goals and objective. Strategic plan goals number 1, achieve financial stability, and strategic plan objective, begin development of an economic development strategy and report to the City Council. And strategic plan goal number 2, develop and implement specific plan for Little Saigon, the downtown district, and the west side. Strategic plan objective, deliver a scope of work for the recommended District 2 mixed-use downtown Pacific plan that includes an economic impact assessment and other strategies for already identified goals of the general plan. May I ask for staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen. I will be kicking off our presentation before turning it over to our consultants. Tonight, my name is Adolfo Zaida, Assistant City Manager for the City of Westminster, and we have Ryan Sauls here with the City Manager's office as well. We have an exciting presentation showcasing the city's commitment to economic development. Start the presentation. Tonight's presentation focuses on promoting investment in Westminster's mixed-use districts. Before I introduce our consultants, I'll go over different presentation material topics that you'll be hearing tonight. The first portion of the presentation is our study process. Second portion is our market context. We'll also really spend some time looking at opportunity site scenarios, which provide some pretty exciting visual renderings of opportunities in the city. Next, we'll also focus on development, the development feasibility analysis, and we'll close out with a planning and implementation plan. As you know, we are very effective at obtaining grants for city initiatives. The economic development study that we're going to discuss tonight was grant funded through a California Local Early Action Planning LEAP grant. So we're actually excited to be able to bring this to you as a grant funded effort. This administration has been committed to the delivery of city-adopted policies, so it is important for us to spend some time looking at this slide. Why are we doing this, right? We're staying the course and building on proven strategies. That's very, very important to achieving success. We have stayed the course, and we're really focused on delivering council-approved policy. The first bullet you see here is the general plan implementation plan. So mixed-use development was something that was implemented. It was to be implemented by city staff going back to 2016. We've come before you over the last 3 years and focused a lot of our attention on moving that forward. And then, of course, our strategic planning that's taken place over the last 3 years. The city's first ever strategic plan focuses on achieving financial stability. The strategic objective was specifically to begin an economic development strategy and report back to the City Council. That's precisely what we're doing tonight. And as part of strategic plan goal number 2, which is to develop, implement specific plans throughout the city, we will be touching on that today. So tonight, the product is an economic analysis to promote investment in the mixed-use districts. Like I stated previously, economic development is very important to this administration. We understand it's a top priority for the city. The economic development function is housed under the Office of the City Manager, and we have been working hard at this for the last 3 years. A good portion of our time on a weekly basis is allocated to economic development activities, meeting with developers, business owners, trying to bring business and revitalize the community. Tonight's effort has had a huge deal of involvement with city staff, working collaboratively with our consultants. Our city manager's been a part of the process. Myself, our finance director, and Ryan Sauls should be given credit for doing a lot of the heavy lifting on this effort as well. And Alice, too, is here to, she's a constant presence as one of our planners, long-term planners here at the city, and she focuses on advanced planning, so she has been a part of this effort from the very beginning. And now I will turn it over to our team of consultants. Jason Moody has been here before. He's a familiar face, so is Amanda. We have a new face, John Kalinsky, who's a very seasoned architect. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Jason Moody with EPS to introduce his team.
Thank you very much. My name is Jason Moody. I'm a principal at Economic and Planning Systems. It's a 40-year-old consulting firm with 3 offices in California, 1 in Los Angeles. And I bring with me a very multidisciplinary team here with John, with an architect, urban designer, and Amanda, who you probably recognize, who worked on the general plan and has worked on a lot of other planning initiatives in Westminster. And so we're very honored to be part of this very exciting process and project. Also, I think it's important to thank the staff for this kind of forward-looking plan, designing and pursuing the grant. And they've really supported us very much during this process, and very competent and enthusiastic, hardworking staff. So you should be honored to have them on your team. So here's the map of the mixed-use districts. These districts were approved in 2016, was part of the general plan. As you can see, there's basically 6 various areas, most of them along Westminster Boulevard. The mall's included in this, Little Saigon in the north, we're calling the Northwest District. This area does encompass some of your primary commercial areas, which is primarily dedicated to, mostly at this point in time, retail uses. There is some other kind of non-retail uses, but right now it's primarily retail. The primary objective of this study was to really figure out how to spur more investment and revitalization in this area. Motivating this is some of your neighboring jurisdictions have actually seen a fair amount of housing development in the last 5 or 6 years. And not so much in Westminster, particularly the kind of a little higher density multifamily development that's being successfully developed nearby. And that's relevant in part because the mixed-use district encompasses about 70% of the housing element sites. So you really do want to see some residential development in this area. And it also has a number of sites that are kind of underutilized. As you probably know, that there's some vacancies. They're not really meeting their potential. So to evaluate, to accomplish our goal, we did really 4 basic tasks. One is we looked at the market conditions in the area, in the commercial district. Then we kind of looked at some development scenarios, types of development that could be achieved on some of the sites that you have. And then as part of that, these are all interrelated efforts, we determine whether those scenarios are actually feasible from a financial perspective. Would a developer come in and do that type of development? So we work carefully back and forth with the architect to look at some ideas and see if that would make sense economically. And then finally, Amanda came in and she's kind of evaluated what type of planning changes might be needed and the process for accomplishing that, and how you might realize some of the opportunities that we found. Just as a map here of the mixed-use districts and the housing element to show you that overlap here, the pink areas are potential sites, housing sites that are in the mixed-use district. So there's a lot, again, 70% at the bottom. Obviously, there's some sites outside the mixed-use district, but 70% is a lot. So there's a lot of opportunities in mixed-use district for housing development, and it's been identified in your housing element. So, so quickly on to the market context. This is just a kind of visual representation of some of the other projects in nearby cities that have occurred. The one on the far left, upper left, you might recognize it, Balsa Row, but that is the kind of the exception that proves the rule, if you will. It's a very good, exciting project, but you don't have a lot of those. If you look through some of these other pictures, Stanton's got a lot of projects. Santa Ana has a fair amount. So it's really, a lot of development is happening in nearby communities. These are just a selection of the examples of real projects that have occurred. This is just a statistical validation of that fact, which is showing you essentially the housing development that's occurred in these various cities between 2010 and 2023. I think, and so you have the single family and the multifamily. As you can see, Huntington Beach and Santa Ana, a lot of development in those cities. But even Stanton, so if you look on the far right, that column, multifamily at 2.7% growth in Westminster, compared to, say, Santa Ana, 13% in the multifamily growth. So Westminster is kind of the only one that we're doing better in is Garden Grove. So it does appear that there's a market activity out there, but Westminster isn't seeing a lot of that action. So that's kind of a motivating factor here. So we wanted to ask why. Why is that happening? So we often look at rents and vacancy rates, and that's not really the factor. As you can see, that the dark sign is the rents, and then the other one is the vacancy rates. Westminster's not too far off other areas that are seeing growth in terms of both rents and vacancy rates. So that wouldn't be, I don't think, a deterrent for an investor saying, oh, the rents aren't good enough or the vacancy rates are too high. That doesn't suggest, that wouldn't be the rationale for why we haven't seen it. The rent growth has been positive as well, so you have continued upward growth in rents. Here's Westminster, there's Orange County, and the trade area. So the slope is about the same, although you are a little below the average for Orange County and the trade area as a whole. It's going in the right direction, so it's not like there's a stigma to Westminster and it's not growing while other places are. This is the same for the first one was rents, this is sale prices. Same concept. Sale prices have been growing pretty strong in Westminster as well. So again, positive indicator that you'd expect, why aren't we seeing this type of development? Your incomes here are slightly below the average, but again, not terrible. The dark is the medium household income, and then the next one is the per capita income. So yeah, you are a little below Huntington Beach and say Fountain Valley, but you're actually, I would again say this is not a reason for developers not to want to be interested in Westminster from an economic perspective. So now I'm just turning quickly to the retail sector, because retail is the predominant use there right now, and there's a lot of retail. And Westminster has a pretty big, relatively big retail sector. If you look at the last column, it's taxable sales per capita. And Westminster is pretty high up on that list at about close to 15. Basically kind of tied with essentially a little bit below Huntington Beach, but not that much. The one thing that does stand out, though, is the vacancy rate in Westminster's, 6% isn't bad, but it's higher than all the other locations. So you have a lot of retail and you have above average vacancy rate, and I think that vacancy rate is being underreported because if it's a closed and not even being marketed site, it's not considered vacant. If it's not being really even marketed as a vacant spot site, and you have some of those in Westminster. There's basically some old shopping districts are totally closed. The property owner's not even sure what they want to do with it. They're not actively marketing it for retail. So I would think if you counted those, you'd probably have a higher vacancy rate than you do. So we did notice that there's a fair amount of underutilized retail on this corridor. So that would suggest to us there's a potential for some opportunity to turn over some of that retail. Another thing we kind of wanted to point out about retail is retail is rapidly changing, as you all know. The retail sector is being affected by online sales and a whole host of other things. The pandemic had a real shakeout in the retail sector. And the style of retail that is now popular is more about placemaking, more about experience. It's not about sheer square footage anymore. It's like we need more square footage. You need successful square footage. And you need a sense of place. And a lot of cities that see residential coming to these commercial districts, they at first get worried. They're like, we're going to lose all our sales tax dollars. But that's actually not really what happens. I give an example here from another city we worked in. This is the same site, before and after. And it was a car dealership. And the city was like, we don't want to lose our car dealerships. That's a lot of money for us from a retail perspective. Well, this is what it looks like now. You still have the car dealership, but you also have housing on top of the car dealership. The car dealership is now just a showroom. People still buy their cars there, but you don't need a huge lot, a vacant lot. It's a very underutilized site to just show all the cars, because what people do now is they actually go in, they look at the car, they like the car. They don't have to drive off the lot with the car. So the point is that your retail district is kind of an old format, a little bit of an outdated format, and a little bit of intensification, a little bit of investment, mixed-use development would be good in a number of ways. It would help the retail sector, it would help your property taxes. So there's a lot of kind of double wins on there, and I don't think that losing the retail sales is really going to be a big concern. So with that setup, I am going to turn it over to my colleague John, who really did some of the work on looking at the opportunities and how they might manifest themselves along this corridor. John?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for having us tonight. I guess I have to use this computer, right? Okay, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we worked with Jason and his team to develop a portion of the analysis said, what can you really make fit in this area, and how does it work with what's existing? Basically, what we did was we looked at your city, we drove up and down your boulevards with staff. We looked at a whole variety of different types of projects, from vacant to very, very active to the new project on Bolsa Road. We looked at your zoning code and your general plan, and we tried to understand what was in there and how might that be affecting development opportunities or design opportunities. We spent a lot of time working and trying to understand a lot of the market factors that Jason and his team were looking at in terms of what types of projects are being built, not only directly in Westminster, but in the surrounding communities. How do those typologies work? What type of densities do they produce? And they did some preliminary work, and we basically, after all of that and looking at all of those different data inputs, we had to basically come up with some scenarios that we would use to ultimately financially test. But we wanted to do that in a disciplined way. So the way that we did that ultimately, working with staff and Amanda, as well as Jason, was by looking at all of these sites and analyze them, we basically identified 3 different types of sites that you see along the boulevards. One of them was called a large lot site. These are sites that are greater than 5 acres in size. They might be a part of one of these shopping centers, older shopping centers that Jason was talking about. And there's a lot of land there, and there's a lot of opportunity there. So what could you build on that? Or what type of yield could you get on that under current zoning and maybe some type of prospective zoning, taking into account just practical ideas about what developers like to do when they build housing. The second type of lot was really what we called a shallow lot. Along some of your boulevards, you have narrower pieces of land. Sometimes they're a whole block in length, sometimes they're much smaller. But those sites are typically around 130 to 140 feet deep, sometimes a little narrower than that. They're not going to be redeveloped for retail, because there's just not enough land there in the modern context. And so we took a hard look at those and tried to imagine scenarios of either horizontal or mixed use
development on those. And then the last one we called basically conventional lots. These are kind of what might be described as infill lots. These lots typically were greater than 200 feet in depth, but less than 5 acres. In fact, more like typically 1.5 to 2.5 acres in size. These tended to be sometimes in areas that maybe got developed a little bit earlier than some of the large parcels, which got developed a little bit later in terms of just the history of the city. Once we had that done, we were able to look at a whole bunch of lots and say, oh, that's a large lot, that's a shallow lot, that's a conventional lot. What can one do? Well, first, based upon the existing zoning allowances, and looking at what is being proposed in the city, we realized that the types of densities that are allowed are really promoting to a certain degree lower density projects, typically townhouse type projects. So we looked at those lots, shallow, conventional, and large, and tried to determine what is the yield and just test that. And what we found really was from our testing that what the city is getting right now is pretty much what the zoning both allows and the financial factors kind of promote. And Jason's going to talk about that a little bit more. So for each of these sites, we developed a yield analysis and a site analysis for how many townhouses could you get. And then we started looking at higher density options. And those higher density options were really formed based upon the types of developments that developers will typically build. We weren't trying to be inventive architects here. We were simply looking out and saying, okay, developers build what are called wrap projects, which I'll show you. That's where you have an independent parking garage and you wrap the housing around it. They build podium projects where you build a first floor out of concrete and you park below it. They typically don't build in this part of the region underground parking. They typically are a little bit hesitant. Sometimes they build garden type apartments where the parking is all on the surface. And so we played with all of those, but our goal was to try to say, if you were to max out one of these wrap projects or podium projects using conventional construction, what would you yield? We were not trying to do high-rise projects. We were not trying to do projects that might be considered innovative. We were just simply saying, if you're a typical developer, this is what you would probably want to do. This is what it would yield, and then we turned it over to Jason. But we also illustrated it so that we could show all of you what it looked like. So what I'm going to do now is show you these case studies. Maybe you've seen some of them. Some of the sites may look familiar. They're not meant to look familiar. They're in essence all generic sites, meaning they're either a large lot, we might have, or a shallow lot or a conventional lot. We may have looked at like 5 or 6 large lots, and we kind of just rolled the dice and picked one. But this is not meant to be a project for that large lot. It's more like a test of what type of yield would we get. Whether or not those particular people, if you recognize the site, would want to do that, really, we're totally agnostic about that. So with that, let me go to the tests. I guess I have to go to here. Okay, so how did we do this in terms of the existing conditions? In the mixed-use areas right now, you're basically allowed to build either under two different designations, 36 dwelling units to the acre or 40 dwelling units to the acre. Those numbers actually are a bit higher than townhouse, but they tend to be a bit lower than typical podium construction or typical wrap construction, which may be a bit of a constraint, and we talked about that a lot internally. You also require about 1.5 to 2.5 spaces per unit and a parking space for every 250 to 350 square feet of retail. Those numbers tend to be a little bit higher than what typical developers want to do in these types of projects, and they don't necessarily take into account certain types of opportunities for sharing, which occurs in these types of developments. What we found, and you'll see this visually in a moment, was that it might make sense if you were interested in trying to stimulate this type of market to raise the zoning to somewhere between 70 and 90 dwelling units per the acre. That would allow these types of wrap and podium projects to occur. Interestingly enough, you already allow 75 plus or minus feet. You don't even need that many feet to achieve this development. So in terms of
It's a 63-foot building is still a tall building. I'm not going to say it's not for this community. But you're already allowing in these districts heights that exceed that, so you have some opportunities to shape that height with future zoning regulations. And Jason may talk about this more a bit, but we did feel that you could probably make these projects work at a slightly lower parking ratio just because of the synergy that exists between the different types of uses on the site and the sharing opportunities. So we did look at vertical and horizontal mixed-use types. We did not assume any type of affordable housing or inclusionary housing or state bonusing or anything like that. That exists in the background, but we were basically looking at this from the perspective of what would the market produce if you just did a market rate project. We also looked at both your standards and guidelines in the city. We did make some recommendations, which I think are in some of the appendixes about that. But again, this was a first flush look at that. And again, these recommendations were made to facilitate this type of development if you liked it. In terms of the standards, we do feel that you have pretty good standards in your city, and we do feel that you have pretty good guidelines, but the guidelines in particular have to evolve to become objective design standards just because, meaning they have to be measurable and quantifiable just because of recent changes in state law. So let's look at some of these examples. Before I do that, let me just define the types for everybody. I think you may know these, but it's always fun to go through them. In Westminster, you do see some garden-type apartments, even newer ones. These tend to be 3-story buildings. Technically, they can exist anywhere from 30 to 70 plus or minus dwelling units to the acre, but what's characteristic of them is they all use surface parking. Our feeling was that ultimately, from the feedback process that we had with Jason, that type of project is not using the land efficiently enough. That as the land gets more expensive, that type of project will become less and less desirable to build. We also looked at townhome projects, which you'll see. Those tend to max out at about 15 to 25 dwelling units to the acre, but that's below even what you're allowing right now. But that is also the type of projects that developers are proposing to the city right now. So it's below your zoning allowances, but your zoning allowances aren't maybe high enough to attract another type of development right at this moment. You have your Bolsa Row project. That happens to be in a great location. It's an exemplary project, but as Jason noted, it's kind of the exception to the rule. That is actually a wrap project because it's got a parking structure that's been built, and then the housing has been built around it and screens most of the parking garage. And then you do see examples in the region of podium projects where basically the housing is built on top of a concrete podium, and that podium contains both parking and retail uses, the parking typically being fairly screened. Those projects actually can almost become infinite in size because if you switch to type 1 construction, you can go higher and higher. Okay, so here is what we're doing. This is a site in the northwestern portion of the city. It basically could fit about 114 townhouses on it. Obviously, if you really got into it, you might have a little more open space, a little less open space. But these are townhouses, each one of which contains a garage, and the buildings are 2 and 3 stories in height. It has a certain amount of open space. I think we know what these projects look like. They're kind of these gated communities to a certain degree. They're very lovely to live in, but they're at this lower density. In this particular case, we were able, because of the site geometry, to get about 20 to 21 units to the acre, and we're able to park 2-point cars basically per unit. If you had to start accounting for a lot of guest parking, you would start driving down the yield to a certain extent. When we looked at it in terms of making a feasible economic project, we gravitated towards the wrap project. So here you can see it's got a standalone parking structure. There's actually a garden on top, or a recreation space on top of the parking garage. That is fairly typical oftentimes in these types of projects. And then the apartment buildings themselves are moving around that garage
creating proximity to the units from the different parking levels, and you're basically getting 5-story buildings, and there's a 2-story building in the foreground. The thing that's most interesting about this was there was a lot of discussion about if you built this project, it might motivate the retail project next to it to further invest in itself again as well, because now they know they have an audience of people right there, and there's walking back and forth. Just to look at that project a bit more, we illustrated it to just give folks a sense of what it might look like. You can see there's kind of a little street going through. It's got some pull-in parking. There's some small amount of retail associated with the mixed-use project that faces the older retail, which we're imagining would be revamped. And then basically you get the housing community both above it and surrounding it, and you have this parking garage that can basically fully park and the residential and also create an additional shared resource for the commercial, the small amount of commercial that's built. Then we take a look at the shallow site. Here's one of these sites that's around 140 feet. We happened to choose a full block or half a block length in this particular case, so we were at about 500 feet long. On the townhouse scenario, at least, again, we're hovering around that 20 dwelling units to the acre. We got 22 here. There's a little bit more guest parking and some open spaces. In this case, we had an alley that creates a buffer to the residential behind. It's a nice scenario, but it basically serves the individual houses. It doesn't introduce a lot of experience to the boulevard as a whole. So then we developed a podium project in this particular case. We, in essence, had one level of parking. We were able to achieve a parking ratio, as I mentioned earlier, of around 1.2 parking spaces per unit. We got 86 dwelling units. We got a density of around 86 dwelling units to the acre. We were able to get 132 units in basically a 4-story configuration. Now, you could introduce things like a transitional height between the boulevard area and the housing behind. That would simply lower that density a little bit, but we'd still be between that 70 and 90 dwelling units that I talked about at the beginning. And here's kind of what that might look like. We broke this down in terms of massing. We were looking at your existing design guidelines when we did that. We put roofs on it. There are little courtyards moving up and down. There's potential for either some retail or live-work units or other types of stoop units that could occur at the first floor. And then finally, we looked at what we called the conventional site. This one's about 200 and what did that say? 250 feet by 430. We were able to fit 56 townhouses on it, again achieving a density of around, in this case, 23 dwelling units to the acre. We did have some guest parking here, so the parking ratio went up a little bit. It's very similar to the other projects because the building type remains consistent. But when we looked at it, this was about a 2-acre site. It was big enough that it could contain a wrap type project, which is from an economic standpoint the most efficient to build. But we also did one other thing. We didn't necessarily completely maximize the yield in this scenario. Towards the boulevard, we built a building that was 4-story, and on the other side of the parking garage, we purposely put 3 stories of construction as a way of stepping down towards the neighborhood. And in that case, we ended up with a density on the lower side at around 76 dwelling units to the acre. If maybe you didn't step down as much, you'd see that number go up, 80, maybe the high 80s towards 90. You could get there. But the parking ratio in this one, interestingly enough, because of the geometry of the site, increased a little bit. So in terms of look and feel, the boulevard is to the right, the neighborhood is to the left. You can see the slightly higher buildings towards the boulevard, the slightly lower buildings towards the neighborhood, and pretty much completely wrapping the parking garage so that the parking garage itself would not be a presence from the street or the sidewalks. So with that, having done that work, having first gotten a lot of information from Jason, we turned all this back to Jason, and he did a much harder core financial analysis, which I think he'll tell you about now. Okay, so quickly go on to the development feasibility, where we evaluate all these projects to see if they would actually be realistic and achievable from an investor's perspective. How we do that is actually a pretty simple process. We look at how much the project would be worth at its final development, how much does it cost to build that project, and the value minus the cost is what you would buy the site for, essentially. That's called a residual land value. It's the common way in which we look at this, and it's pretty basic. Of course, there's a bunch of assumptions to go each into what's the project value, what's the project cost. There's a lot of assumptions to go in that. The important thing to recognize, of course, is the project cost is going to vary a lot depending upon the type of development that you would do. Townhouses are the cheapest to build. The podium is the most expensive to build. So that affects the outcome here. You get more units per acre with the real dense stuff, but each unit is much more expensive to build. So there's a little balancing act that you have to do when you develop these projects. And so that's what we kind of tried to look at in our analysis. This is the results. I won't dwell on this too much, but the bottom line, this is showing you how the project performs today and then how it might perform if market conditions improve. So the townhome and the wrap project do generate a positive value on the land. It's a positive value. Unfortunately, how much land costs to buy right now in the city, it's on the margin in terms of feasibility. And it could be feasible, it could not be feasible, depending on how much the seller wants to sell his land for. The wrap and the townhome projects are basically equivalent, but what this graph is showing you is that small improvements in the market conditions will quickly change those outcomes so that both will be very viable and you could buy the land to make it work in most cases. So that's the case for both the wrap and the townhome. Both of them would work in this area. And the wrap becomes more and more expensive as the market and more viable and more profitable as the market conditions improve, which is kind of intuitively logical. As housing prices go up, you want to increase the density, get more yield on a particular acre of land. So it makes sense. So we would expect that over time your market conditions will improve and that both the wrap and a townhome project would be viable. I think about a 10% increase in prices or reduction in costs or something along those lines will really make this work. The podium project, the really dense one, is still a little bit of ways away on a kind of very generic basis. It could still happen. You're more close to like a 15% increases in prices or reduction in costs to make that work. Quickly, what are the things that might happen in your market to make that work? Reduced interest rates, which we expect to be happening pretty soon, really improve the financial performance of these projects, so that would really help. I won't get into what a cap rate is, but that's really related to an interest rate, and it also will affect if those go down, you quickly get this better. Obviously, increasing market rents or sales prices will happen, and we saw that earlier. That's been happening in Westminster. Prices have been going up, up, up. So if that continues in a few years, this could, again, be a very lucrative type development. And then changing in the cost of construction, which is happening with new technology, with with improved supply chains, costs could come down. That would also be the same as rents going up. Either one moves in the same direction. So we definitely see that particularly the wrap project could be viable. Even today, you've seen it in Stanton. It depends on the site and the developer's appetite for risk and how much he has to buy the site for. But even today, you could potentially have a wrap project materialize. But in a few years, we could see it a very real outcome for that wrap project. And in longer term, a podium could be realistic too. So those are the summary. Amanda's going to pull it all together and talk about what has to happen from a planning perspective to make this become real.
All right, well, no pressure with that lead in, but thank you. Yes, I will present an overview of what the steps would be required in terms of modifications to the city's existing planning documents and what that implementation schedule may look like. So in order to achieve the goals of the development sites and projects that both John and Jason had reviewed, we're looking at accomplishing a few critical goals that are aligned with those goals identified earlier as part of the city's general plan as well as your strategic plan. So first, looking for expanded opportunities for high-quality development here in Westminster. And relatedly, improving the financial feasibility of the redevelopment of underutilized sites, particularly in those mixed-use areas. By doing these items, providing a streamlined environmental review process for future projects that are consistent with the city's land use goals, making it easier and more attractive for developers to locate here in Westminster, and to continue accommodating your regional housing needs allocation as required by housing element law. In order to accomplish these goals, we've identified 3 critical steps that would be required to implement those objectives. The first is to amend 2 of your existing planning documents. First is your general plan, and the second is your zoning code. We would need to complete a program-level environmental review and facilitate a series of public hearings in order to complete the implementation and adoption of those modifications. The first step in that process, amending your policy documents. This is an effort that's collaborative with staff and the community to ensure that the modifications to your general plan and your zoning code are consistent with the city's goals and reflect the financial and market conditions identified previously in this report. That process would take approximately 6 to 8 months, followed by the process to initiate the environmental review. As part of this effort, we would be required to complete technical studies to consider impacts to your traffic, your mobility, air quality, noise, and other technical requirements. That process would take approximately 6 months, followed by preparation of your actual CEQA document, whether that be a program EIR or some other document appropriate to facilitate the implementation of these actions. Those documents must be presented to the public, to the Planning Commission and City Council for public review, and then heard at a series of public hearings. The total schedule for soup to nuts implementation would be approximately 18 to 24 months. This process would also piggyback and collaborate with the city's ongoing effort to modernize your zoning code. You've seen me here before over the past several months talking about improvements to the zoning code that must be made to be consistent with state law and improve development and conditions here in Westminster. Looking at additional opportunities for accomplishing the first goal I had mentioned, expanding the definition of those mixed-use districts. The general plan adopted in 2016 did identify numerous opportunities for mixed-use development along your commercial corridors, but a lot has changed over the past decade. So it's important to revisit the parameters of those boundaries and identify potentially some additional areas where that mixed-use designation would be warranted. So looking at those areas more thoroughly and looking at opportunities to expand the application of the mixed-use designation to those. We'd primarily be looking at the north side of Beach, just north of the existing mixed-use boundary, on Golden West and the 405, and expanding the Northwest District. Modifications would be required to the land use element to amend the map to extend the application of the mixed-use designation to other underutilized sites, such as those presented on the prior slide. Increasing the maximum allowable residential density in mixed-use designations to a threshold of approximately 90 dwelling units an acre. As we saw in the development scenarios, this is the density that would allow for the types of projects that we reviewed and are financially feasible on the types of typical sites here in the city. And updating the land use element implementation actions to correspond with these new goals and policies. Modifications would also need to be made to the zoning code, specifically its mixed-use development standards. The first, making sure that your zoning code is consistent with the policy direction of your general plan, so aligning any increase in density or intensity to be consistent between the 2 documents. And then 2 sets of revisions. The first set of revisions would be to facilitate that increased density. For example, revisiting the building height or story limits and setbacks. So this is about physically accommodating that type of development, what standards would need to be available to facilitate that type of density. And the second type of modifications is related to improving the financial feasibility. So we may look at things like the permitted uses, the dwelling unit size, open space standards, design standards, standards related to live-work units, or parking requirements. Expansion of the mixed-use areas and or an increase in density absolutely triggers the need to prepare an environmental document to support implementation of those actions. As I had mentioned, that requires preparation of something called an initial study, where technical studies are undertaken related to traffic, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and noise in order to determine the legally appropriate CEQA document to support implementation of those actions. The CEQA document would be prepared, facilitated for a series of public review, public hearings. Again, through adoption of that CEQA document and implementation of the planning modifications, opportunities to streamline future development and expand the sites available to accommodate a mix of uses, as well as meet the city's regional housing needs.
So, and with our final slide tonight, I would like to go over the recommended action. As part of the LEAP grant requirements, we promised the grant agency that we would make a valiant effort to intensify and promote increased housing in the community. So the ask for support on a resolution is a part of the grant requirement. Obviously, it's your right to vote however you wish. Staff does support the expansion of the boundaries, as discussed earlier, and we also support the modification of the mixed-use district land use development standards. It is important to note, though, that tonight there are no approvals to the actual general plan or to the municipal code. Simply, we are asking that the council support staff and direct us to continue to implement the recommendations that were presented in this report. And with that, concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to be available for questions and answers, as well as our consultant team. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for the detailed presentation. At this time, I would like to open for council question and comments. Let me start out with Councilmember Menzo.
All right,
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, all of you, for your detailed reporting and presentation and all your hard work behind the scenes with our staff. Nice to see you back, Amanda. I know you worked really hard for us. On the zoning code, I know we've implemented a phase 1. Do we have to start over with this one, or is it just, because I know we're working on phase 2 that we were waiting on, or does this start all over again?
This would not be starting over. This would be expanding and modifying the implementation of the first phase of work and continuing forward with implementing the other requirements always expected to be part of that second phase of work, to continue implementing the general plan from 2016, additional modifications that we knew were required as part of the state law. So this is not redoing work, it's expanding upon that.
Okay. Have we did any comps? I know you did show some examples of other projects in surrounding cities, but as far as the detailed information, all the detailed numbers, have you done a comp with other cities as far as what they have, something that you used for your work that you presented?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the projects that we showed, the ones that we developed, that we worked in, are very similar to the product types that we see in nearby cities. For example, Stanton has a bunch of wrap projects that we looked at, and the townhomes and the wrap, they're ubiquitous throughout Orange County. And that was kind of the point, is that we're seeing a lot of this stuff sprout up, but we haven't seen much of it in Westminster, so that's why we're looking at the code to see if that's a deterrent.
Okay.
But yeah, we looked very closely at those other projects.
All the numbers, all the density, the parking, the areas, square footage, and everything.
They're all pretty standard with what you see in these other cities.
All right. And what other elements in your study do you see that, besides this, that would deter developers from coming and possibly developing a project like this?
Well, we focused on things that were in your purview. There are obviously business cycle conditions that you have no control over. Those are regional, and we wouldn't expect, there's nothing you can do about that. But the things that are in your purview are the ones we focus on, which is primarily the zoning and the streamlining and getting the CEQA documents and all that stuff taken care of. That kind of sets the table for a developer. They get a little hesitant if they go into a city and they know that what they want to do isn't even allowed, and they have to go through a really really long period to do what they want, or have to do a special one-off development agreement or something along those lines. So we think the first thing you do is set the table from a planning perspective. Like, you're free and clear to do that, go for it. And that starts to get projects going. Once you get one or two off the gate, then others follow. That's just the way, the herd mentality of development. The Bolsa Road one that was so successful and is successful was a development agreement, if I understand. So they had to kind of work very closely and intensively with the city to get that approved, which is a much more risky proposition for a developer.
And I mean, the other ones that we see is right now that the time that it takes to get something through, get all the entitlements done. Something. What do you, Amanda, see that recommend that we can progress in our? You've been working so close with our staff that we can do a better job of that, because currently that is a big headache, I mean, we get so many complaints about that, just the process, the timely process it takes.
Well, I think the recommendations included in this report are twofold to help solve that problem. The first is, as Jason was just mentioning, right now the burden is on the individual applicant. Everyone is coming in, if they want to propose a project that exceeds the density parameters allowed in your current general plan, they're going it alone. They're taking risk, they're preparing their own environmental review, and they're doing them individually, and that's taking a long time. By looking at this cohesively from the city's perspective and just taking, a big bite of the apple, looking at the expansion of the areas, increasing the density as appropriate, and conducting your own city-led environmental review, future development applications can build off of that, or we call it tiering off of that, where they don't have to do their own individual analysis. If it's consistent with what the council's already approved, that process is extremely truncated and streamlined, so they're more confident and they're more likely to invest here in Westminster and do it in a more time-efficient fashion.
All right.
The second is that your existing zoning code, as you alluded to earlier, the second phase of work that we know is important to complete, the code's quite outdated. The general plan was adopted in 2016, but your existing zoning code is, multiple decades old. It's just not conducive to the modern development environment. It's very complicated to understand. It's hard to find instructions. It's inconsistent with direction. So being able to complete that portion of the zoning code update will make it much easier for developers and for city staff to interpret and implement policy direction that's consistent with whatever council provides. So I think with those two modifications, you'd see a significant reduction in the amount of time it takes to review and process a project.
Councilmember Renzo, if I would ask you to refrain your questions, if we need to go for second round.
For sure.
At this time, I would like to recognize Vice Mayor Ho.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's so interesting. Well, as you know, I'm kind of a little developer myself, little one. And so I find it very intriguing. And I've always kind of I wanted to understand why developers are not developing in our city. So I think from this presentation, I kind of learned a little bit from that. And so, so if we're expanding the mixed-use area to include other areas in our cities, is it to satisfy the grants, as you mentioned earlier, or is it to help with our RENA numbers? Because I know that I've always said that our city is pretty built out. And I know that now we have to build up and we have to do all kinds of things in order to build more units in our city.
So it's definitely not related to the grant. There was a great deal of technical work that went into making those determinations, and I'd like Amanda to address the rest of that question.
Yes, certainly. If you remember my presentations from the housing element, the city was able to successfully identify adequate sites to meet your regional housing needs allocation for this cycle, but it is not a surprise that we were barely able to do that. It is important. It is an important benefit of this approach to stimulating economic development and the revitalization of your underutilized sites. An additional benefit is your ability to better meet your regional housing needs allocation. So the motivating factor was not to identify additional housing opportunity sites or amend your housing element. But based on my professional opinion and recommendation, this is an incredible value add opportunity. So the expansion of the mixed use boundaries was really based on changing market conditions since 2014, when the land use plan was originally presented to the city council. In 10 years, the viability of different retail centers has just simply changed. So the expansion of the boundaries is just parallel to that, with the additional benefit of having additional sites available to meet your RHNA.
Okay, so is it, do you really think that developers are not coming to our city because of the reasons you mentioned, or is it just a guess, or are you?
I'll have Jason answer that one.
One thing about development, it's a very herd mentality, because when they go get financing, they want to see, the bank will always ask them, well, has this been done successfully in that city? And if they don't have enough examples to show, the bank might not lend them the money. So we don't think, as we said, we went through your vacancy rates, your rents, your incomes. We didn't see those as being major deterrents. I actually believe it's the zoning, which we've talked about, it needs to be changed so that they have confidence that what they want to build is buildable and they can get it done, because certainty is so important in the development world. That's the first thing. And then secondly, just looking for proof of concept. They want to see more development does beget development. And so right now you just, they're looking at other cities that's happening and they keep doing it, but there's nothing in Westminster. They're like, well, what's wrong with Westminster? It's almost a stigma that's going to develop if you don't allow more development to occur. It gets harder and harder to make it happen, even though the fundamentals aren't really that much different. I mean, your incomes are higher than Stanton's, so there's a lot of, it's just not clear what's not happening, and I think Stanton had the zoning. That's probably the first thing that happened.
Is that true?
That is true, actually. I know for a fact some of the consultants we work with, we're working on this type of, we're implementing these programs 20 years ago in Stanton as part of policy. And we were a little bit gun shy as a city back when the general plan was being updated, and the council at the time and perhaps even the community did not have the appetite for this type of development in Westminster, so we landed on a different zoning or different intensity back in 2014. I did also want to add, though, that in addition to their expertise, part of the scope of work that the city had devised was that they actually go and talk to reputable developers in the region to have conversations with them as to why are you not coming to Westminster. They crunched the numbers, but they also had those interactions. Would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we talked to the developers of the projects in Stanton. We also talked to the Bolsa developer, and we talked to developers that are doing nearby projects, and they pretty much had a unanimous consensus that yes, Stanton would be on their radar, but the uncertainty about what they would be allowed to do was a deterrent. They just don't want to get started on a process and they're not sure what the outcome is going to be. That's very risky if you invest a bunch of time on a project and then finally you find out you really can't get it done. But if you do change the zoning so that it's kind of known ahead of time what you can get accomplished, particularly if you want to build something of higher density, then it provides more certainty.
So that was the whole reason why we started doing the specific plan a couple of years ago, right? So that we can, our city would go through and do the whole zone change instead of having each individual developer go through it, right? And so now we're just expanding.
Vice Mayor, if I could, would you please reframe your questions so that we can go to the next council?
Oh, yeah, okay.
If I can answer that one last statement, Mayor.
Yes, please.
The reality is that the general plan update was necessary and important because it had not been done in several decades, close to 30 years. But one of the things where staff fell short after 2014 was actually implementing the section of the general plan that is actually listed as implementation strategies of the general plan. Some divisions and departments took it upon themselves to go ahead and do that. like I was responsible for the circulation element, mobility. You're seeing all of that happen now because we got moving on it pretty quickly. This portion of it hasn't really been advanced until approximately about 3 years ago under this administration. So.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to recognize Councilmember West
Thank you.
for your 5 minutes.
So I know that tonight, Adolfo and staff, you recommend us to adopt this resolution tonight and direct staff to proceed with the implementation. Before I do, I want to say this. I just feel like first I want to say thank you for the presentation. It was detailed, but I feel like this need property owners and community input before we start this. I just feel like there's still that need for the property owner and community input in this implementation. And earlier you mentioned that retail market is going away due to online marketing, right?
I wouldn't say it's gone away. It's changed
Like it's
significantly.
moving away.
Yeah,
There you go.
It's changed a lot. Yeah.
It changed, right. So isn't that mean that the market is going away for retail in a way?
I think it's changed, meaning that the old model of retail, the strip commercial model where you have one strip center after another, which is all very, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to a kind of a sense of place and walkability and entertainment and experience. That was a model that was based on buying all your goods on the retail strip. Well, now you can buy a lot of your hard goods online.
Exactly.
You don't necessarily need to go to your local, every type of store. It's got to be in your neighborhood. Most of the stuff you go now for entertainment, you just to shop and to eat, drink, to maybe fashion or whatever. But it's not everything that you buy has to be bought on the commercial center in your. That's how these originally emerged, and that doesn't apply anymore. There's so much more opportunities for online shopping.
Okay, so what I'm seeing from you with mixed use and retail is having identity, and the identity meaning coffee shop, maybe a showroom, something like that, right? But then of course, in this building that we saw the wrap, it's big, okay? So meaning there needs to be a lot of little shop down there. So how many coffee shop, how many showroom, how many clothes store are you gonna have down there? Because the things that, like you mentioned, clothes store, people are buying online, size small, size medium, they just go online and buy it, or hats or whatever they wanna buy. Now showroom, I think that's a good idea. Now, how many showroom can we show of a Tesla or a Ford, Jeep? You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, what does that entail for you with retail, mixed retail? What's that retail look like?
Those big buildings that you saw, most of them were primarily residential. There wasn't a lot of retail space there. You could have retail, the existing retail could be right next door, but...
Sir, can you hold on?
Sorry.
When he answered, can you pause it? Because that's what you guys been doing.
We have to go to the same thing for everyone.
Can you pause when I'm asking a question?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Continue.
So this is my other question for you. So developers been telling me, I've been meeting with some of them, that they don't want to build the retail because many times it goes empty or it is at a loss. So why don't we let the market decide and have the property owner decide if they want retail? Does retail work when it is mid-block and not at the major intersection? How would that affect your study? Besides the big project of Brookhurst and Bosa that you mentioned earlier, has the new Bosa mixed use, we see that district been broadly implemented, right? Now, have you surveyed the property owner to see their views? I haven't.
We talked to a lot of developers, and I agree with you, they don't like mixed-use retail all the time as a requirement. You don't have that as a requirement right now. You actually allow single-use development along the corridor, so we're not suggesting that you change that. We added retail to one of the sites just because in some cases it works great. If you're on the corner and it's a really nice, busy intersection, you might want a little coffee shop, but don't require it. You don't have it required now, and we're not suggesting you go in that direction for a mixed-use project. I agree with you that basically we're suggesting that you keep your zoning in that regard the same, which is if someone wants to build an entire residential project, they should be allowed to do that. If they want retail, they could bring retail on the ground floor.
Okay. So I also been told that developer that rents in Westminster on the inland side of the 405 do not justify the high density construction.
The podium for sure. The wrap, I would say you're right on the margin. It depends on how much they have to buy the site for. But I think that the rents are moving upwards, and this is a plan that you're talking about for the next 10, 15 years, right? So today is a snapshot. I think in today's market, because of interest rates and a whole bunch of other factors, it might be difficult to buy the site, finance the development. But that could change in a year or two, and you don't want to have to start this process all over again. So you want to be prepared for when the market is ready to do that type of development.
So if I may follow up on that, this effort really builds in flexibility for developers to invest in the city of Westminster. And I would like Amanda to come up and talk a little bit about the concern that was brought up regarding moving forward without public participation, because there will be quite a bit of public participation moving forward.
Yes, absolutely. Based on direction that's provided by the council tonight, which would be new direction in terms of appropriate next steps for implementation, De Novo is under contract with the city to help implement these documents, and it would include a robust public participation process. So we would be developing that in collaboration with city staff and making sure that that approach is consistent with the council's goals as well. So we would have ample opportunity to connect with the community and build on those relationships that we've developed, as well as expand our discussions with specific property owners.
All right, Councilmember West, same as the other council, I'd like to ask you to refrain your questions. It's now my turn, but before you start the clock, it's past 10 o'clock, so we need to have a motion to continue this meeting extended after 10. So motion to approve to continue this meeting after 10.
A second.
Mayor, can you either amend or I make a substitute motion to not go past 11 o'clock?
Okay.
It's 10 o'clock now.
Yeah, okay, 10 o'clock, not to go past 11. I think we can do it because we have only one item next. So I think we could do by then. So hopefully, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Okay, so I have an amended motion. This is made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho, to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. per city policy, but not to go past 11 p.m. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Okay, so you can go ahead and start my 5 minutes. Again, I would like to thank for the detailed presentation, and I think it's a very benefit for the city, for the resident, for the council to see your detailed plans. This is exactly what I see when we were at the ICSC in Vegas. We actually went out and sell it to the potential investment so that they can invest into our property here in the city of Westminster. With that, we call that the City of Westminster City of the Opportunity. The reason we call it opportunity is because we have a number of the mixed use that we just passed, and so with those mixed use opportunity for the developers to come in and continue with this. So with your presentation today and with your recommendation, I think it's if we decide to move forward, it will take the city of Westminster to the next level. So I totally believe that. With that, I just think that we continue to move forward. It's just that right now I understand that the council still have questions, so I'd like to go with another route on this. At this time, I would like to go ahead and start with Council Member West. You have 5 minutes to go.
Okay, so I guess my question is, before I ask this question, I know this is a huge project that you guys are taking on. I just feel like there's different model that you guys want to implement, and it seems like the first one will phase out just because the garden is too expensive, for a future developer to even want to take that on. I understand that. The other two, which is the condos, townhouse, and the wrap, right? The two wrap. I understand what you're saying is that it will basically, that is the future planning for every city moving forward. But I just feel, to be honest with you, I just feel like we need to verify, like I mentioned earlier, we need to ask the owner, property owner, the resident, of what they want. You know what I mean? And I know, I think it's important, and I will mention again, that we need to ask the community before we move forward. Because there's a saying, we will be putting the cart before the horse. And I know that, this is something that will be that. Because without the input of the resident, the homeowners, we shouldn't even approve to move forward with this. I think we should have the question first, the study first. Get the input from the resident, get the input from the owners, and see what they want. Then we would know for sure exactly how we should tailor this. And I think that's very important. I will always stand with the resident regarding that. So I think it's important if we modify. I know your recommendation back here is to recommend staff to adopt the resolution, direct staff to proceed with implementation. So under this, maybe you can add in there to, before any of this, do a study first. Do an outreach first, because I think that's the right thing to do. Do an outreach to the resident. And I know I will always stand with the resident on this, and it's important that their voice are heard. Either they might even approve this project, you know what I mean? But I think the resident want to know that their voice are heard. So I recommend that staff put a study out first, reach to the resident. It's worth it because it shows the city we're interested in the resident, the homeowners, and what they want. They might want this. After you guys present it, they might want this, or they might not. So at least we know, okay? So that's my recommendation. Is that possible? Staff? Anyone?
I guess that right now, you go ahead and ask a question that you have. But if you want to decide to take action on
No.
that?
I'm just asking a simple question with staff, if it's possible to go back and do the study first before you implement. Is that possible?
We feel that the study actually has already done that, but at the direction of council, we'd be willing to entertain other options.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We can make a motion and we can decide it as a whole body council.
Exactly.
Yes.
So my suggestion, if the council is okay with it.
Right now, we are not taking any action. We are in discussion.
I know I'm discussing, but I'm saying that it's important for the resident to have the voice first, like I mentioned.
Yes.
I think it's important to have their input first, and like I said, I think that's a very good thing that we would do as an agency to show the resident, the homeowners, that we are concerned about their input.
Okay, thank you very much. We got that. Anything else from you?
I just real quick.
No, hold on. He's still. I believe he still have 42 seconds. I'll put it back. Do you have anything else, or you are done? Councilmember West.
Were you asking me?
Yes, you done?
I thought the time was up for me.
You have 42 seconds, but if you choose
32
not to, then
seconds?
that's fine.
I can continue. So let me see here. Let me look at my question again. I know that residents don't like it when we come to them after this process because they think that decision already made. You know what I mean? It's like any project that we do. I think the resident, the voters, the homeowners want to know that you take their decision first, their input, before you move forward as a city, as a whole council board here, approve of this project. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. And I know the owners would really appreciate that.
Amanda, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, I completely agree with you. So thank you for your feedback and your recommendation. I may suggest that what we're hoping to receive tonight is direction that the council is interested in exploring these ideas and looking at ways to implement potentially an expansion of the districts and modifications to the code. Based on council's direction, we can have those conversations with the community in a more meaningful way where we can start to discuss images of the projects that you saw tonight. We can start to gather input or support, or if they don't like that or they don't want to see it, we can hear that as well, so that we can start to identify, in addition to the financial components discussed tonight, what the community's preferences are and bring those back to you with more specific recommendations. So what we heard tonight was a lot about the feasibility and the financial components of the project, but we need to see what the community's opinion is as well. So this is giving us a starting point to test those ideas and understand where the community's preferences are based on direction we hear today.
And that's built into your current timeline already, correct?
Yes, this is part of the current timeline.
Thank you.
Okay, just one last question.
That's it for you. Vice Mayor.
May I ask
Vice
one last
Mayor Ho.
question like
No,
Vice Mayor
Vice
was
Mayor Ho.
asking earlier?
No, Vice Mayor Ho. Go ahead.
Okay, then I'll go for the next round.
Okay, so, well, I'm not going to, I don't really have much more questions, and I really think this is something that I understand that you're coming to us to see if we could allow you to explore, and then part of your timeline includes approaching and bringing forth the idea and presenting to the community. So I think that's really clear, and I'm with you on that. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, Councilmember Menzel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, that is so that's part of the process, is the community outreach, eventually planning commission, which then the public would have an opportunity for comment during the planning commission hearings, and then also finally, if it comes back to city council, again, the public would have another opportunity for input. So that is part of the process. I saw that one chart you had where you
Yes,
showed that.
absolutely.
Yes, real quick, yes, I'm excited to have this before us. Unfortunately, our city is always playing catch-up. We're always behind everybody else. We developed a general plan, which was, in my opinion, wasn't keeping up with the time. That was the leadership at the time that did not have the appetite for that, and here we are playing catch-up one more time. I see the 18 to 24 months, and did not like that. Again, time is of the essence. We are seeing everybody else around us moving forward and progressing, and we are not. Our community is always asking for, we don't have anywhere to shop. We don't have any destination location. We don't have any excitement of where our residents to go to. We all go somewhere else. So thank you, and I just hope that this process can be more of the 18, not so much the 24. So thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, your whole team, for all your efforts. Jason, you're the rock star of the team. Sorry, the Jason. Ryan. Sorry, Ryan. We hope we need more of you. Thank you, everybody. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember West, we, according to the policy that we just passed, we go the first round, second round, and then we will go with the consensus. If the majority don't want to continue with the discussion, then we can go ahead and proceed with the motion and the vote. However, you mentioned that you have one more question, then why don't I go back to you for that one more question? If there's no request for another 5 minutes, if that's how you want to do it, then we need to seek for the consensus of the council. Do you have one more question to?
Yes, my last question.
Okay, go ahead.
So with your estimation, how many total units could be built in your plan? Like max, what's your estimate unit?
We have not quantified the maximum number of units because we have not received direction as to the appropriate density, but we know approximately. Currently, your density allows for 40 dwelling units per acre. We've explored a range of anywhere from 70 to 90 as being financially feasible. So we'd be looking within the mixed-use districts at approximately doubling their potential capacity, which I think would be around 6,000 units.
Alrighty, thank you very much. At this time here, I would like to ask for council consensus to, or if you have the motion on this, then we can go ahead and move. I would like to entertain if there's any motion to this one.
I motion to move forward and voting. I'm done.
To approve as recommended?
Motion to approve, have staff move forward with this project.
I second.
I substitute motion.
To adopt
Approval
the
of the
resolution. Yeah, to
Yes,
adopt the resolution.
Motion to approve the resolution.
So I want to substitute motion.
Oh, is there a second to that first? Is there a
I
second
do,
to?
yes, I did.
He
Okay.
has a second.
All right.
Okay. So basically, I just feel like we cannot, we want input first, right? Like I mentioned earlier, it's very important before we bless this plan, you know? And I understand that you mentioned when we do this plan, for us, staff approving, I guess the council approves staff, direct staff to go approve with this, then basically you start the process of having input from the resident. But like I mentioned earlier, we need the input from the resident and the homeowners first before we implement anything. What if the plan and their input is different? You know what I mean?
Your point.
So the thing is that my
Councilmember West,
substitute motion.
your points is very well perceived at this time here. What is your substitute motion?
So my substitute motion is to basically, before we move, recommend staff to move forward with this, we ask that you craft a study session ASAP for the people.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion, substitute motion? Hearing none. So,
Hearing none, the motion fails.
thank you. So let's go back to the original motion and call for the vote, please.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, to direct staff to implement recommendations made in the feasibility study prepared by consultant team led by Economic and Planning Systems for upzoning the mixed-use zone for residential development, expanding the area of the mixed-use district, and incentivizing strategies for lot assimilation, and finding that this direction to implement the feasibility study is exempt from the California Environment Quality Act." I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Like I mentioned before, we need to ask the community input and we need the homeowners' input before we move forward and bless this project. We are putting the cart before the horse, like I mentioned earlier, and that's not right. So I will stand for the resident of Westminster, so my vote tonight is no.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
3-1, motion carried.
Again, thank you on behalf of the City Council and City staff. I would like to thank you for
very
spending
much.
time and develop the presentation and being here to present it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, next item is item 7.1, establishment of the Measure Y and E Citizen Oversight Committee. This one, I'm a little bit confused, and I'd like to have a clarification from staff. For this item here, I believe that you want to have, you want to rescind rescinding resolution 5245, and you want to adopt the committee's roles and responsibilities. Is that correct?
So if I could give a little bit of oversight. So currently we have a Measure Y Citizens Oversight Committee that's currently seated by 5 members that the City Council has selected. That committee has already had a adoption of a resolution which has established the roles and responsibilities as committee members. With the adoption and approval by the voters back in March for Measure E, what we would like to do is actually combine the 2 measure committees to be held under one committee. This would now be considered the Measure Y and Measure E Oversight Committee. And in order to do that, we would need to rescind the Measure Y resolution and make a new resolution that would oversee both of those committees. It would be housed as one committee versus 2 separate due to the fact that it's the same tax per se, just different amounts.
Okay, so what do you mean by resolution number XXX? Is that resolution to substitute?
I'm sorry?
I don't understand when you have those draft version of the resolution.
Yes, so that's the new resolution that we're requesting the council to approve and adopt.
Okay, so you rescind resolution 5245 and replace with the new resolution that also adopt with committee's roles and responsibility.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, if there's a motion, I will entertain the motion if there's one. If not, then if council want to discuss about it, then we can go ahead and take time to do that. Any council want to discuss about this item? If not, is there any motion to approve?
I would like staff to do a quick presentation. That would be great.
Okay.
For the combination of Measure Y and Measure E.
I don't have a presentation prepared, but the funding is very similar. So the committee would be reviewing the same information. So in order to meet the requirements of the ordinance for both Measure Y and E, we need to have an oversight committee. And so it would be, I think, more efficient to have the members serve on both, since it'd be the same information provided. So staff's asking to combine the committees, Y and E, using the same members. The same requirements are required for both measures. And just to combine them to I guess, be more efficient.
Okay, what I'm seeing, your
Can you
side.
start sorry about that. If that's the case, then can we start the 5 minutes, please?
Okay, so what I'm seeing is you want to consolidate for efficiency.
Well, yes, because it's required by both measures. So when the voters approved Measure Y, the oversight was required, and when the voters approved Measure E, the oversight was required with the same requirements. So rather than have 2 committees meet on the same item, to combine them for efficiency.
Right. Now, what I'm seeing is this is a total of 1.5% tax increase in the city of Westminster. So when we have 2 measure, which is a 0.5, those who are on that committee can decide that, and a 1% tax, the other committee can do that. So for me, I see a split of committee as a good balance for the city of Westminster, because we cannot put everything in, all the egg in one basket for those 5 committee member to decide on the 1.5% tax increase. So what I'm saying is that we need to keep it separate to have a check and balance. If the 5.5% tax, right, that we have, that we recently just have increased, right, in the city of Westminster.
Correct.
We need a committee for that to decide that, of 5 different appointees from the council and the mayor here. And then the other 1% that recently we passed last year, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, then we need the other committee that we already appoint to keep them there.
Okay, but the council makes the decision on how the funds are spent. The committee members for both review the annual financial report, which encompasses the entire city. So the money that's specific to Measure Y and E are both included in that report. And it also, the committee would review the revenue and expenditures as approved by the council for both of those funds in the budget, and then they would report their findings to the city council. So it's absolutely the council's call how you would like to handle that. They'd just be reviewing the same information. So you could have, you know, 10 members review the exact same information.
Right, I understand that, but one is a 1% tax, the other is 5% tax. What I'm saying, if we need to use anything for the city, not the whole 1.5 go into something, like a department. When we have two committee of 1% tax and the 5% tax, they can dish it out to different committee if the 1% decided they want to do it for the police. Then the 5% can say, hey, we want to focus more on the J department, you know, for example, of Public Works. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I understand.
Is that we need that split for the reason of check and balance, and also for the balance of different departments. So not one money, a system of 1.5% tax go toward one department that you guys like. For example, we need to split it in different ways. So basically, whichever department can lobby, right, for the 1% or the 0.5%, or the lobbying of the public on the 1% and the 5%. So that way, not the 1.5% go into whatever this 5 committee member decided, study, and then brought it before the council. I don't like that. I like the mix, but that's my thought. But of course, it depends on the majority of the council here, what they want. But I'm speaking for the resident, and that's the reason why I want that check and balance of the split, because we voted at different time, the 1% tax and the 0.5% tax. There needs to be a split and a different. So we can't just put everything in one egg basket. So that we cannot consolidate. Consolidation is kind of scary in government entity.
So it's the council's decision, but at this point, the committee is not allocating the funding, the council is allocating the funding.
Absolutely, but the committee make the decision and present the fact, what they study, what they finding to the council. I understand that, but I want check and balance. For example, you go to the doctor, right? One doctor say, you need to go get this x-ray, you have this cancer. And then, of course, you always want to get second opinion. What if the other doctors say, no, you don't have it, right? That's all I'm saying.
Of course, it's the council's decision.
Absolutely. So whatever the majority here will decide, we all know tonight. But for me, I'm speaking on behalf of the people, and I think there needs to be the split, the accountability. And so that's why it's very important to me. And consolidating power is scary to me, especially with the 1.5% tax. That's a lot. So I think it's the best interest of this council and the city to have it split.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, Vice Mayor Ho, you're recognized.
I will pass over to you, and I go after you.
Okay, Councilmember Meza.
I don't know if I really want to entertain that, but we just got to move forward.
Okay.
It's a lack of understanding, so it's all right.
Thank you. As for me, I think that this is the same pot of money. It's going to the city, and the city is going to do it, whatever we decide. And the thing that we need to know that rather having two different councils to determine and then the idea is going to be collided, or it's going to be different. It's probably more difficult. And at the same time, I don't think that it's wisely to have two different committees for the same purpose of tax, from the tax standpoint. And the most important thing is that whatever they decide, whatever they decide, they are just advised to the city council. and we are the one who make decision. It's always come back here for us to make the final decision. We can decide whether the money is going to well spent for something else. That's up to the council. Am I correct?
That's correct. The council makes that decision.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time here, do we need to go for the second round?
No.
No.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. I move to approve.
All right, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo.
It was, excuse me, Vice Mayor Ho.
Oh.
This is
Second by myself.
Okay, I will update. All right, I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, rescinding Resolution Number 5245 to establish the Measure Y and E Citizens Oversight Committee and adopting the committee's roles and responsibilities." I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Before I vote, like I mentioned, I'm going to say it in a different way. Basically, it was voted 2 different tax increase from different group of people. Maybe some overlap with the same people that wanted this. But the thing is that for check and balance, I think it's important to not consolidate the both tax increase together into one basket. It is important for check and balance and different opinion. And I say again, and I will vote no for that. I want transparency, I want accountability, and I don't want consolidation of increased tax together into one basket.
Thank you. Next.
Councilmember Monzo.
So my vote is no.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes, but I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the current members. And I do recognize some longtime members such as Diana Lee Carey, who's the vice chair, and Michael Valencia. Thank you so much, and I see you there. And so my comment is, I didn't make my comment earlier, in that it's really hard to find quality members, volunteers. They're all volunteers. And so I don't understand the meaning of having 2 separate groups. I understand what Councilmember West was saying, but I really feel like it's more important to have dedicated members who are going to be overseeing, and it's good to have just one
So your vote is?
committee. So I did vote yes.
Okay.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-1.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I would like to open up for oral communications for non-agenda items. So, City Clerk, would you please read the instruction into the record? And it's the same thing as I read earlier. We have the policy for rule of decorum, so it's the same thing apply. I don't think that I need to restate of what I read earlier, but please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time, state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Julie Deep, followed by John Gentile.
Can I start now? Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and residents of Westminster. I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for allowing me, Julie, to serve as the Vice President of the Westminster Community Foundation for about a year. Thank you to City Councilman Carlo Manso for the nomination. Carlos, you are truly a great leader. You have given me the trust and the tools to serve with undue influence. I want to take this time to thank the following colleagues with whom I have the honor of serving alongside on the WCF board for their tireless effort towards building an inclusive foundation. Thank you to Ms. Jackie Bone Wright for your commitment to seniors and families, and especially for your mentorship. Thank you to John Gentile for your advocacy for small businesses. And thank you to Camila Overbeek for your commitment to records and accountability. And I also want to thank the past WS board member, Frank Berry, for your ongoing service to the community. Contrary to the WSF President's belief, the main goal of the foundation is not only to fundraise for the TED Foundation. Despite multiple attempts for WCF to outreach to the different communities within the city and to support monthly city events, WCF continues to have a limited vision because of the leadership and stagnant at this time. As long as WCF board member continue to be nominated by the city council and not operating autonomous from the city, this foundation will not be effective to serve the residents without outside influence and a revolving door. We have not been able to keep a full board and operate fully. And the refusal of the board to meet to change the bylaw prepared by the city attorney under the city council direction led me to this decision today. At this time, I want to say publicly that I am going to resign due to the lack of leadership, vision, accountability, and respect for my personal contribution to the foundation. I regretfully resign, but the reason I want to do publicly is because I want to make sure the council is very well aware that I want to serve the city. I want to serve the residents. I care deeply about uniting this community. As long as residents see me as a Vietnamese resident or an immigrant, I think there's a lack of unity. I want you to see me first as an American of Vietnamese heritage. I want you to see me also as a leader. In 2023, when I started, I led and worked well with the board. But when I was challenged and said that I was overstepping my boundaries, and I'm not the president, I stepped back in 2024, so then they can lead. So thank you.
Can real quick comment, Mayor? Julie, on behalf of myself, I deeply thank you for your sacrifice and your commitment to our community. I know that this is just a tip of what you do for our communities. So I thank you very much, and I have a lot of respect for you as a person. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for your commitment and your sacrifice.
Thank you so much for the recognition.
Julie, I really appreciate you helping out, with the team, with the Westminster Community Foundation. I appreciate your input. I hear good things about it. Now, my question is, why aren't there any unity? You guys have the majority. You guys have the majority of 3. They appoint their people. You guys should have the unity. Why aren't you guys having unity? Is this me and Nam Quang appointee, which is Casey, and one of his guy? But the thing is that you guys have the 3. You guys can do whatever you want in the Westminster Community Foundation.
I don't understand what you mean by the majority.
We have to appoint.
I don't think that we have to discuss
the 3 of
this
us here
right
appoint. Carlos Monzo appoint you, right?
So same thing as
Kimberly
council
appoint
members.
Gentile.
I don't think that we need to
Dominic,
discuss.
his brother-in-law.
I don't think that we need to discuss that
I just don't
right
understand
here.
why there aren't unity.
My point is, same thing with Councilmember Menzo and Councilmember West. We appreciate for your time that you serve the WCF, and it was successfully ran for the past year. So again, thank you for your service. And at this time here, I don't think that we need to go into discussion. Am I right about that?
Correct. You can agendize it for another meeting for a discussion, but at this time.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service,
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is John Gentile, followed by Kai Dow.
Hello, council members. I too am a member of the Westminster Community Foundation. I'm also a member of 2 other foundations, so I'm pretty on board on how foundations should work. It does not appear that the foundation, the Westminster Community Foundation, is a good fit for me. I've been saying since the day I've been there, the direction it should be going. My foundation has done 250 fundraisers, sponsorships, or donations, giving back to our community like $450,000. So I thought going to the Westminster Community Foundation, it was going to be a fundraiser for the city. Using the word Westminster Community Foundation, the word community should not even be in there in the name of that. So I'm not going to sit here and I'm going to rag on that, on the foundation. Lots of good people there, and I'm only speaking for myself. I'm just not a good fit, okay? And I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not a good fit. Ms. Ho, thank you very much. It was an honor, but once again, I'm just not the right person for that foundation. So I am also resigning. Thank you very much.
Well, John, thank you for your service, and I regret to see you go. And if there's anything you would like to help us to improve the foundation, we could speak privately about it. Thank you very much for your service.
I told Dominic that if he needs volunteers for the Tet Parade or the gala, give me a call. I'm more than happy to help him with that. But it has to be for the whole community, and that's why I'm dropping out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John, thank you so much for your sacrifice and your commitment to our community. I know you do a heck of a lot for our city and our community and our first responders, our police department, everything you've done. We all know, the community knows what you and your foundation have done for our city. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I do have a chance to work with you during the state gala, and I appreciate for all the help that you put in at the time. So,
And thank you both for attending my
Thank you very much.
event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John, I just want to say thank you so much for being part of the Westminster community. I attend your fundraising event at your, community, I guess your nonprofit, and I appreciate all you do because it was a success. And I'm sorry that, unfortunately, the Westminster community, there's, like Julie mentioned, no unity, nor there is not a fit. I guess my suggestion to you, I would love to get your input. What do you think can change? I would love to take that input.
All right.
I could do that with you. I just don't want to do it right here.
Not a problem. I'll give you a call.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next
Our
speaker,
next speaker is Kai Dow, followed by Michael Varengia.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, my plan to be here tonight, I was going to put on a show. I was afraid that someone even might lose control, might not able to control their temper, even has to draw their weapons. Even I have to be escorted out of this court, out of this chamber. But I'm glad I didn't have to resort to that. Before I begin, Mr. City Attorney, when I'm speaking up here, am I allowed to speak to staff, to you, criticize the police department, police officer, or just only allowed to address the council members?
Go ahead and answer.
You can speak to anything within the city's subject matter jurisdiction.
Thank you, sir.
I want to clarify that. We have agenda item and non-agenda items.
I'm talking about
communications.
non-agenda.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. But I'm glad I didn't have to do that. I might come back and have to readdress it. But first of all, I don't want to have time. Yeah, before I start, I'd like to commend the police officers tonight to keep their cool and, I forgot what's the term I was going to use, but I'm very grateful for their reaction and how they will be able to not get involved with the commotion that took place just a while ago. And could assured, I heard that they're trying to do all kind of pressuring, so I hope Mr. City Attorneys, you or the police officers, police chief would do the right thing, and you guys would do your thing the way it's supposed to be, according to the law, and not be pressured by any gang, any majority, any minority, from the mayor or from any members, because I hate to see that, the staff or you guys lost track of your professionalism, of your duty, not doing what you're supposed to do here, but take side and behave, reacting unbecoming of an officer. So I leave that to the next meeting, but tonight I was very happy how the police officer were able to keep that cool. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Roger Mindrum.
Thank you. I have just a couple of items I'd like to touch base on. We've seen over the last 2 or 3 meetings an actual planned, I'm sorry, I just went blank on it. I'm sorry, we have 2 council members who are purposely obstructing the business of the council by not bothering to show up at closed session. Today was a good example. Now, Ms. West, Mr. Nguyen over here decided that they weren't going to be in closed session, but I noticed Mr. Nguyen sure got his happy ass out here to the alleged press conference that was being held outside while he was recording the speakers out there. Well, if he can get here for that, he can drag himself inside here and go into closed session. Ms. West, the same thing. The last meeting, how many times did the council break to try and get closed session business taken care of? Neither one of them did. They went outside and they hung out with their toadies outside the council chambers here. They weren't interested in council business. That's the case. Maybe they need to both resign and let somebody else come in and do their job. The second thing, all the talk Ms. West puts out about First Amendment rights only pertain to her. What you have in front of you is a complaint that she lodged with the assistant presiding judge, Superior Court, when I was the foreperson of the grand jury of the 23-24 Orange County grand jury. You see the response in there. She didn't like the fact that I commented on her official Westminster page. There was nothing threatening about it. I called her on the carpet for her stupid comments and her ridiculous items that she puts on there. Sorry, if you're going to post that stuff on there, you're going to face the music from people who follow you. She didn't like it. She lodged a complaint, and you can see the response. I retain my First Amendment rights. At no time did I project this as being a grand jury issue. At no time. That's why that response reads that way. So all her lame talk about, oh, I'm losing my First Amendment rights, that only pertains to her. She doesn't care about anybody else. I'm sorry to rant, folks, but that pissed me off. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roger Mindrum, followed by David Johnson.
Roger Mindrum. Thank you, Michael. This is actually going to be a good segue because I have basically the same subject that Amy Fan West has violated my civil rights regarding if I criticize her without fear of reprisal. Right here is, in case anybody was still wondering, what her attack was about that she mentioned last week. If y'all recall, she came back in here and said, oh, I missed the closed session because I was out back making a police report. Well, apparently her first escape out of the room to be a derelict of her duties here was to run out in the parking lot, which I happened to be in the parking lot in my car eating my dinner because these meetings start at 6 p.m. now, and I'm driving 25 miles from my workplace in LA. So I stop at Bob's Burgers and grab a patty melt and sit in my car, and she turns out to make a 100% fabricated false accusation that I stalked her, harassed her, and apparently at the dais here said I attacked her. She didn't name me by name on the dais, so she gets away with that legally, but if we all put the pieces together regarding the police report, what she said here, making a police report, and then saying that she was attacked in the parking lot, that was me she was talking about. When approximately 1820 to 1830 hours, Fan West left the council chambers to get a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Yeah, right, cup of coffee. No, to ditch the meeting. When she returned to the same parking lot, she observed a male subject who she immediately recognized as Roger Mindrum sitting inside of a vehicle. West stated she recognized Mindrum as Carlos and Kimberly's supporter, referring to Councilmember Carlos Manzo and Councilmember Kimberly Ho. She stated that she had seen Mindrum at numerous council meetings and believed that he was stalking her. West believed Mindrum was stalking her and stated, he's waiting for me. He knows my car. Mindrum remained in his vehicle, made no gestures toward West, and did not say anything towards her. I'm not going to have enough time here, but I'm just going to give a little more of an excerpt here. West stated she did not feel safe because of all the comments that were left on her social media page, but from Mindrum and other activists. She was also afraid Mindrum would tap her car and put a mic on her car. After parking her vehicle, there's a lot more here. So this will be published publicly. If anybody would like to hear more about this or read this, reach out to me. Something needs to be done here, Charlie. Legally, civilly, something needs to be done here.
Our next speaker is David Johnson, followed by Tina Tapia.
Good evening, David Johnson, resident of Westminster. And I want to thank John and Julie for all the work they do in our community and for that foundation. They're both wonderful people, and I know that they both have hearts for this city and this community. So thank you for all the time that both of you spent on that, and thank you for everything else you do in your community as well, not just the foundation. Both of them are excellent people. To answer Council Member West's question, how could the five of you vote on something and then the next morning all email each other breaking the Brown Act saying, oh, I want to change my vote, and then you literally change the vote? You can't do that, right? You can't say you're the mayor, or let's say the president of the foundation, and then have somebody else write their name on a legal document that they were the president. Right? You can't come together as a board and vote that, yes, we will take into the needs of the whole community and not just do the Tet Parade, but do other things too for other segments of the community that aren't necessarily Vietnamese. And all agree to that, all vote to it, and then suddenly change your minds because they spoke to council members that, oh, we're not going to do that. And then they refuse to meet on it and discuss it again and put that into the bylaws. And that's just 3 examples. There's many. The bottom line is there are certain members that are fantastic, wonderful people that really mean well. And there's other members that just don't have the professionalism to be on a board, don't have the experience to be on a board, and are not running the board with proper governance. And I want to focus on that, just organizational health and proper governance. So I'll leave it at that. One other thing I want to say is I'm not speaking on behalf of the trustees of the school district in Westminster, although I am one. I'm only speaking on behalf of myself. But I think that they would probably agree with me that it is fantastic that this city worked so hard to get that grant that the city manager mentioned earlier that was over $1 million for safe pathways and for our roads. And that's going to keep our community safe, and it's going to keep our children safe. And I think that certain members of this cabinet have done decades of work in getting these kind of grants to our city to help our community and to help our children as well. And I just want to thank you and congratulate you on that hard work and the success that you've done. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we go on, I understand that we voted to not go past 11, but this is continuous of the item. So I think that we need to finish it.
Yes.
All right,
Yes,
thank you.
Our next speaker.
Mr. Johnson, may I address? I really appreciate that shed some light, because when I appointed my board member, they don't talk to me regarding what you guys vote or whatever decision you guys make. But it's eye-opening that some board member and council member are kind of like talking to each other. When we made the Westminster community was to separate ourselves from the elected official. That's the purpose. If you look back, that's the purpose. But I'm sorry that some of the council member or mayor here are doing that. It should never be that way. There needs to be check and balance, because with the Westminster community, money is involved because it's fundraising. We don't want the board here of elected official, mayor and council to be anywhere touching fundraising staff. So I'm sorry. That's what's happening, and that's what I was about to talk to John about, if he can shed light on that. So thank you.
Thank you. So
Our next speaker is Tina Tapia, followed by Ronnie Geyer. Hello. I made copies. I didn't make enough, but I have enough for you guys to share, if you guys know what that means. Good evening. My name is Tina Tapia. I'm a mother who lost her rights as a woman for speaking out about the abuse in our school system. For 3 years straight now, fighting with not only the city of Westminster, but the school district as well, and fighting in family court with no response back other than making up lies on who I am as a person. I see something, say something. I just wanted more time with my babies because they grow up so fast. I have no faith in the United States of America, nor do I have support of this, nor do I support this government. I have no choice but to leave my energy behind for my boys and find me. I hope they read this and understand the other documents that I have filed in court, in the court system. The court system makes it impossible for families to be together and happy. It's all about money, working with schools on how to keep kids away from healing their trauma. The city council shouldn't be involving themselves in GoFundMe accounts. It's money conflict. It's what my ancestors called shaking the voodoo. Amy West, you keep bringing down the Westminster PD because you keep crying wolf and using your position like a dictator, like in your own country. Just so you know, the police department, the police, women and men have families to go to. To my offsprings, I'm still here. There's no help. There's just the adults running away from bullies. This is what narcissists do, not children. Kids don't act like this. Adults do. Adults with money do. Please understand what you're doing to the children in this community, because what you guys are doing is completely wrong and it's false. Making up false reports, it's not right. The children need better. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ronnie Geyer, followed by Min Vu.
Hi.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you for 9/11. We all lived it. Thank you very, very much. Well said. That's why I'm here. I'm talking about interactions between human beings. We're made to love and be loved in return, and to feel the sorrow when we see people lose things in a very, very difficult way. I'm Ronnie Geyer. I'm a Vietnam veteran of the first major battles of the Vietnam War. The movie We Were Soldiers, Mel Gibson is Hal Moore, who is my commanding officer in Vietnam. I was his radio man, driver, orderly. It's in the movie. And there was someone else there in the Valley of Death that we fought in. His name was Rick Scorla. And he was kind of like funny, kind of weird. He'd take off his hat and come into our headquarters and talk to people and stuff. So it was nice and stuff like that, except for one thing. He had a head that was pointed up at the top and then way down like this, okay? So he was like a Humpty Dumpty. So we called him a Humpty Dumpty. And not to his face, of course. We're Army guys, right? Make little numbers there. But we had little jokes over it about 2 or 3 times. And then after about the 3rd time, I said, wait a minute, Ronnie, you have a feeling about this man. You know that he's out there. He was very important in our victory in the first major battle of the Vietnam War. And then I had when I got to my cot, a real feeling from deeply inside. What if that man who is capable of so much, and we call him Humpty Dumpty, turns out to be the greatest hero of our unit? Rick Scorla saved 3,000 lives on 9/11. He came back from Vietnam, stayed in the United States, became a position person. He was Tower 2 in charge of 3,000 people. And he gave his life after he organized people and getting out of the buildings quickly because he knew the terrorist attacks were coming. His goodbye to his wife was, I want you to know on the phone, I love you, and we met late in life, but you made my life. And she said, well, you made my life too. She's watching the television in New Jersey at Tower 2 as it immediately starts to fall down on him. He had gotten everybody out. He went back up for stragglers. Now, I'm bringing up these differences because we're talking about how we treat people and how we make fun of them. And at the same time, perhaps something different's going to, before we would know it, or in God's plan for their life, create something magic, something loving, something real, something really, really real. Okay? Thank you very much. You're another one.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Min Vu. Not seeing her. Our next speaker is Pam Grumling, followed by Ronald Link.
Talk about, but I'm tired now. I think the main thing is we, as the residents of Westminster that elect you, well, you guys, I think it's very wrong, and we've tried this with this late night communications, and we've got the agenda only. We need to go back to how it used to be, that we could speak first, because it's not our fault that you guys can't get it together and you're all fighting, not all of you, but some of you, and it's just too much talking. I think we need to be able to have our time back. Otherwise, don't ask for our votes, because you're taking things away from us to make it easier for you, and it isn't easy for us. It's not fair. So I would appreciate that. Thank you. Pam, I just want to say, we did present to have all the speaking at the beginning, but this council did not want it. Namquan, I put it forward to have 6 minutes each. Well, actually, sorry, 5 minutes each. So we'll bring it again. Okay, thank you, Pam.
Good evening, Mayor Nguyen, council member, and all Hardy residents. My name is Mark Nguyen, Westminster. I am the board president of Midway City Sanitary District. On the district behalf, we thank you, the city of Westminster, for your generous sponsorship of the district 85th anniversary celebration, which will be this coming Saturday, September 14, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We invite the mayor, all council members, and your families, and all residents of Midway City and Westminster to join us in this free community event as we celebrate a major milestone. We will have live music, kids' activities, and serve lunch. Hope to see everyone this Saturday at the district. The address is 14451 Cedarwood Street in Westminster. For more information about this event, you may call us at 714-893-3553. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Devorah Mariscal, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Devorah Mariscal, Westminster. Excuse me, I had a medical procedure today and I don't really feel good. I really wish I would have stayed home, but I think it's important to speak. I agree with Pam. I'd like to have the speaking go back to the beginning. Many of us cannot stay this late or till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I wanted to comment on 5.2. I couldn't come earlier because I just don't feel good. I work for a vendor for the state of California, and my territory is the entire state. I travel throughout the state to do my job. I entertain clients and work with our wholesale partners. The majority of the time that I meet with them, it is in a mall where there's a restaurant. So we do breakfast or lunch or dinner or whatever. So just in the last month, I've been to Main Place, I have been to South Coast Plaza, I've been to Irvine Spectrum, I have been to San Diego. Last Friday, I went to donate blood because I'm O negative, and they're after me all the time at the Los Cerritos Mall. Guess what? Those malls are all busy, and people have shopping bags. They're not just walking around, they're spending money. So I would like to encourage the council, because I don't know how to do it, to try to get the Westminster Mall owners together and moving. Oh, and by the way, Main Place. And Main Place does have double usage across the street from the mall. The next thing would be, I appreciate those of you that stay through as much of the meeting as you can. If you have to take a bathroom break, I totally get that. But you are elected to represent your district and the district or the entire city. When you are not here, when you walk out or you come into this, come into the audience, or you don't show for the closed session, you're not doing your job. Do yourself a favor, do us a favor, resign.
Before you continue with the next speaker, it was my intention to ask the council to have the oral communication for non-agenda at 10 o'clock today. Truly, that's what my intention was. But because we were in the middle of the discussion of the items, I can't stop that. And at the same time, when I see that there is only one more item, then I want to go. If there was 2 or more, then I would stop that already. But I was in the middle of the things, I can't do that. But my intention is to have the oral communication start at 10. I think it's reasonable for that. Anyway, we'll see if we can do it next time. Next speaker, please.
My next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by John Ingersani.
Good evening. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. One thing I want to make very clear, you do not speak for District 1. You speak for yourself. You and this one are in cahoots to play your political games. You do not speak for us. You just voted against two things that were so simple because you didn't get your way. The stupidity that you have, that you cannot follow simple reports, you can't follow answers to questions. You just want to get your buzzwords out, and that's all you care about. They're holding this council hostage by the games that they're playing. That last meeting was a complete debacle. He hasn't even been here. They don't want to do any of the city business. They're literally up here playing games. I've seen them look at each other at the last meeting and then get up and leave at the same time. Like, you want to go? Okay, yeah, let's go. It's all games. You need to look into something. I know last time when I asked you if you were actually advising her, you laughed at me. You were chuckling when I said, are you actually advising her on her bad behavior? It was several meetings ago. I never addressed it. Clearly you haven't been, or if you have been, she doesn't listen. Because it needs to be to the point, she's already been censured and sanctioned, which she tried to get out of. He needs to be next. She needs to be suspended. There needs to be a way to, I'm sure there's a way to do it. And as Terry said before, if he's not going to advise you on it, you need to go to outside counsel. We cannot afford to have these two waste more time, vote against good city business because they don't get their way, play media games out here where they go and she's in the audience and she's shaking hands and she's talking to the media while a meeting is going on. They do not care. It's enough already. People are tired. Our city is wasting away. They're doing nothing positive. You always call for these substitute motions. I wish I could call for a substitute council member. You're useless. Sometimes I feel like I want to just call you garbage, but even at some point, garbage had a use. You don't. You've done nothing positive on this council. Even when you wanted to start that Westminster Foundation, I knew there was going to be something about it because that's just who you are. And sure enough, look what's happened. That's garbage. Because as the person said, Julie, the person on there is talking to you. We all know that's what's going on. You can try to gaslight, you can sit up here and lie. We all see it. We see it meeting after meeting. We see it on your social media. We see that you just lie. You say whatever you want to say. Even you have to respond to every single person that comes up here. You attack people. You attack staff. Even today, what are you hiding? What are you hiding? What are you hiding? What are you hiding? That's going to come out.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I just want to address briefly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's funny how, Tammy accused me of all of this, and I'm here listening. And you know what? I appreciate you sharing your concern. I will be praying for you. I will honestly be praying for you because I think it's important. I know only God can change you, so I will be doing that.
Thank you. Just a brief comment, please. Thank you. Next speaker. Sorry, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Ingersani.
Next speaker, please.
John Ingersani, followed by final speaker Terry Raines.
Did everyone get their... Mayor Nguyen, council members. I've watched council meetings dating back to December of 2022. I wanted to find out what Amy West had done to upset a small group of residents who were constantly at odds with her. I never did find an answer. Instead, I found a common occurrence that was toxic and violated rule after rule, month after month. It became clear to see that the chamber had an elephant in the room. I also noticed that this person was using your TV feed to push their agenda to the public on our dime. I found this to be problematic and met with you to voice my objections and offer simple solutions to the problem. Nearly 1 year has passed, and the person continues to wreak havoc to this very institution. The person verbally attacks council members and city attorney without regard for civility or respect. In doing so, the chamber suffers sitting through a hostile and toxic environment. I spoke before you on August 14th in support of my district representatives. 2 days later, this person created some issues that led me to file a complaint with the city attorney. 2 weeks ago, as I spoke with you, the person who you knew, or you were aware of my complaint, began to distract the dais with childlike antics, lip-syncing obscenities, and repeatedly flipping me off. When I found out later, I was stunned that you would allow such behavior in our chamber. I waited all night to speak to you of this incident, expecting you to have my back, only to further be disappointed by your silence. Walking away in disbelief, Councilman West called me back to offer an apology of what occurred. It became clear to me that Amy Fan West had my back. In hindsight, it reaffirmed that many supporters who stood before you to give their testimonial of her unwavering commitment to serving her district, even on a night when she was unjustly punished based on the petty partisan allegations spearheaded by the same person who flipped me off 9 hours before. And when this person came before you, did they apologize for such behavior? Of course not. Instead, they berated you and blamed you for allowing the chamber to get out of control. To paraphrase, in all my years of activism, I've never experienced anything like tonight, and went on to threaten you to get your act together and get control of the residents. Really? What more could the person want? Your gavel? I get flipped off. I have my speech compromised, and when I complained, nothing happened. I'd say you did a hell of a job controlling me. Let me remind you that the residents who come before you deserve better than having to deal with a loose cannon. This insanity will never end until you get your act together and get control of the elephant in the room. And if you can't get control of the chambers, I suggest you step aside.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Our final speaker, Terry Raines.
We done?
We have a final speaker, Terry Raines.
I was going to ask again for you to adjourn in memory of LaDonna Wayne, but not this meeting again, because it's such a mess. Some lowlights from the last meeting.
I don't even know what's going on.
No truer words have ever been spoken by Amy Fan West.
You need to grow a pair of balls, to be honest.
Are you using AI?
Bigger balls than you at time. So, Mr. Mayor, stop letting the activists dictate your city that you...
Real classy, fake Christian Amy, your creepy obsession with the mayor's genitals. And let's see.
Big hell no. I'm not going to sign any of that. Girl, make me. How are you going to make me? How are you going to monitor it? Try it.
2-year-olds are more mature than the belligerent Amy Fan West.
And tonight I got attacked by one of your activists, buddy, you know, and stalking me in the car. That's what you advocate. You allow them to do that. You're a supporter, Carlos. So that's why they're doing it. And it's unacceptable.
I've seen the police report. Great false allegations, as you're famous for, against Carlos, Mike, Kimberly, Charlie, and me. Karma's a bitch, Amy, and you're going to find that out real soon. And let's see.
So I go, why did staff collude with the mayor?
More attacks on staff, every damn meeting.
You guys always fight, Terry Rain, that you don't want, installing your family members, and now we're exposing, and you're a hypocrite. You're contradicting yourself. Because
you have 5 minutes.
Because you guys are all in hoot, you know what I mean? And why are you effing us? And Mr. Mayor, why don't you stop her? That's inappropriate. She's flicking her finger at us. So Ho and Mayor abused their power by telling staff.
Terry, please.
guess Mr. Mayor's not doing
go
this
wiser.
wrong.
Don't grow old.
Don, who's here, Mr. Mayor, he's in your district, he lives across from you, and Terry Ray has been bullying him, and you're not doing anything about it. He sent you an email.
Okay, I put you all on notice already. I will not tolerate being called out by name from the dais or this podium. It's a violation of law that happened over a dozen times at the last meeting. So please, like everybody has said, get it together, get these two under control, or take serious action against them. False police reports, false allegations, it's got to stop or there'll be lawsuits. Thank you.
Just want to quick comment. As our presiders of the meeting, I have many things to do at one time. I couldn't see everything at any moment. So if you know anything, then let me know. Then I can react to the situation. But don't accuse me for what I saw and I didn't do anything. That's accusation, and that's not the right way to go. I ask the council member if there is anything that you don't see it fit, then please let me know so that I can react appropriately. At this time, is there anyone else? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a brief statement?
Yes, go ahead. Brief.
I appreciate Terry Rang for bringing your statement concern up. I know that hurt people, and I will be praying. I will be praying for you, and that's what I can do. And hopefully you guys will be able to see, deeper than what you guys see and your bias right now. So I'll be praying for you. That's all I can do.
Thank you very much. Please, I'd like to. Okay, at this time, I know that we are finished with the oral communication, but we still have item number 10 to go. Are we going to proceed with that, or because this is going to place the item on the agenda for the next meeting, I think that we need to move on with that. Do you have consensus from the council that we are going to carry out the number 10?
Item
Yes.
7 point.
No, item 10.
10.
Okay.
We can skip it.
Okay. If we skip it, that means they can't agendize any item for the next meeting. Okay, at this time, I would like, this is the comments and requests for agenda items on the City Council agency members, including AB 1234 report when required. Let's start out with Councilmember Menzel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for coming here today and speaking your mind about what's going on and always being engaged in the community. So thank you for that. I just want to, just say a little bit something about, the solemn day of 9/11. It's something that's really important that we always honor and remember those who paid their life, and always remember. Always remember our first responders who sacrificed their life, not only that day, but a lot of those first responders after that, the ones that didn't pass away that day, but over the years after, still suffering from that day, physically and definitely mentally. So make sure that we always honor and respect all those individuals. And thank you for our police department for having, along with our fire department this morning, having a ceremony to honor them. Thank you for that. Sorry I missed it. And I just thank you all, and thank council, thank staff for all you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Next is Vice Mayor Ho.
I just want to read a statement really quickly. Today being a solemn day, I wish we had a better, more well-behaved council at the council meeting, but it's just the same as usual. September 11th is a day that holds deep significance and remembrance for many of us around the world. It marks the anniversary of the tragic event, 2001. And really, I can vividly remember that day as if it would just happen yesterday. It profoundly impacted the United States and beyond. On this day, we reflect on the lives lost and the families affected, and the resilience shown in the face of adversity. I just want to say, as we remember this day, let us strive to build a future where such tragedies are not repeated and where we support one another in creating a more harmonious world. Let us begin here at the City of Westminster, right here, right now. Thank you.
Okay, next is Councilmember West.
Thank you, everyone, for staying so late. I really appreciate that. Your First Amendment rights is super important to us. And Pam and with the other resident, it's so important that you guys want it earlier. We will push for that again because I think that's important. You guys deserve to have all your comments in front, then we can do our city business. I really think that's a fantastic idea. Thank you, Pam, for that. Now, as we celebrate, September 11th, I know that it's a hard day, 23 years ago, that we remember that.
I'm sorry, could you correct that? Not celebrate, right? I don't think that you meant that.
Remembrance.
Thank you.
May I finish? Thank you. You're my colleagues, may I just finish? So today, we remember in the face of adversity, our spirit remained unbroken. In the aftermath of the attack on September 11th, we came together as a nation, united not only by the grief, but by a shared resolve to rebuild, to support one another, and to stand for the values that define us: freedom, justice, and compassion. And today, I just want us to not only honor those who have lost their life, but to never forget September 11th and how it brought us as a nation together as one united state of America. May we remember that as a nation, not only here local government, and it is more important so, that local government, we should honor that because we are the closest to the people. State and federal is so hard for us to even get our elected official to talk to them, right? So with us here, these 5 mayor and council here, we represent your voice. So when you have any concern, feel free to share to us so that we can bring it up on the agenda. We can agendize to help support your wishes in the city of Westminster. Like I mentioned earlier, I will stand with the resident, with the owners, the businesses in the city of Westminster. We will always keep an eye out. We are the watchdog up here to represent you, and that should be our only interest. And I pray for the council here, the majority, as the mayor, Kimberly Ho, vice mayor, and Monzo, that they will just individually decide what's best for the resident instead of colluding in one as a gang of 3, or you call it a dictator communist, to silence the voice of the other 2 districts that doesn't have a voice. So I think for the agenda that they put it up for taking 3 to agendize something on the agenda for other district, I think that is a violation of Brown Act, but also a silencing of the other 2 districts that they don't like. I think it's wrong. Voice of District 1, District 2 will never be represented for the next 2 years, or maybe this November.
District
so
4.
Hopefully this 4, I'm sorry, 1 and 4. So it is very important that we have that transparency, that balance of power within this 5 council and mayor. So I ask that the mayor, Kimberly Ho, and Monzo will consider that, and that you are elected as an individual to represent your district and their voice, not by the 3 majority here. Okay? So There are always time for change, and there's always time for them to change of heart and to do what's right. So I ask that they would do what's right, and I pray for this council, this board, and this meeting, that it will be more of peace, unity, but that we will hear the voice, but that there's a mutual respect of the resident and also the council. So I look forward till this November. I look forward to 2 more years and see how the change can be made within our council here, that we learn to respect one another, the resident among each other, not flicking the middle finger, the birds, whatever you call it, or yelling at each other or bullying each other's, the resident here. There should never be any of that. We are adults. Let me repeat again, we are adults. So let's be adults. We're not kids who throw a tantrum. We're past that. Our parents raised us well, disciplined us to be a good adult, good citizen that we can give back to the community. So as adult, let's act like adult. Let's not flick each other off. Let's not call each other's name, not bully each other or discredit or discriminate each other because their values are different. Let's really respect one another, and I mean that. And if you guys keep saying, that I'm bad, then go ahead, say whatever you want, but treat other resident fairly and respectfully, because they are your resident in the city too. I don't care how long they live here or not long, but we need to have that mutual respect of one another, because we raise kids and grandkids. What kind of example are we setting for them? So thank you so much for all. May God bless you, and continue to get involved in the civic local duty, because this is where you can make a huge difference among the council here. God bless you. Have a great weekend.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie. Councilmember West, are you going to make some?
Yes, I do apologize. I have a motion I want to make, because this is the only. Can you guys hear me? So I know that we have to make a motion of the item that we want, and I want to put on the item of the Westminster Community Foundation, if we can agendize that and talk and get the input of the resident of how we can change it and make a difference of their, separation between elected official and the board, because that's where it's healthy, and how we can run it better. So we would love to get your input. This is our first round rodeo on this Westminster Community Foundation in the city of Westminster. So we would love to get your input. So I asked the mayor and the council if it's okay for us to get this approved on the next agenda, so we can get input from the resident. And I know they have a lot of input to tell us, and we'll take notes for sure.
Okay, I second that.
Okay. Question, is it in the form of the items, or is it in the form of a study? Because they want to get the input from their community. So I don't know, is it going to be the...
Can we agendize it, City Attorney?
How are we going to agendize that? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, what I heard was Westminster Community Foundation, a discussion regarding how the city could help make things run better.
Exactly.
A discussion that could be done at a study session. You could put it on a regular session item. You could do it as a public hearing if you wanted. Whatever you think would be the best format.
Are you looking to have the foundation present a report about their, what they've been doing the last year, and then using that as your starting point for discussion, or are you?
I just want it to be like City Attorney, he said there's 3 options that we can do as the council board here. Either a study session or put agendas, and they can discuss and talk, and the comment from the public, we can take notes.
Sure. So
on what they want us to change.
So he's providing options of how you can discuss it, but the question is, what are we looking to discuss? Because it's,
we want to discuss how we can improve, because what we have heard tonight, there's disappointment, okay? And there's disorder, and I want the order. I mean, this is the first time we're doing it. We would love to get the community input. I think that's important, that's fair. And, you know, however we do it, as either the study or agendize it, whatever it is, if we can get their input, that will be perfect, and then we can make a motion to amend, to add this, and, you know, for the Westminster Community Foundation as we move forward.
It's probably going to be a study session first, because there's really nothing for, this is not a technical thing, there's nothing for staff to provide.
Would we be able to get their input? Would we be able to get their input during the study session?
Well, so I guess that's the other question, right? Because if you're looking for input from like the residents per se, for example, right? They're gonna come, they're gonna speak about the item, or, you know, you're gonna have to invite them, and really the residents, if they're not involved with the foundation, everything they're gonna say is on hearsay, right? So, but that's why the suggestion of, if you're wanting like to invite the foundation to come and provide like a report, this is what's been happening the X amount of time, these are our current members, this is what we're currently doing, we can certainly, you know, help facilitate that.
You know what? I think this will be better, so save time and staff resources. If you guys can get together with the board who's on there now and the volunteer who's on it, get their input and bring it to the council on the next one, and then we can read it, and then we can say, you know what, okay, and then with those who are on the board, they would know, they'll make that comment at the next council meeting, and then they'll let us know to affirm that, whatever's on the agenda. Then we're like, okay, I think with what we hear so far, we can implement this, X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, so this is,
You know what I mean?
yeah, so this is not a city board, so what we would be doing ultimately is kind of sleuthing the foundation members, which I would not be comfortable having staff doing these little private interviews or one-on-ones, if you will, with the board.
Private.
Yeah, so
the next meeting, your next board meeting, which is today, right? When's the next one is coming up? So I was thinking, if you can give the input to staff, they'll write it down, bring it into the agenda, or if you don't approve of that, what we can do is just agendize and have the comment from those board member to put it in and tell us, and then we'll take notes.
And that's actually the best way. So like
let's
in
do
the
that.
so in the past when they've come up, you know, to present like they were under presentation, this can obviously be agendized because it's more extensive than just like a, you know,
That's
inviting
perfect.
to. So
we would take that
Yeah, so
advice.
we can do that. Like I said, with a study session, we can do it in that format because, you know, given the information, you may not be ready to make, you know, to make a decision based on what you're hearing, but we can schedule a study session. I would say I can't guarantee that we can get on the next agenda, only because.
Did you say study session or just on the agenda?
Well,
for
so we
discussion?
agendize a study session. So we've done it before where instead of like closed session at the beginning, we've done a study session before. So it would be like at the you know, before our 6 p.m. meeting. So, but like I said, I can't guarantee for the next meeting that they'll be available, because obviously you want your officers there, you want a good number if you wanted to hear more than one story. So we'll work on that.
Yeah, I think we can call our board member and have them to come there to tell us. I think that's a great idea, great suggestion, Christine. I appreciate that advice. And if that's okay, you know, we will call our board member to come that day to give us input. If that's okay with mayor and council, I think it's important to how we can approve it, because it seems like the board member who's been on for a year now, they have tons of experience. I would love to hear their input.
What I got was we set up a study session, but what I also heard from the city manager is that you cannot guarantee that it's going to be on the next meeting, because due to the I don't know, the background that you need to do, whatever it is. So I want to make sure that Councilmember West understand that if it's not going to get to the next agenda item, then it's going to be the following. You understand that?
Sorry.
Are you talking about
Go ahead
the
and
next
tell
council
her
meeting?
Yeah, so it's no, so what, to just kind of clarify it, you're looking to agendize a study session to discuss the Westminster Community Foundation, it would be for a future meeting because we're not guaranteed that'll be the next meeting. It's hard enough to try to schedule 5 people. It's going to be extra hard to try to schedule however many is on the board.
Okay, so it seems like it's complicated with your way. What I'm thinking is so basic. We just want their input. So you know how we agendize tonight, certain agenda, and those who are on the board just come and speak, and then we're taking notes. Well, and then we can discuss as a board, council board here, and then whatever you guys think is want to implement to help that, then let's do that.
And
That's
can I
the
suggest
easiest.
that if they can't make it, then you just encourage them to submit something in writing?
Yeah,
So that way you
absolutely.
get either or.
Absolutely, I think that's the easiest. Thank you.
Okay, you know what? There's one thing that I've been very concerned about is the WCF is really behind in filing a tax return. So people keep calling me to ask what is happening.
We are not going to discuss about it today because we are not agendized. So basically, get back to no, because we are not going to discuss about it. We are trying to agendize. So this time we have a motion and second for the item to be put up next meeting as a study item. Am I correct on that? Okay, so motion and second. Go ahead and call for the vote.
Modify your motion.
Well, the thing is that on that agenda, we're going to talk about how we can help the community foundation. And then whatever they suggest, that's where we're going to take. If they suggest you need to do the audit and look at the books, then fine. Whatever they think that we need to do to make sure it's better. Because this is our first rodeo as the city of Westminster that we create this Westminster Community Foundation. We want it to be a success, so it can be a separate entity that can help the community if the city is not doing well.
Would you please go ahead
So
and
I don't modify anything. I just want to make sure, Mr. Mayor, that we have an agenda item. Those who cannot make it, they can email in what their suggestion and idea is. And those who can make it can come there and speak that day and let us know their input. And then we, as a council board mayor, would discuss.
I understand.
Yeah.
So what about the second?
If nobody is going to show up?
Well, they can send an email. Remember, email,
Okay.
and we can use that to read out of their comments.
So for the second of the motion,
That's the
can
same
you,
thing.
or you agree with that, or you want to withdraw? Your second.
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to Nam Kwan.
I think it's important just to get the study.
No, I understand your motion. I understand your motion.
No, I'm
But
talking to Mr.
he was the second. And I want to know that if he is agree with to you, because he was understanding that.
City manager, can you repeat whatever that Councilwoman from West?
Yes, so she would, so she'd like to agendize the Westminster Community Foundation as a study session to get their input, preferably for the next meeting. If they are not available, she wants to encourage members to send an email to provide their input.
So is that all you want?
And within that email, whatever they suggest, then we will look at it as the board here, the council.
Okay, so what if nobody is sending an email?
I think someone would. I think John would. I would love to.
You got
get
to have
input.
100% sure.
So I would love to get input. And I think Casey might put in, or Julie, or, Dave Johnson. I think someone would put in.
They all resigned.
That's what you're assuming.
So, I'm sorry, but
So those who have experience in the Westminster community from former and previous, because we need their input, all their input of what they've seen.
So
Because
former and
I'm not there, and the council mayor should not be involved, should not be there. So I don't see anything, I don't know. So that's why we want the former board member, or now sitting board, to let us know what their advice is, their suggestion for us to do better.
Okay.
So can you send out an email?
So basically, we have the motion and the second.
she got my second.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's vote on that.
Okay. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
I would only agree to that if when that does come, if the city attorney can make sure that he reports to us the legal risks that the city is at by continuing to be involved with this community foundation as far as expending taxpayer dollars on this organization when, from what I understand, there are a lot of violations, Brown Act and financial as well, the legal risks that our city is under. Make sure you bring that report to us as well. And then I would agree to it. So can you,
City Attorney, so is it a violation of the Brown Act for us to, how we can prove the Westminster Community Foundation?
Yes, for now, I think.
No, I want to hear City Attorney.
Well, we are not going to
I want to hear the
we are not going to
legal.
discuss about
City
it. So
Attorney?
let's vote whether we want to bring
This
it
could
to.
be agendized.
Yes, I'm saying when it does come, can that be included in the staff report?
Yeah, I think, without going into an extensive discussion on this,
Right.
first of all, I don't know all the facts of what has happened at the Community Foundation, so it's hard to
So
speak to.
let's do the study study
Yeah,
session.
he said yes.
Okay, study
I
session.
haven't voted yet.
No, he said yes.
So yes, you'll make sure that you do some.
To the degree that I'm aware of any facts that create a legal liability, I will certainly address that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Yes.
Yes,
Councilmember Nguyen?
session.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Study session? Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay. Councilmember Nguyen, did I ask you to?
Yeah, you did. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I have two items that I want to agendize for the next meeting if possible. Okay. The first item is I want to request a discussion about how to fine-tuning the procedure of placing items for discussion in closed section.
I think that, I'm so sorry. Did you mean you just want to fine tune the process of placing and discussion on a closed item? Like who does it? Usually the mayor and
Because
the city.
I want to.
I'm confused.
I want to avoid, the 3 council members, going to make decision, for themselves, okay, without agendizing item.
Like putting
we
it in?
discussed,
Yeah, like putting
earlier.
it in.
Right.
Let me make it clear. We never agendize the item for closed session unless that we are bring it up at this dais here. Okay?
You can say it when
we
it's
always
your
said
turn.
that. Then last time when you agendized for the closed session, I asked you guys, will you attend the meeting? The answer is yes. So same thing is going to be this one.
I guess Mr. Nam Quang, Councilman, I think he wants to make sure we have a procedure that we can follow that is clear, like how we did earlier about the call for special meeting. You know how we have that discussion and you guys tell us, if for closed session, special meeting, you have to have 3 for the council. And if those who want to put it on the agenda, the first 2 person who call for it, get their name on the agenda item. You know that procedure. So I think, Mr. Mayor, what Mr. Nam Quang is asking is if there's a clear, procedure that we can all follow so that we won't violate or someone accuse anyone of anything.
Thank you for.
Is that correct?
Make it clear.
So,
Thank you.
City Attorney,
Is that okay to agendize that?
is it open, discussed in the open session, or is it going to be in the closed session? Because I know that there was confusion of how you naming the items. Is that a concern, or is the process is the concern?
Is
Yeah,
it
I think we
okay?
can have a general we're not talking about specific situations, but a general discussion about how items get placed on closed session. And I'll just say very briefly that certain items can't be put on there unless myself, I make a determination that there's significant exposure to litigation. So some of these items are items that normally get put on either by the city attorney working together with the city manager, or the city manager related to, let's say, real property negotiations. So what happened at the last meeting, just to be specific, was that there was a request to put it on the open session agenda, and I said that's something that if we were going to discuss it would have to be in closed session, and that's how it ended up on there. So yes, we can agendize this, we can have a general discussion, but not specifics about anything that would be legal exposure.
Okay, so you can agendize it legally to have a procedure that we would never mistaken for anything. So it's okay to agendize that, right? The procedure. Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, legally, yes, we could have a general
Okay.
discussion like that.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so do I have a second? on
I
that?
have a second. You
Okay,
get my
so we have
second.
a second.
Can you repeat the agenda?
So I have a motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to place an item on an upcoming agenda to discuss the procedure of placing items on closed session agendas.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
I'll go last.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
No.
Councilmember Monzo.
I'm just thinking, to me, it seems like we're following what
Just say no.
Well, I don't interrupt you when you're speaking, so I know
you did so many times.
I know you don't know manners, but
Just say no.
Mr. Monzo.
I think the city, right now we're following the path that the city attorney sees that's the legal, what the law says, the way that items get placed. The one today that you guys got upset about, that was by the attorney firm, not only the city attorney, but his colleagues as well. They're the ones that saw how it legally was placed. So that's what we're doing. What our city attorney is, excuse me?
Lack of knowledge.
It's just that you guys chose not to attend because you assumed there was something else, so you're like, oh, I'm not going to go to that one. You should just come to all of them, and then you'll find out. If you don't attend a meeting, then you're not representing the people who elected you, and then you can't say that you're speaking for them if you're not there. Whether you feel
I think you
I'm
misunderstand,
speaking
Mr. Monzo. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the procedure if we ever put anything on.
Let me speak. Just because you feel that you may be outvoted, that doesn't mean you shouldn't show up.
It's not about that.
I've been the minority. There's times where I've been
That's
the
not
only
even
voice.
part of what we're asking to agendize.
Doesn't mean I don't show up.
We didn't ask any of that.
Doesn't mean I don't show up. Doesn't
That's
mean
not
that I'm not
part of
going to
what
go.
we're agendizing.
So right now,
Go ahead and
I'm going to
for it.
vote no because we're following what the attorney is advising us, and if we're following what the law is saying. So I don't think so.
And Mayor Nguyen.
So, City Attorney, may I ask quick? So this is basically for us to know the procedure, if we ever want to put anything on closed session that we're able to, what is the procedure or what can be put on there? Because we don't know legally what can be put on closed session, and I think it's important if there's a procedure that allow all of us, whoever needs to put things, that you can let us know what the procedure is and what's the requirement. Is that a reasonable ask?
Yes, I could certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for me, what I see is that if you need to know how their items being agendized for the closed session, you can always talk to the city managers and city attorney to get that clear out. there's no need to have a section to discuss about it. For what I understand from Councilmember Manzo and Vice Mayor Ho, I think they understand the process and the procedures, and I do understand that too. So at this point here, my vote is no.
Yeah, I know that.
Motion failed 2-3.
Right.
Okay, so the thing is that...
You know what? I still have...
Oh, go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, my second request is I'm aware that there's a raising issue among the community about Mayor Charlie and Vice Mayor Ho taking bribe from Mr.
Frank Chow?
Frank Chow. Okay.
Oh.
And there's a recent press conference out there this afternoon. There's a citizen came out to talk about it. So I would like to request an investigation. Actually, we're going to have a discussion about that, and the council going to give a direction to city staff and our PD if whether or not we're going to investigate into this matter. Do I have a second?
Can you repeat that, Ashton? What is the motion? If you can recall.
It's to add an item on an upcoming agenda to investigate the manner of potential bribes from council members?
Here, let me,
I think,
I've got it.
Yeah.
City manager.
So,
Yeah, please, Christine.
Not a problem. So this is regarding allegations of bribery from Mr. Frank Chow. And so you would like to request an item to discuss Vice Mayor Ho and Mayor Nguyen taking bribes from Frank Chow, and with that discussion, request an investigation.
Allegations of that.
Yes,
Be very clear on that.
I thought I said.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So,
Is there a second to that?
so what I'm hearing is that you want to do an investigation.
No, actually, we're going to have a discussion among the council. Yes. And then we're going to have a
Action item.
direction, whether or not we're going to have an investigation.
Okay, so basically the discussion of the allegation of bribery with Frank Chow from the mayor and Kimberly Ho. So that means they can discuss and tell us if that's even true accusation, right? Okay. I think that's fair, because that is damning to have any accusation like that. I think it's fair for the mayor to and Kimberly Ho to let us know that they didn't do it. I think that's fair. If that's circling around, I think they have fair duty to defend themselves, if that's the case.
Yeah, they're going to have a due process.
Okay. I get yours. You get my second.
Okay.
If
All right.
that's, they can explain.
Well, I don't understand what kind of accusation is this, because if you can come and talk to me, and I will second it and have you go ahead and bring it up. But at this point here, I have seen nothing. I don't want to waste people's time. I don't want to waste city resource. I don't want to waste your staff time and everything. So at this point here, I am rejecting the allegation that I don't know about Vice Mayor Ho, but show me the proof. I will be the first one to second you for that.
So, Mr. Nam Quang, did you stated that there was people that come to you with proof, or
That's
no?
correct.
That's proof?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really damning.
Okay,
But
well-
I want to hear
And I'm not
Mr.
going to vote
Mayor.
for it
shouldn't have
because
a
I don't see it,
discussion.
okay? All right.
Don't have a discussion.
Okay,
Okay, so.
I'm not going to vote for it is because I
Wait,
don't see
wait,
that there
I
are
just want to make
allegations.
sure I understand
All right,
Mr.
so
Nam Quang.
there is a motion and second on the floor. Go ahead and call for
For the
the vote.
roll call vote for the motion, Councilwoman Fan West?
So, I think it's important if someone accused the board here, the council, the mayor.
We are not going to discuss
I
any
think-
further. Please go
I'm
ahead and
not.
vote. You have your vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a brief statement, please, before I vote, like the rest of the vote I've been doing?
We're just
it.
agendizing.
I
We
know,
cannot
but
discuss.
I'm not discussing, I'm just briefly making a statement.
Do it.
I'm just saying,
Quickly.
if it's, I don't want any of the mayor or council here to have any damning accusation if it's not true.
So
That's what I'm
you're-
saying. So I want to hear what he has, I want to see it. I think that's
I don't
important.
know whether is that okay for him to show it right now?
Do you have it, Mr. Nam Quang?
Actually, Mr. Ngo Kỷ has been talking about it
Do you have the
in the
video?
press conference, yes.
You have the video, can you play it?
City attorney,
no,
the
this-
city
this-
attorney,
no,
this-
no.
you got to speak up here.
The Brown Act allows us to basically take a vote to add this item, but not to have the discussion about the item. So I would just encourage the council, if there's something here that needs to be discussed.
I'm more than happy to play it.
No, at this point here, go ahead and call for the vote.
So Councilwoman Fan West, your vote?
Okay, so, Mr. Mayor, I don't want that bad name
I
for you.
don't care. Right now, go ahead and vote your way, okay? Whether it's yes or no, go ahead and vote it.
Okay, so I vote, I want Mr. Mayor to clear his reputation.
Don't worry. Just vote your way
And
that you think
it's
it is.
important. So I vote yes, because I want him to clear it.
Good.
Councilmember Monzo?
This sounds like another personal matter, so I don't know what it's doing up here. If you have evidence, go to the authorities. No.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
They're like children. They're making a laughing stock out of us, of our council. And so obviously I will vote no. And I would encourage, if you have evidence, please go to the FBI, go to the authorities. Please don't use this as your forum to grandstand yourself. And it's just so silly. It's really silly. That you're going to have someone like Ngo Kỷ be your witness and hearsay. You have no knowledge of the law, so please go directly. Don't waste our time. Go directly to the FBI. I encourage you to do that.
Mayor Nguyen?
So I guess if you guys don't have anything, then just tell the people right now on the dais.
You already voted
Mr. Mayor.
yourself. It's my turn to vote.
I know.
Okay, let me vote.
I understand.
let me vote.
I'm just saying, if there's
Let me
nothing wrong,
cast
you
my
should
vote.
clear it.
Please, let me cast my vote.
Kimberly, you should clear
I
it.
agree with Vice Mayor Ho. If there's anything that you think that is a bribery, go ahead
No,
and
talking Kimberly, did you bribe?
take it to the FBI or
I
take it to
just
the
got on to the
authority to
council.
have
I don't even know
them
Frank
do an
Chow.
investigation. I don't have any problem with it. Yeah.
No,
So
I'm
my vote is
saying-
no.
Motion
Then
failed, 2-3.
Basically, they're accusing you,
Okay,
and you're
next.
okay with
You are
them?
like a child.
Is there anything
Think in
from
the
you?
way you
Yes,
act,
I still
please.
have one more.
Okay, well, go ahead.
There's something. Oh, interesting.
Okay. And this one. You know what? I think that's all for now. There's a lot of things going on tonight, and I don't want everybody else to hold up on everybody else. You know what? Thank you, staff, and thank you, our PD. You guys really did a good job. That's it. Thank you.
All right. I want to thank you all for taking your time to be here until this moment. I know it's tiresome, but we have to deal with it. We have business to run. We have the city business to conduct. So I want to thank you again for staff for taking your time to be here, and I know that you have been doing a great job for that. At this time here, I just want to have to reply to Councilmember West. I pray for you. As you pray for me, I pray double for you. And you ask for mutual respect. I think that you need to pay attention to what you're saying. Mutual respect, is that what we want? And at this time, I'd like to adjourn the meeting in memory of those who lost in the 9/11. We will never forget them. God bless USA.